Our girl Yinhu is caught in the arms of a mysterious horned man, and trust me, this isn't the spicy romance she signed up for. See, in this world, being a mermaid isn't all singing to crabs. It's a high-stakes job because the princess is responsible for protecting the sacred mermaid pearl. This pearl is basically the Wi-Fi router for the entire race. If it goes down, everyone loses their connection to life. Legend says if a princess loses her pearl, accidents follow her like a bad smell, and once upon a time, a foolish mermaid actually gave hers away to a human man. She thought it was true love as she gazed into his eyes, but the guy was a total snake who cheated her just to get his hands on that shiny pearl. This betrayal left a scar on the mermaid race and apparently on the memory of the terrifying Dragon King, who looks absolutely fuming. How could she be so foolish? He seems to seethe, his icy blue eyes glowing with a mix of rage and sorrow. Fast forward to the present, and our poor heroine Yinhu jolts awake, drenched in a cold sweat. She's safe in her royal bed, but her heart is doing gymnastics after that vision. Her maid rushes in, worried sick, asking, "Princess, are you having a nightmare again?" Yinhu looks like she's seen a ghost, whispering, "I dreamt of him again." The maid tries to lighten the mood, reminding our little nugget that she turns 16 tomorrow and can finally pick a lover. But Yinhu isn't in the mood for a dating app. She's terrified because she dreamt of a dragon, the most feared creature in the sea. Dragon? The maid gasps, looking like she's about to faint. Yinhu describes the beast with horns and scales, just like the scary stories the elders told her. But the maid has even worse news. Elder Bai has ordered her to stay locked inside the palace for her own safety. Our girl is blushing harder than a sunset, because she knows all about the contract of the first kiss. That's supposed to happen soon. Since the palace guard Hao Cheng is away, she decides it's the perfect time to be a little chaotic and sneak out. But her great escape is cut short at the massive palace gates. "How dare you? Who said I can't leave?" she demands, trying to act savage, but she's met with a wall of authority. The stern and icy Elder Bai appears, looking like she eats disobedience for breakfast, and snaps, "It is my responsibility." Elder Bai drops a bombshell. They've detected dragon activity near Mermaid Island for the first time in ages. Yinhu is stunned because dragons were supposed to be extinct, or at least deep-sea legends. "We have no idea why they keep appearing nowadays," Elder Bai explains, her face a mask of worry. She promises to protect the princess, but her version of protection is a bit extreme. When she finds out the maid, Tupo, tried to help Yinhu sneak out, she goes full villain mode. "Lock her up now. She will be punished," she commands. Tupo is dragged away screaming, "Princess, please save me." Yinhu tries to take the blame, crying out, "Elder Bai, it wasn't her idea. Please let her go." But the elder is stone cold, leaving our heroine feeling absolutely useless and trapped in her own golden cage. Meanwhile, in the gloomy halls of the Dragon Kingdom, things are going from bad to worse. A soldier rushes toward the prince, Long Qi, shouting that the old king has been infected with a deadly plague. Long Qi, looking majestic but stressed, watches as his people fall ill. He rushes to his father's side, crying out, "Father." The king is looking pale and weak, gasping as his son kneels beside him. Long Qi is desperate for answers, asking why this sickness is suddenly wiping out their community. The king's eyes turn glazed as he whispers, "Time's up." "What? Time?" Long Qi asks, his heart shattering as he realizes his father is slipping away. With his final breath, the king grabs his son and delivers a final mission. "Long Qi, you have to find the Mermaid Island before the plague starts spreading, else our race will go extinct." The mystery of the deep is more complicated than we thought, as the prince questions why the mermaids vanished after being defeated 3 centuries ago. His father, the king, lies on his deathbed, gasping that they aren't gone there hiding, because they fear their treasure will be stolen again. With his strength fading, the king reaches out, his ring shimmering as he whispers, You have to obtain." Our prince is desperate, crying out, "Father, are you okay? Obtain what?" But the king's eyes go wide as the life drains out of him. In his final moments, a haunting vision of a blue mermaid appears, asking if he's finally coming for her. A final, silent apology lingers in the air as the king passes away. The prince's world shatters, and he can only scream for his father as the palace staff rushes in. A few days later, the crown is heavy on the new king's head, and things are already a mess. A deadly plague is ravaging the kingdom, and the tribes are on the verge of a full-blown revolt. To make matters worse, the people are gossiping that this sickness is a divine punishment for the old king's mistakes. "Nonsense," our king snaps, refusing to believe his father was a villain. He orders a strict quarantine and demands the doctors find a cure immediately. Just then, a messenger arrives, announcing that the chief priestess is ready to see him. He heads to the inner sanctum, where the priestess is performing a ritual over a glowing golden bowl. She tells him not to worry, because she's found exactly what he needs. "I found the mermaids," she declares with a confident smirk. She reveals a magical vision of a hidden island where the mermaids have been hiding all this time. The king is skeptical, scoffing, "Aren't mermaids inferior beings?" He's heard the rumors that they degraded into common fish after marrying humans. But the priestess corrects him. According to the ancient records, the mermaids only began to decline after losing a priceless treasure 300 years ago. The king realizes this is the same treasure his father mentioned before he died, and decides he must go to the island. However, the priestess warns him that the island is protected by a powerful spell that keeps outsiders out. "I might have a way to lure one out and force them to bring you in," she suggests. She explains that mermaids are obsessed with music, especially the harp. If he plays a song called Mermaid Moon during the full moon, he can attract one of the creatures. Mermaid Moon? The king repeats, the plan finally taking shape. Meanwhile, things aren't looking great for our girl Yinhu. She's visiting a prison cell, looking worried sick for her friend Tupo. "It's all my fault," Yinhu sighs, promising to talk to the elders to get her released. But Tupo doesn't care about the bars. "I am not afraid of being locked up," she says, looking through the steel, "but I'm worried because I can't take care of you." Talk about loyal to a fault. Our girl Yinhu is out wandering under the glow of a massive full moon, but she's coming up empty-handed in her search for seashells. She knows the elders will be back at the palace soon, so if she wants to find anything good, she's going to have to take the plunge. She takes one last look at the horizon, realizing she's going to need a little magical help. "Thank God I am well prepared," she whispers, pulling out a secret stash. She splashes the potion over herself, and the magic starts working instantly. Her dress flutters away as a shimmering, iridescent mermaid tail replaces her legs. With a satisfying plunge, she dives deep into the waves. "Ah, this feels so good," she sighs, finally breaking the elders' strict rules about staying away from the sea. She does a graceful flip underwater, and her eyes light up when she spots a prize. "Ha! I found you," she cheers, reaching down to grab a stunning, glowing purple seashell from the ocean floor. Breaking the surface again, she admires her find, thinking about how much Tupo is going to love seeing this back at the palace. But suddenly, a magical melody drifts through the air. "The sound is so nice," she murmurs, completely entranced. She follows the music to a jagged cliffside, where she spots a mysterious silhouette against the moon. Sitting on the rocks is a man who looks like he stepped straight out of a legend, playing a harp as the waves crash around him. Yinhu is absolutely stunned, because this guy is a dead ringer for the dragon race man from her dreams, even though he looks human. She tries to play it cool and hide behind a rock, but she's not as sneaky as she thinks. "Who is there?" he calls out, his voice cutting through the mist. Our girl freezes, remembering the old warnings that humans are cunning liars who can't be trusted. As he starts walking toward her hiding spot, she considers making a run for it, but then, her royal pride kicks in. "I am the princess. This is my kingdom. What am I afraid of?" she huffs. She quickly transforms back into her human form and stands her ground. "Who are you? Why are you here?" she demands, stepping out of the shadows to confront the handsome stranger. This mysterious stranger watches her closely, his mind racing as he wonders if she's actually a mermaid who possesses the rare ability to transform her tail into human legs. He puts on a total lost puppy act, claiming he's just a simple businessman whose ship was destroyed in a storm, leaving him trapped on this island. As the waves crash around them, he tries to play up the pity angle. "Are you from the fisherman families nearby? Can you please help?" he asks, looking completely helpless. Yinhu isn't a total pushover though. She thinks it's incredibly suspicious that a shipwreck survivor is just hanging out playing a harp, but she decides to be civil, telling him she'll find someone to fetch him with a boat. The guy immediately doubles down on the drama, clutching his head and claiming he's so dizzy and weak from not eating for 2 days. He starts wading through the water toward her, practically begging her to guide him to dry land herself. Our girl immediately gets defensive, snapping at him to stop getting so close. "My name is Long Qi, and I am not a," he retorts, looming over her with an intense gaze that makes her heart race. Yinhu tries to keep her cool, insisting she isn't afraid of him even as he crowds her space. But as she looks into his eyes, a realization hits her: this man looks exactly like the dragon race she saw in her dreams. Panicked by the revelation, she tries to take a step back, but the uneven seabed has other plans. With a startled oops, she loses her balance entirely. Longki reaches out to grab her waist, trying to steady her, but his momentum is too much, and they both go plummeting into the ocean with a massive splash. This is a total disaster for our heroine because she hasn't used her magic potion yet, meaning she's currently stuck in a human body that can't breathe underwater. She starts to panic as the air leaves her lungs, her eyes wide with terror as she begins to drown. Longki watches her struggle, completely baffled as to why a mermaid would be having such a hard time in the water. As her human legs kick uselessly in the deep, he realizes she might actually be a human in genuine danger. I have to save her, he thinks, pulling her body flush against his. In a desperate move to provide her with oxygen, he presses his lips against hers in a deep, underwater kiss. As they drift, the magic potion bottle tucked into her dress slips out. It shatters against the current, releasing a swirl of glowing, mystical energy that surrounds them both. The magic instantly reacts with her body, and the human legs he was just trying to save begin to transform back into a shimmering mermaid tail. Longki is still holding the kiss, completely unaware that his human damsel in distress just grew a tail right in his arms. Yinhu's eyes snap open in total shock, her mind screaming, "I can breathe now, but what on earth is he doing?" Our story picks up deep beneath the waves, where a mysterious man has his hands all over our girl, Yinhu. But our heroine isn't some damsel in distress. She shoves him back with everything she's got, screaming, "Let go of me." The guy is absolutely stunned, wondering how on earth she suddenly regained enough stamina to overpower him. As Yinhu turns to swim away, her dress gives way to a shimmering, majestic tail. It's a sight to behold, sparkling even in the dark depths of the ocean. The mystery man can't help but smirk, clearly intrigued by the little fish he's caught. They both break the surface, gasping for air as the water splashes around them. Yinhu is absolutely fuming, pointing a finger and shouting, "How dare you?" The man tries to play it cool, putting on his best nice guy act. "I saw you were drowning. I was just trying to save you," he claims with a smug look. But the secret is out. He points at her shimmering form, realization dawning on his face. "I didn't expect, you are a mermaid," he says. Yinhu knows she's in a tight spot, so she tries to cut a deal. "You have to promise that you can't tell anyone what you saw," she warns. "Else I won't save you." She tries to swim off, telling the creep to stop following her. But he's like a persistent barnacle. He grabs her arm, refusing to let go. "Please bring me along," he begs, while Yinhu warns him to let go before she does something he'll regret. He keeps rambling about how she needs to listen to him, but our girl has had enough of the talk. She unleashes a burst of magical energy, blasting the guy back with a wave of light. The man is shocked, realizing this Miss Mermaid is packing some serious spells. Yinhu looks exhausted from the effort. But luckily, backup arrives. A white-haired hottie named Hao Cheng appears, demanding to know who the intruder is. The mystery man immediately shifts into liar mode, claiming he's just a simple businessman who got trapped on a no-man's island during the storm. Hao Cheng isn't buying the businessman act for a second, and he's right to be suspicious. In his head, the intruder is already insulting them, thinking mermaids are just inferior, stupid, and naive animals that will easily fall for his trap. The mermaids aren't taking any chances, though, and they tie the guy up tight. "You can't do that to me. I meant no harm," he whines. Yinhu feels a little bad, asking if they really need to tie up a simple human, but Hao Cheng is firm. He explains that Elder Bai gave strict orders to bring in any creatures found in the area. As they drag the guy along, he's absolutely seething in his chibi form, fuming with rage at being treated like common luggage. Soon, the hidden mermaid island comes into view, glowing behind a powerful protective spell. The intruder's eyes light up with greed. He thinks to himself that as long as he gets inside, he can find the legendary treasure his father told him about. They reach the Grand Palace and report the capture to the elders, explaining they found a human stranded after the storm. As they stand before the court, the intruder finally realizes Yinhu isn't just any mermaid, she's the mermaid princess herself. But his gold-digging plans hit a massive wall when a voice booms through the hall with a final, chilling order. "Execute him then." Things are heating up in the palace as the guards surround a mysterious intruder, and Elder King isn't playing around. "Take him down, sink him to the eye of the dragon," she commands, showing absolutely no mercy. The man is pinned down, but he's not going down without a fight, thinking to himself that if he uses his hidden powers to break free, he'll lose his chance at finding the treasure. He looks up with a glare, trying to keep his cool despite the situation. "Let me go! I am just a businessman. What do you want to do to me?" he shouts, playing the victim card like a pro. Our girl Yinhu can't stand to see someone suffer, even a potential thief. Elder King, this guy never did anything bad to us. Can we not execute him? She asks, her big pink eyes filled with worry. But the elder isn't budging, insisting that this is for the safety of the entire island and Yinhu herself. Our poor heroine looks totally conflicted, her heart aching for the stranger. Sensing his life is on the line, the man drops a bombshell. Let me go. I saved the princess before. The room goes dead silent as Elder King turns her sharp gaze toward Yinhu. What does he mean, princess? She demands, her voice dripping with suspicion. Yinhu starts sweating bullets, nervously explaining that she fell into the sea and nearly drowned before she could get her magic potion. Elder King's face remains like stone, declaring that even saving the princess doesn't earn him a free pass. That's when the man decides to spill the tea that ruins Yinhu's whole week. I kissed her. So she caught her breath again, he reveals with a smirk. Elder King looks like she's about to have a heart attack. Is it true? She gasps. Our girl is literally steaming from embarrassment, her face turning a bright shade of red, while the elder immediately orders the guards to throw the man into the jail instead of executing him for now. As he's dragged away, Yinhu is left spiraling in her own thoughts. Gosh, my first kiss contract is with him. Does that mean I have to marry him? She wonders, looking absolutely devastated. Later that night, the palace is in an absolute uproar. Elder Bai is screaming at the top of his lungs, threatening to punish every guard, and Lady In waiting for letting the princess sneak out. Back in her room, Yinhu tries to explain herself to Elder King, claiming it was all out of her control. She pouts, admitting she kept the kiss a secret, because there was no way she wanted to be forced into a marriage with that guy. Elder King sighs, realizing it's time for a serious talk. Princess, the first kiss contract is complicated. She begins, noting they didn't explain it before because she was too young. She explains the ancient mermaid lore. The princess will be bound to the first man who kisses her. Their lives become literally intertwined. And here's the kicker that sends Yinhu into a total meltdown. If the man dies, the princess will die too. Our poor girl is absolutely losing it, flailing her arms in a full-blown tantrum. I am the worst princess in the world, she cries, collapsing in a spotlight of pure despair. Elder King tries to comfort her, reminding her that they don't want her marrying a random human either. For now, the man is safely behind bars while they desperately try to find a loophole in this soul-binding contract. The mysterious human hero is chilling behind bars, looking way too calm for someone stuck in a dungeon. He's genuinely confused why our girl, Yinhu, can't even swim in her own sea, but her handmaid explains it's all down to her special ancient bloodline and a missing magic potion. The maid is baffled he literally saved the princess, so why is he being treated like a common criminal? Maybe they think I'm a spy, he muses, turning the question back on her to find out why she's locked up in the next cell. Poor thing admits she's being punished by a terrifying woman named Elder Bai, just because the princess snuck out without permission. Our hero isn't having it, calling out the blatant unfairness of her getting blamed for Yinhu's rebellious streak. But before they can gossip any further, the sound of heavy footsteps echoes through the hall. Guards arrive and start fumbling with the heavy locks. He demands to know where they're taking him, but the guard just gives him a cold. You will know it later. As he's being hauled away, the handmaid tearfully asks if they're going to kill him, but he just gives her a mysterious smirk, saying they might meet again if they're lucky. Instead of a chopping block, he finds himself standing in a lush, golden palace room. A stern, high-ranking woman appears, ready to lay down the law. Her rules are simple and strict. Don't leave without permission, don't you dare get close to the princess, and absolutely no questions. When he cheekily asks what happens if he refuses to follow her regulations, she doesn't stutter. Kill you then. Surprisingly, he's totally down with this arrangement, thinking to himself that this is exactly what he wanted. When she demands his name, he simply replies, Long Kui. The lady clearly isn't a fan, muttering that Long is a disgusting name before sweeping out of the room. Meanwhile, a parade of servants is busy carrying stacks of fresh clothes for the human guest. Our girl Yinhu is watching from the shadows, and she is absolutely fuming. Her mother explains the dire situation. Because of that accidental first kiss contract, they have no choice but to let him stay in the palace. In fact, she's already basically hearing wedding bells, telling Yinhu that since he's not an outstanding candidate, she can just marry him and keep him trapped on the island forever. Yinhu is having a total internal meltdown, remembering how the guy used the contract to threaten her. In her mind, she sees him as a tiny tyrant threatening to commit suicide if she doesn't listen to him. There's no way she's walking down the aisle with this psycho. She's determined to break that contract by any means necessary. Thanks to our girl's constant begging, the elders finally let her friend Yupu out of lockup, but the guards warn him to be way more alert while looking after her next time. Yinhu is staring out over the city, looking like she hasn't slept in a week. She senses someone behind her and turns around with a weary expression. Yupo and her attendant rush to her side, panicked by her ghostly appearance. I didn't sleep for a whole night, she groans, clutching her head. Yupo, do you still remember the first kiss contract? He nods, recalling the ancient law that says she has to marry the first guy who kisses her. Our poor heroine drops the bombshell. She accidentally got herself bound by that exact contract with a mysterious man. Yupo is ready to throw hands immediately, demanding to know who is forcing the princess into this. No one is forcing me, Yinhu sighs. I just really don't want to marry him. The attendant suggests the most logical villainous solution: just kill him. But Yinhu shoots that down fast because if he dies, the contract ensures she kicks the bucket right along with him. She suspects the elders are keeping secrets and keeping her away from the guy on purpose. She's convinced that if they both agree to void it, the contract will break, so she demands a meeting. Meanwhile, the mysterious man is being served dinner in his room. He dismisses the servants with a cold air, clearly not interested in the food. But Yinhu isn't waiting for an invitation and barges right in, telling him they need to talk. He turns around, surprised to see the princess in his private quarters. She asks if he knows about the contract, but while she's thinking of marriage, he's thinking about the boring island regulations. Yup, I'm aware, he says, completely oblivious to the misunderstanding. Yinhu goes full open book style, telling him she doesn't agree to the contract and assumes he hates being detained here too. He thinks she's trying to kick him off the island. To her absolute horror, he gives her a smug smile and says he's perfectly fine with those terms. Our girl is flabbergasted that he's apparently okay being kept here like solid waste, just to be with her. Stop dreaming. I won't marry you and I won't be threatened, she screams before storming out. He's left standing there, wondering what on earth she was actually talking about. Later that night, Yinhu is pacing her room, trying to find a loophole. But her heart nearly stops when the man suddenly appears right at her balcony like a total phantom, and suddenly he appears right in front of her. He's breathing hard, looking completely exhausted from whatever he's been through. Yinhu immediately panics, screaming for a guard. But he moves fast, grabbing her face and whispering, "Shh, I am coming to discuss about the contract." He clamps a hand over her mouth, making sure she stays quiet, and our girl can only nod in terror. As soon as he lets go, she snaps, "Stay away from me." They keep their distance as she demands to know what he wants to discuss. He's confused, asking if she means the 3 rules set by Elder King. What's that? She asks, totally lost. He realizes they're not on the same page and asks what contract she's even talking about. Poor Yinhu starts blushing like crazy, making him even more suspicious. She finally explains the legend. When a mermaid princess turns 16, she enters a first kiss contract with the man she gave her first kiss to. He asks what the actual consequences of the binding are. Looking away in embarrassment, she mumbles, "The contract is to get married in the end." What? He yells, completely horrified. In his head, he's thinking that marrying an inferior mermaid is a total disgrace to the dragon race. Yinhu sees that look on his face and gets rightfully pissed, shouting, "I do not agree too. Why are you showing such a disgusting expression?" He asks what happens if they just don't marry, and she drops the bombshell. The elders will lock him up forever, and since their lives are linked, if he dies, she's going down with him. He stares at her, realizing the gravity of the situation. She's practically in tears, insisting she only met him to figure out how to void this mess, while he secretly thinks she's actually kind of cute. He smirks, telling her he has a way to fix it. He leans in close and whispers, "Maybe voided if we kiss one more time." A slap. Our girl isn't having it, and threatens to throw him out if he says anything that's stupid again. But he catches her hand, telling her to wait. He promises to help her void the contract, but only if she helps him find a specific mermaid named Ailey. Yinhu freezes in shock. "I lie. She is the princess before me," she gasps. "How do you know about her?" The legend of the mermaid bride is a tale as old as time, and apparently, even the local fishermen can't stop talking about it. As Yinhu stands before him, he reveals a heavy truth. His father was calling out her name until his very last breath. Our girl explains that the legend is so popular for a tragic reason. She fell in love with a human like you, and her ending was very bad, she says, her eyes filled with a warning. But the plot thickens. Yinhu reveals that the man in the legend wasn't actually human at all, he was a dragon in disguise. The man finds this absolutely ridiculous, shouting, "Nonsense. A dragon would never impersonate a man. Oh, if only he knew who he was talking to. Yinhu ignores his outburst, explaining that the dragon cheated the mermaid and stole something incredibly precious from her. Of course, our guy's mind goes straight to the gutter. Does most important thing mean her virginity? He asks with a straight face. Yinhu is absolutely scandalized. Obscene. Of course not. She shrieks, looking like she wants to slap him into next week. She tells him that the real truth is a secret they can't share with outsiders. Seeing an opening, he leans in close. Will you tell me the secret if I manage to void the contract? He asks. Our girl plays it cool, telling him she'll think about it if he actually manages to pull it off. He suggests that if this contract is a mermaid tradition, the answers must be hidden in a holy place or with a priest. Yinhu remembers something the elders told her. Royal family members over 16 can speak to the spirits of their ancestors using something called the dragon eye. She decides it's worth a shot, but as they start to move, she trips with a loud ouch, nearly face-planting right then and there. After recovering from her clumsy moment, she sighs, thinking that the dragon eye is her only hope to talk to the deceased ancestors. The man is skeptical though. Why is it called the dragon eye if your people hate dragons so much? He asks. Yinhu admits she has no idea and honestly she hates the name too. Since she's finally 16, she wants to sneak into the ancestors' place quietly without causing a scene. He suggests they leave the same way he broke in, but Yinhu turns pale. But I am afraid of heights, she whimpers, looking like a total cinnamon roll. Left with no other choice, they have to find another way out. Under the cover of the starry night, the two of them begin their secret mission. However, they aren't as sneaky as they think. A passerby spots them from the shadows, wondering, is that the princess? And who is that man with her? Talk about bad timing. Unaware they've been spotted, they arrive at the Dragon Eye, a massive, imposing holy structure. We'll enter through the side door, he whispers. There aren't any guards over there. Our duo is officially breaking and entering into a holy site. What could possibly go wrong? As they walk through the grand, hollow halls, our girl's companion nervously asks if her ancestors would hate an outsider like him. Yinhu reassures him that while they still maintain ties with humans, they have to be extra cautious because the dragon race. Apparently, anyone from the dragon race who dares to reach the Dragon Eye is marked for death. Seeing his soul practically leave his body, she giggles and tells him she's just joking, mostly because he's not a dragon, so he has nothing to worry about. Still, the vibes are rancid, and she admits she's on edge because this is the same place where prisoners are executed. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the end of the hall. They find themselves standing before a massive, swirling portal known as the Dragon Eye. They approach the shimmering gateway with caution. Her companion explains that she needs to stand on the platform to speak with the spirits. Yinhu hesitates, her heart racing. Do they know me? She asks softly. He gives her a reassuring look, telling her that her mother and father are waiting for her on the other side. Our poor heroine is stunned. She's never actually met her parents before, and the thought of finally seeing them is overwhelming. Meanwhile, back at the palace, two mysterious women are plotting in the shadows. One suggests they don't need to detain the man because Yinhu won't be affected by the first kiss contract. But the other woman isn't taking any chances. No way, she snaps. She is a princess now after the modification. We can't take the risk. They're determined to succeed this time to honor their ancestors and Princess A Lai's sacrifice. Back at the Dragon Eye, Yinhu gathers her courage and approaches the light. The holy spirits of the mighty mermaids. She begins her ritual. She looks into the swirling abyss, her eyes filled with hope and fear. Please accept my appearance and answer my doubt, she pleads. Her companion shouts for her to be careful as she steps onto the golden platform. With her heart on her sleeve, she asks the question that's been haunting her. My dearest ancestors, please let me know how to void the first kiss contract. She stands before the mirror, waiting for an answer. But the Dragon Eye reacts violently. A massive surge of energy explodes outward, and Yinhu screams as the raw power knocks her off her feet. Her companion rushes forward, yelling for her to step back. But it's too late. The light completely consumes her as the ancestors' power swirls around her like a storm. Our girl is in serious trouble as she's suddenly being dragged into a swirling vortex of light, screaming for help as the magical mirror tries to swallow her whole. Thankfully, Long Qi isn't about to let his lady vanish into thin air, and he lunges forward with everything he's got. He reaches out, desperate to grab her before she's lost to the portal forever. He manages to catch her just in time, pulling her into his arms and whispering, "Don't be afraid. I am here." The energy around them begins to whip into a frenzy, threatening to tear them both apart. Long Qi realizes the gravity of the situation, gritting his teeth as he senses the overwhelming power of the dragon radiating from the mirror. Gosh, this is serious, he mutters, shielding Yinhu from the violent magical feedback. He's clearly struggling to hold his ground against the supernatural force. Realizing the danger is only increasing, he covers her face and commands, "Close your eyes." Suddenly, Long Qi's true power flares to life, and antlers sprout from his head as he unleashes a massive burst of energy to counter the portal. The entire room rumbles as the two forces collide in a blinding flash of light. The ornate frame of the mirror groans under the pressure, but slowly the chaotic violet energy begins to break apart. Finally, the magical storm subsides and the room falls into an eerie silence. Long Qi stands there, breathless and covered in fresh wounds from the magical backlash. He's exhausted, but his first priority is making sure our heroine is safe as he helps her stand. "You may open your eyes now," he says softly, his voice strained. Yinhu blinks, her eyes widening in total shock at the scene before her. She takes one look at his bloodied face and panics, crying out, "Long Qi, how are you? What's happening to you?" She can barely process the chaos as she calls his name again, her heart sinking. The adrenaline finally wears off, and Long Qi loses consciousness, collapsing right onto her shoulder. Yinhu looks around frantically, wondering how she's going to fix this mess. Just then, her maid Tupo rushes in, exclaiming that she's been looking for the princess everywhere. The maid stops dead in her tracks when she sees the wounded man. "It's him," she gasps, clearly recognizing the mysterious hunk. Yinhu doesn't have time for a Q&A session right now. "I'll explain later. Let's bring him back to the palace now," she orders. Tupo quickly moves to assist, offering to help carry the heavy dragon prince. Under the cover of night, Yinhu makes sure the operation stays top secret. She instructs Tupo's brother to tell the guards to keep their mouths shut about what they've seen. Once they sneak him into her private quarters, Yinhu makes a bold move, pointing to her own furniture and demanding, "Let him lay on my bed." As they move him, Tupo notices just how bad the injuries are, pointing out that his clothes are literally stuck to his bloody wounds. Yinhu leans in to inspect the damage, her heart aching for him. She knows they have to act fast, telling Tupo, "Please prepare a new set of clothes and some medication. Keep it to yourself." The maid gathers up his ruined, blood-stained garments to dispose of them. As she walks away, she can't help but feel suspicious, wondering what on earth this man is doing with her princess. But as she looks down at the laundry, something catches her eye. Hidden within the folds of the bloody fabric, she discovers a glowing, iridescent dragon scale. A maid enters the room, presenting a small wooden box. "Princess, this is the medication," she says. Yinhu takes it, telling the girl to stay outside and ensure no one enters. Her mind is racing. She knows if the elders find out about the contract issues, they'll put all the blame on him. She holds the medicine tight, her heart heavy with the weight of her secret. She looks down at the Dragon King, who is still out cold and looking far too handsome for his own good. "I hated him at first due to the contract issue, but he was hurt badly because of me," she whispers to herself. She begins gently dabbing at the red marks on his chest, asking softly if he's still okay since he's been passed out for so long. Our girl is really starting to catch feelings, isn't she? Meanwhile, in a dark corner of the palace, a mysterious hooded woman named Kaluo Na is summoned by a swirling purple mist. "Your Majesty, I can feel that you are weak. Are you injured?" she asks, holding a glowing orb of energy. The voice from the mist demands to be healed immediately. As Kaluo Na works her magic, she notices something strange. "It's weird. Your wounds seem to be caused by the power of the dragon race. What's happening?" The voice mentions an altar on Mermaid Island before suddenly declaring it's healed and vanishing into thin air. Back in the bedroom, that purple energy zips through the curtains and right back into its owner. Suddenly, those icy eyes snap open. Yinhu jumps back in shock as he sits up, very much awake and very much shirtless. He looks her dead in the eye and asks, "Are you looking at my body when I passed out just now?" Our girl goes into full-blown panic mode. "Who wanna look at your body? You pervert." "I am not! I am just treating your wounds," she screams, her face turning a bright shade of tomato. To shut him up, she shoves a giant pillow right into his face. "Ouch. It's painful." "Hey, I have not recovered yet," he groans from under the fluff. But the flirting, if you can call it that, is cut short when Yinhu hears footsteps. "Elder Bai, what are you here at these hours?" she gasps. If the elder finds the Dragon King in her bed, he's as good as dead. "I am afraid she gets angry with you. She will lock you up in the water jail," Yinhu whispers, her eyes wide with terror. The shadows of the elder and her guards loom outside the curtain. "Your Highness, have you slept?" the elder asks, her voice dripping with suspicion. Yinhu shoves the man under the covers, hiding him completely. Yeah, I am falling asleep, she calls out, trying to sound as natural as possible while her heart beats out of her chest. She peeks through the curtains, asking what could possibly be so important this late. The elder doesn't budge. The dragon eye is agitated. I am just checking if the princess is alright, she states coldly. Just as Yinhu thinks she's safe, a muffled cough echoes from under the blankets. The elder's eyes narrow instantly. What sound is that? She demands, stepping closer to the bed. I'm okay. I'm just clearing my throat. Thanks, elder, our girl chirps, lying through her teeth while her heart hammers against her ribs. She's desperate to get rid of the audience, practically begging the elder to just leave her alone already. Why the rush? Well, because she's currently hiding a whole grown man under her covers. She clutches the blanket tight, praying no one notices the extra heartbeat in her bed. Meanwhile, Long Qi is down there having a total main character moment, blushing like crazy because he realizes our girl smells absolutely amazing. The elder finally buys the act, promising to send even more guards to protect her, which is the last thing she needs right now. Once the coast is clear, Yinhu finally lets out a breath she's been holding for a lifetime. She immediately turns on the stowaway, snapping, "Why are you moving around? You almost exposed us." Long Qi just gives her a smoldering look and a quiet thanks, but our heroine isn't looking for gratitude. She's drowning in guilt because he's covered in wounds he took just to protect her. She's also spiraling because of a massive identity crisis. The ancestors didn't even recognize her. Long Qi, sensing her distress, asks if she's ever actually met her parents. She sadly admits that she hasn't. Since her earliest memories, she's been raised by the elders, Bai and Qing. It wasn't exactly a warm upbringing. One was a total hard ass, and the other always looked at her like she was a stray puppy to be pitied. But the real drama? She's trapped. She reveals that she's bound by a first kiss contract, meaning her entire fate is literally tied to another person. Long Qi doesn't miss a beat, looking her dead in the eye and promising, "Don't be sad. You'll get what you want." He reaches out, taking her hand in a moment of pure ship-it energy, vowing that they'll find a way to break that contract together. Our girl can only blush and whisper a soft yes as the tension in the room reaches a boiling point. But outside the bedroom, the plot is thickening. Word is spreading through the palace that a human named Long Qi is shacking up with the princess. The captain is losing his mind over it, demanding to know why the princess would ever trust a human. One of the girls nearby is hiding a massive secret of her own. She knows about the dragon scale, but decides to keep her mouth shut so she can keep seeing him. The captain isn't an idiot though. He knows Long Qi's story about a storm is total cap, because there wasn't a single cloud in the sky that day. Just as he's stewing in his suspicion, a guard comes sprinting in. Apparently, another human just washed up on the island using the exact same shipwrecked in a storm excuse. The captain's patience has officially hit zero. What? Again? Lock him up, he roars, realizing that the human invasion is officially out of control. Guards drag a struggling man through the palace halls, ignoring his protests. "Hey! Where are you bringing me?" he shouts, but they simply bark at him to behave before forcing him down. He's shoved onto his knees, his hands bound tightly behind his back. The white-haired brother of the house stares him down, demanding to know who he is. The man identifies himself as Jai La, spinning a sob story about his ship sinking in a storm and drifting to this island. He looks innocent enough, but the brother isn't easily fooled, asking if any other ships were passing through that area. Jila doubles down on his story, claiming his ship was the only one on that route. A cold smile plays on the brother's lips as he looks down at the captive. "This is interesting," he muses, "because another man came to our island and said the exact same thing." He leans in, his eyes narrowing as he declares that either one of them is lying, or they both are. Sensing a trap, he orders Tu to bring out Long Qi so they can settle this with a little face-to-face confrontation. Tupo rushes to find our girl Yinhu and Long Qi, breaking the news that another intruder has been caught. Long Qi's heart sinks. A confrontation is the last thing he needs right now. Tupo explains that this new guy is claiming to be the only survivor of the only ship on that route. Long Qi realizes the situation is turning south fast. He tells Yinhu to go on ahead and just tell the truth, promising he'll follow shortly. But before she leaves, he can't resist a little teasing. "Are you worrying about me?" he asks with a smirk, wondering if she'll come to his rescue if he's in danger. Our flustered heroine tries to play it off, stuttering that she's only doing it for their stupid contract. Long Ki just laughs at her transparent lie. He gives her a tender head pat, his voice softening as he tells her he'll make sure he's fine just because of her. Yinhu leads the way back to the courtyard, announcing to her brother that the other man has arrived. Long Ki walks in, sizing up the competition and wondering if this new guy is just here to cause more trouble. Ji-la glances back, a predatory look in his eyes as he spots his target. The brother stands between them, ready to watch the sparks fly as he gives the signal to start the interrogation. Ji-la doesn't waste a second, immediately grilling Long Ki about which port his ship supposedly left from. Long Ki goes completely silent, the pressure mounting as he realizes he has no cover story. Seeing him stumble, Ji-la scoffs. He starts throwing out technical questions about government permits and maritime taxes, mocking Long Ki's silence. The brother loses his patience, barking at Long Ki to answer him right now. Our poor hero looks like he's about to short-circuit. After all, how is a dragon king supposed to know anything about the human world's taxes? Yinhu makes a grand entrance, having heard that yet another uninvited guest has washed up on their shores. Our girl isn't playing around today, stepping forward with purpose. The intruder, a supposed merchant, can't help but be dazzled by her beauty, thinking she looks like a mysterious and pretty princess straight out of a legend. But Yinhu isn't here to join his fan club, giving him a cold, piercing gaze. Hao Cheng is immediately on high alert, wondering why this creep won't stop staring at our girl. Tell us the truth if you still want alive, Yinhu demands, her voice full of authority. The man desperately pleads his case, claiming he's just a simple merchant in need of help. Hao Cheng isn't buying it for a second, snapping at him for even daring to ask the princess for assistance. As the tension thickens, the mysterious blue-haired man watches the shadows, trying to figure out the local power dynamic. He stands tall while the merchant remains on his knees, his eyes narrowed as he asks if the man is truly who he claims to be. The merchant insists he's legitimate, but internally, the blue-haired man is struggling to keep his cool. Hao Cheng suggests tossing the intruder out immediately to avoid upsetting the elders. Speak of the devil, because a new player enters chat. Elder Bai makes a grand appearance, noting that their island has become quite the hot destination lately. She commands the prisoner to turn around and face her immediately. The moment he does, Elder Bai looks like she's seen a ghost. A vision of a man from her past flashes before her eyes, and the resemblance is absolutely uncanny. She's shaking with rage and disbelief, leaving the rest of the staff whispering in shock. Elder King rushes over to grab her shoulder, pleading with her to calm down. That incident happened more than 10 years ago, she reminds her. There's no way he still looks the same. Yinhu and Hao Cheng can only watch in confusion, realizing that the elders clearly have some dark history with a man who looks like this guy. The merchant is sweating bullets, wondering why this lady is looking at him like he's her mortal enemy. Meanwhile, the blue-haired man is also spiraling, worrying that this intruder might expose what happened in the jail. Elder Bai and Elder King whisper intensely, noting that he is the spitting image of a man named Yizuo. Elder Bai's expression turns murderous as she decides that simply killing him would be way too easy. Instead, she comes up with a much more devious plan. She orders the guards to bring him to the Dragon Eye. If this merchant is actually a dragon posing as a human, the Dragon Eye will tear his secret and his life apart. The tension is thick enough to cut with a fin as Yinhu watches the chaos unfold. Elder Bai wastes no time and commands the guards to bring the captive straight to the altar of Dragon Eye. The poor guy is shaking in his boots, wondering what on earth a Dragon Eye even is. Long Ki, ever the bearer of bad news, whispers that this is the place where they execute their detainees. Our girl Yinhu is worried, asks if they should stop the execution, but her companion tells her to stay out of it, because the elders won't change their minds anyway. Elder Bai begins the ritual, calling upon the mighty mermaid ancestors to reveal the truth. She begs the Dragon Eye to track this man's origins and execute him if he truly belongs to the dragon race. The captive is sweating bullets as the altar starts to glow. Bring him up, she shouts, as the guards roughly toss him onto the platform with a loud bang. He looks up at the blinding light, terrified that this thing is about to end his life. The altar pulses with a massive swoosh of energy. He stands there, waiting for the worst. But then, silence. Elder Bai looks absolutely miffed, realizing the Dragon Eye isn't responding because he's definitely not a dragon. She's still annoyed though, saying his face reminds her of him, and it's getting on her nerves. The guards ask what they should do with him now. Elder Bai decides to take matters into her own hands and demands he be brought to her. Who are you? She asks, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. He simply replies that his name is Ji-la. She gets straight to the point, mentioning how humans will die for wealth, and asks if he's just another treasure hunter. Ji-la doesn't even try to hide it and just says yes. Honestly, we love a king who doesn't lie. Elder Bai is impressed by his honesty and offers him a deal. She promises him all the wealth he wants if he agrees to work for her. From the shadows, Yinhu watches and sighs with relief that he's back in one piece. Elder Bai explains to her that Ji-la is just a human, so our girl suggests they just let him go, but Elder Bai is too paranoid for that. She wants to monitor him in case he's a spy for the dragons. She decides he'll stay on the island and orders him to live with Long Qi. Long Qi is fuming internally knowing Elder Bai is just sending a spy to keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, over at the Palace of the Dragon, a mysterious priestess is busy with her magic. She's worried because she hasn't heard from His Majesty in days and wonders if the plan is still on track. A servant interrupts her thoughts to let her know that General Nd is waiting for her. She steps out to meet him, apologizing for the delay. The general is straight to the point, asking for any updates on the king. The priestess Kaluona plays it cool and says everything is progressing perfectly, but the general isn't here for small talk. He looks her in the eye and tells her he actually needs her help with something big. Our girl Kaluona is approached by a desperate man who needs a serious favor. His brother is deathly ill, and he's practically begging for her magical intervention. Can you help him with your spell? He pleads, looking like he's at his end. Over at the sickbed, things are looking pretty grim for the patient. Kaluona doesn't hesitate, channeling a massive surge of water magic to stabilize the poor guy. I used a water spell to suppress his symptoms, she explains, though she warns it's only a temporary fix for whatever is ailing him. The man is grateful. But the conversation turns dark as they discuss the plague ravaging their people and the king's urgent mission to steal the mermaid's treasure. He drops some major lore, mentioning an old legend about a mermaid princess who once led a dragon king to ruin. Apparently, the ex-king was so seduced he almost caused the entire dragon race to go extinct. No way, Kaluona gasps, clearly shocked by the scandal. She insists that His Majesty would never betray his people for a pretty tale. Our girl is standing her ground, but you can tell the seeds of doubt are being planted. As night falls over the city, the Dragon King is trying to get some rest, but a shady interloper isn't making it easy. This dark-haired schemer is lounging around, acting like he owns the place. Let's discuss business then, he says with a smug grin that just begs to be slapped. He admits he's working with the shady Elder Bai and wants the king to join their little money-making scheme. He's acting totally relaxed, but the king isn't having any of it. You are still not qualified to work with me, he snaps, shutting the guy down with zero hesitation. But the intruder knows exactly which buttons to push, teasing the king about his true intentions with our mermaid princess, Yinhu, and even suggesting that the princess might like him more. That was the wrong thing to say. The king snaps, pinning the guy down in a flash of pure rage. I will kill you if you dare to hurt her. He roars, his protective instincts going into absolute overdrive. The schemer just laughs in his face, mocking him by asking, "Don't tell me that you have fallen in love with the princess." The king tries to play it cool, shouting nonsense, but his face says otherwise. You fell in love with your prey, the man taunts, seeing right through the king's facade. He even has the audacity to propose a bet to see which of them can win her heart first. You will lose for sure, my friend, he chuckles, looking way too confident. He finally shuts up and goes to sleep, leaving the king to stew in his own feelings. Left alone with his thoughts, the king stares out at the moon, looking totally haunted. No! I am just using her to get the treasure, he yells to himself, trying to stay focused on his mission. He claims he's only doing what's best for the dragon race, but it's clear his heart is starting to get in the way of his duty. Just when things couldn't get more dramatic, a new pretty boy enters the scene holding a vibrant bouquet of roses. He flashes a charming smile, telling the princess to please accept my sincerity. But wait, someone's watching, from the sidelines. Long Qi can't help but let out a sarcastic pft at the sheer audacity of this guy. The newcomer doesn't miss a beat, smirking back and telling Long Qi that instead of making a sour face, he should try his best to compete for her heart too. Long Qi isn't playing games, warning him to remember what he was told yesterday and to behave himself. Of course, our new rival thinks he's a total Casanova, boasting that while Long Qi might have the looks, he's got the ultimate technique to win a girl over. He even has the nerve to toy with Long Qi's hair before sashaying away to go find his princess. Meanwhile, our girl Yinhu is having a total meltdown in the garden. Where are my favorite flowers? Who did this? She cries out, looking at the empty, butchered stems. Our charmer realizes he might have messed up by picking her actual garden for his bouquet, sweating bullets as he realizes he's about to be caught. But he's a professional snake, so he quickly hides the evidence and prepares to play the hero. He waltzes up to her, acting all innocent, and asks what happened. When Yinhu explains her flowers were stolen, he plays it cool. I see. Princess loves flowers? I have a present for your highness. He pulls out a mysterious bottle of seeds he supposedly brought from the mainland. Yinhu, being the sweetheart she is, asks what they are. He tells her they are called Queen of the Night, a rare flower that only blooms for one single night every year. Yinhu is genuinely intrigued, but then he drops the pickup line. I will accompany the princess to wait for them to blossom at night. Our girl gives him a very awkward thanks, clearly not as swept off her feet as he hoped. As he continues his smooth-talking routine, Long Qi watches from afar with a look of pure disgust. He realizes that if he uses Yinhu just to get to the treasure, he's no better than this flamboyant clown. But just as Long Qi tries to leave, a maid stops him, calling out his name. She reminds him that they met back in the jail. She looks him in the eye and tells him, "You are someone important to me." Talk about a bold confession. She gazes at him intensely, promising to help him whenever he needs it. But Long Qi, ever the lone wolf, gives her a cold no need thanks. As he walks away, she stares after him, whispering that he'll definitely need her one day. It turns out she's got a major ace up her sleeve. She found a dragon scale in his clothes and hid it for him. Long Qi is internally reeling. He's only here to uncover the legend of the mermaid and the dragon. The maid seems to have her own agenda, noting that her people haven't been in contact with the dragon race for a long time, and she's determined to dig up the truth. The story of the underwater kingdom continues as we dive back into the palace intrigue. Elder Bai is surprised when a servant approaches her, offering to take over the duties of the safe room. The girl insists that since the room holds the royal family's deepest secrets, someone trustworthy needs to be in charge. Elder Bai is skeptical and asks, "What about the arrangement with the princess?" Our girl is a multitasker though, claiming she can handle the safe room for 2 hours a day while still serving Yinhu. Elder Bai finally relents, ordering her to organize the documents by year. But there's a specific, more personal task. She needs to tidy up the relics belonging to the late Princess Alai. Before she leaves, Elder Bai has one more question. Is Yinhu still hanging out with that guy, Long Qi? The servant spills the tea, saying Long Qi has been ghosting our girl lately, but a new guy named Jaila has been helping her plant flowers every single day. This news hits Elder Bai like a ton of bricks. Flower? She whispers, her eyes widening in realization. She immediately heads out to investigate. As she approaches the garden, she hears laughter. Sure enough, Jaila is showing off a custom watering can he made just for Yinhu. He plays it smooth, telling her, I always thought the mermaid race loved things from the sea. I didn't expect you to like flowers. Elder Bai watches from the shadows, her face unreadable as she remembers the past. Years ago, a human had approached a lady-in-waiting, begging for help to deliver a gift to Princess Alai. The maid laughed in his face, mocking him because mermaids obviously don't care about land flowers, but the man smirked, revealing that this was no ordinary bloom. He opened the box to reveal a stunning, glowing coral tree adorned with pearls. Impressed by his creativity, the maid agreed to pass it along. Back in the royal chambers, the maid presented the gift to Princess Alai. The princess was busy brushing her hair with a golden comb, looking every bit the royal beauty. The maid teased her, asking if she was afraid of being punished for bringing in unauthorized gifts, but she knew the princess was curious. Check it out first. He is quite creative, the maid whispered. The memory clearly pains Elder Bai, as we see her weeping, whispering that everything was her fault. She gazes out, her heart heavy with longing. I miss you very much. I hope to see you again, she sighs, her hand trembling as she thinks of the past. Meanwhile, back in the present, Yinhu is looking absolutely radiant among the blossoms. Little does she know, Jila is feeling pretty smug about his progress. The princess has started to like me, he thinks to himself, a predatory glint in his eye. With a sharp, villainous smirk, he realizes his plan is working perfectly. Our girl is definitely not feeling her new look, complaining that this outfit is way too much for a normal day. But the attendants insist it's a royal necessity, explaining that Elder Bai ordered more dresses specifically for those fancy underwater events. Meanwhile, our resident human is lurking in the shadows, watching the fitting with a suspicious level of interest. He's absolutely fascinated by the logistics of her wardrobe, finding the way her legs transform into a fin to be romantic. He's not just there to creep though. He's got a scheme in motion to get on her good side. He presents a secret scroll to the attendant, boasting, "This is my design. Check it out." The attendant is floored by the talent on display, and they agree to have this big surprise ready in just 3 days. He smirks to himself, clearly plotting something big because, according to him, The dress is important. Back with Yinhu, she's told the human is waiting for her outside, but she looks more disappointed than excited. He tries to win her over with some low-budget circus acts, juggling balls and pulling flowers out of thin air. But our girl's mind is totally elsewhere. Why is Long Qi avoiding me? She wonders, completely ignoring the magic show. Long Qi is actually watching from the sidelines, and let's just say he's not a fan of the performance, thinking to himself that this guy is a total joker. He eventually steps into the light, and for a second, Yinhu's heart flutters, hoping he's finally coming for her. The tension between the two men is immediate. When the human taunts him about being worried he'll win the princess' heart, Long Qi doesn't flinch. "I will not let you cheat the princess," he snaps back. The human tries to play it cool, throwing an arm around Long Qi's shoulder, but Long Qi isn't having it, growling, "Take away your hand or I will break it." He leaves Yinhu with a chilling warning to be careful of the rats surrounding her. Our poor heroine is left standing there, completely baffled as to why the vibe just got so incredibly serious. A maid informs Yinhu that lunch is finally served. Our girl decides to be a gracious host and invites her guests to join her, though the guys look a bit more intense than your average dinner companions. Looking at the plate, it's just more seafood, shrimp, fish, and even starfish. The poor guy looks like he's about to cry into his salad. The maid asks if it's too bland, offering him salt, but he's just tired of the repetitive menu. He starts daydreaming about bringing real meat to the island, practically seeing floating chickens and cows in the air. He looks over at Long Qi, assuming the man must be enjoying the meal as much as he is or isn't. In his head, he's convinced Long Qi is a fan of the fishy diet. Yinhu is curious about mainland delicacies, so she asks him to describe the taste. He starts drooling over the thought of skewers and drumsticks, calling it fantastic. He tries to find the perfect way to explain the sensation. "It's like having fish every day, but having dragon on a special day," he chirps. Long Qi literally chokes on his drink, spitting it out in shock, and the guy assumes he's just reaching his limit with the seafood. He offers to fetch some fresh mainland ingredients to spice things up, but Yinhu shuts that down real quick. She explains that they've cut off the outside world to prevent a dragon invasion. Long Qi stays silent, his eyes cold and focused. The mainland guy scoffs, saying he's heard dragons are ugly man-eaters. He even drops a nasty rumor that they have a thing for turtles. Long Qi's grip tightens until his glass literally shatters in his hand from pure rage. Yinhu notices the sudden tension, wondering why on earth his mood took such a sharp turn for the worse. She can tell he's in a foul mood, but she doesn't know the half of it. Hoping to lighten the atmosphere, the guy mentions the legend of the mermaid's sweet voice and asks Yinhu to sing. She's hesitant, admitting she hasn't performed in a very long time, but seeing Long Qi looking so miserable, she decides to give it a shot just to cheer him up. As she stands to begin her performance, the melody immediately strikes a chord in Long Qi's heart. The lyrics are hauntingly beautiful, speaking of pretty eyes that can never be forgotten. His eyes widen in realization this is the exact same song that he played on that fateful night. Under the glow of the midnight stars, our girl Yinhu is feeling all kinds of emotional, her heart heavy with a longing she can't quite name. As she gazes into the eyes of Long Qi, the tension between them is thick enough to cut with a fin. But of course, there's always a hater lurking in the shadows. This girl is fuming, realizing that the sparks between the princess and Long Qi are turning into a full-blown fire. She's convinced Yinhu is moving in on her territory, and she is not having it. "You were born a princess and can have whatever you want," she seethes internally, "but I just want a man from the human race. I will never back off." Someone get this girl a hobby, because the jealousy is reaching toxic levels. Meanwhile, the preparations for the big event are in full swing. The designer is smirking because his little master plan is right on track for the gown Yinhu will wear in 2 days. This isn't just any dress, it's a masterpiece of engineering. See, when Yinhu hits the water and her legs turn back into a shimmering fishtail. This gown is specially designed to flow perfectly with her mermaid form. But the designer isn't doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He's convinced this dress will make the princess fall head over heels for him. He's even scouting the garden, looking for the perfect spot to accidentally trip her into the water. Surprises always come suddenly, he muses, finding the exact location to stage his little hero moment. Later that night, the creep tries to sneak out while Long Qi is supposed to be catching some Z's. But Long Qi is way ahead of him. "Where do you think you're going?" he demands, his eyes sharp even in the dark. The designer tries to play it cool, telling Long Qi to mind his own business. Big mistake. Long Qi drops a threat that is honestly iconic. "If you're planning to go to the princess's room, I'll kill you like I'm killing a prawn." Shaken but trying to keep his dignity, The designer claims he's just going for a walk because he can't sleep. He scurries off, telling Long Qi to stay in his lane. But our boy Long Qi isn't just playing bodyguard. With the designer out of the way, he realizes this is the perfect time to raid the document room. He's hunting for records of Princess A Lai and that mysterious treasure, and he won't stop until he finds the truth. Our boy is deep in the archives, surrounded by a mountain of documents and wondering where to even begin. He decides his best bet is to dig into the royal family records first. He tracks down the section for Princess A Lai and begins searching the shelves. Tucked away in a drawer, he finds a glowing blue pearl resting on a bed of silk. A crystal ball? I think this can only be read by a mermaid, he realizes, knowing he's hit a dead end with this specific artifact. Since he can't use the pearl, he pivots to the written records to see what else he can find. This is history, he mutters, pulling out an ancient scroll. He begins reading about the 3 species that rule this world: mermaids, dragons, and mankind. According to the lore, mermaids are actually the oldest species, possessing massive supernatural power and a history of helping both dragons and humans. But he's not buying the hype for a second. Liars. Mermaids are the weakest among all, he thinks, clearly having a low opinion of our heroine's people. The text goes on to explain that mermaids and dragons once signed a contract to rule the ocean together. He stares at the ancient illustrations of their ancestors side by side. We signed a contract with mermaids before? He wonders, shocked by this hidden history. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoes through the library. He quickly ducks behind the curtains to hide. And look who decided to sneak out. Our girl Yinhu enters the room, whispering to her maid to go back and guard her room, so no one notices she's gone. She steps cautiously into the room, unaware that she's being watched. Is it her? He wonders from his hiding spot. Yinhu is on a mission to find info on the first kiss contract, and she knows it has to be in the royal family section. She reaches into the exact same drawer, and he watches intently as she pulls out the pearl. She holds the glowing orb in her hands, and he's bracing himself because he assumes she's about to unlock its secrets. But then she just tilts her head in total confusion. Crystal ball? How do I read this? She asks. Our guy is absolutely floored by her cluelessness. What? She doesn't even know how to use it, he thinks, mentally facepalming. The sound of a guard's lantern approaches, and Yinhu freezes in terror. She clutches her chest, her heart racing as the light gets closer. Before she can be discovered, a hand suddenly covers her mouth and yanks her into the shadows. Quiet, it's me, he whispers, holding her tight. The guard walks right past their hiding spot, completely oblivious to the 2 royals tucked away. Yinhu can only stare up at him in shock, pinned against his chest as they wait for the danger to pass. As the moon hangs high over the palace, a mysterious figure creeps through the silent corridors. Our girl Yinhu isn't about to let a stalker roam free, so she pulls back the curtain and demands, Long Qi, why are you here? She's caught him red-handed in the archives, and he looks like he's just seen a ghost. But instead of making an excuse, he decides it's finally time for the truth. I am not a merchant, he confesses. I am the king of mankind. Talk about a glow-up. He admits he didn't end up here because of some storm, but because his father told him about a legendary treasure belonging to Princess A Lai before he passed away. Our poor heroine is stunned, realizing this man has been keeping a massive web of secrets from her. He offers a quiet apology, and being the sweetheart she is, Yinhu tells him it's okay as long as he doesn't plan on hurting the mermaids. But she makes one thing very clear: I hate to be cheated. This is the last time, please. She tells him she hasn't heard much about Princess A Lai from the elders, but she did find a crystal ball record she can't quite decode. When he asks what she's doing in the library so late, she admits she's searching for a way to break the first kiss contract. She begins scaling a ladder to search the higher shelves, and Long Qi nervously tells her to be careful. As she searches the royal records, he looks up at her with a pained expression. You hated me? That's why you want to void the contract? He asks softly. Yinhu turns back, explaining that it's not about hate, she just doesn't want to be attached to someone by force. She then flips the script, asking why he's been avoiding her lately. He tries to play it cool and deny it, but she's not buying it. Really? Then why are you hiding behind the curtain? She teases. Caught again, he admits he saw her talking to Jila and didn't want to spoil her mood. Someone's sounding a little jealous. Yinhu sighs, revealing she's never left the island and only loves hearing stories about the world beyond the waves. She asks him to tell her about mankind, but it turns out he was a bit of a shut-in too, raised strictly within the palace walls. As she continues her search, she grows frustrated that she still hasn't found a single lead. Suddenly, her foot slips on the rung of the ladder. She cries out as she loses her balance, her scrolls flying into the air. Thankfully, the king is quick on his feet and catches her before she can hit the floor. Blushing, she offers a quick thanks Long Qi. He suggests that if she wants to find the most confidential documents, she should talk to Tupo. He seems a bit skeptical, asking if she really trusts her that much. Yinhu smiles, explaining that Tupo and her brother have been her best friends since they were children. Meanwhile, outside in the moonlit gardens, a shadow moves through the trees. A witness watches from the distance, narrowing her eyes as she wonders, what is that guy doing? Then, who's there? Tupo demands, her eyes scanning the dark courtyard. She spots a suspicious figure lurking by the stairs, looking like he's up to no good. What are you doing here? She asks, catching him red-handed while he's holding a heavy hammer. The guy just smirks, claiming he's simply designing a little stunt. Tupo isn't buying his excuses for a second. I'll tell my brother if you don't start telling the truth right now, she threatens. He immediately panics, tossing the hammer aside and begging her to wait. He finally reveals his master plan. He's crafted a special underground gown for our girl, Yinhu. He explains that once she plunges into the water wearing it, the dress will work its magic, and her legs will transform into a tail instantly. He's clearly obsessed with his own talent, imagining the princess looking absolutely divine as she swims. Tupo acknowledges that he's put in a lot of effort, but she insists the princess needs to be informed. Please, keep it a secret, he begs, desperate for it to be a total surprise. Tupo isn't easily swayed, reminding him that countless people are constantly trying to impress the princess. He gets suspicious, asking what Long Qi did to get her to help him keep secrets. Tupo's gears start turning. She realizes that if the princess falls for this guy's stunt, then Yinhu might stay away from Long Qi, giving Tupo a better chance with him. I'll help you, she says, but I have one condition. She warns him that if he's a spy, he better not breathe a single bad word about Long Qi. He instantly catches on, teasing her about her obvious crush. Mind your own business, she snaps, turning her back on him. He suggests they should work together as partners and bring Yinhu to this spot tomorrow. He thinks they're a team, but Tupo is cold-blooded. Who's your partner? She thinks to herself, I'm just using you. As she walks away into the moonlit night, she can't help but feel bitter about how everyone is constantly trying to cater to the princess. Her mind drifts back 10 years to when it all started. She and Hao Cheng were assigned as the princess' personal caretakers when they were just children. Their only job in life was to ensure Yinhu remained safe and unharmed. But growing up in the princess's shadow was as a total nightmare for her ego. While Yinhu had all the most beautiful dresses and the most expensive, luxurious accessories, Tupo was always just the girl in the background. Even the men flocked to the princess with flowers and praise, leaving Tupo feeling like she had absolutely nothing. She only found a reason to keep going when she met Long Qi, and now she's desperate for him to take her away from this island, so they can finally live their own lives. She looks on with a determined, prayerful expression, willing her plan to work. The maid leans in, asking if Her Highness has finally found a way to void that pesky contract. Our girl is visibly frustrated, admitting she's totally upset because things just aren't going her way. As the maid brushes her long pink hair with a fancy golden comb, they start plotting their next move. Yeah, he has something to find out too, Yinhu notes, confirming she's still planning to meet up with Long Qi. The maid is worried because a certain elder Bai is constantly hovering around lately, making a secret meeting nearly impossible to arrange. But our clever princess has a spark of inspiration. Why doesn't she just distract the elder so the maid can sneak Long Qi inside? The maid thinks this is perfect and suggests using the gown fitting tomorrow as the bait to lure Elder Bai away to the safe room. Well, let's do it, Yinhu agrees, even if she's dreading the fashion show. Apparently, this gown was designed by Jaila, who was so obsessed he monitored the tailor's every move. Yinhu is quick to friend-zone him though, insisting she only sees the guy as a normal friend and nothing more. That's when the maid drops the million-dollar question, Your Highness, do you like him? Yinhu's reaction is pure gold. She calls Long Qi a boring, expressionless ice cube who isn't funny at all. He looks like a stingray, she scoffs, and honestly, the shade is absolutely legendary. The maid agrees that Ji La is way more fun, but warns our girl to keep her distance from Long Qi since he's acting pretty suspicious. The mood shifts as they reminisce about their failed attempt to escape the island and head to the mainland years ago. Yinhu still feels terrible that her maid was punished because of her, but the maid just wants her to forget the past. It's a heavy moment as they realize they might be stuck on this island until the day they die. The drama is interrupted when a servant announces that Long Qi has finally arrived. Despite all her earlier trash talking, the maid notices Yinhu's eyes light up, thinking to herself that love is the one thing you can never truly hide. Long Ki enters the room, looking as stoic and handsome as ever as he locks eyes with our princess. Meanwhile, Jaila is busy inspecting the new gown, looking quite pleased with his masterpiece. The maid coordinates with him, confirming the plan to bring Elder B in to check the dress tomorrow. Jaila smirks, telling her he owes her one and will definitely repay the favor in the future. Our girl is stepping out, and honestly, she's serving looks in this new ensemble. This white and blue gown is everything, and she looks like a literal goddess descending from the heavens. Her every step is pure grace, and even the gold anklets perfectly accentuate those human legs she's grown so fond of. Even the guards can't help but gape, whispering, "Wow, she is so pretty," as she passes by. But there's no time for a photo shoot because the elders are waiting in the garden. Yinhu agrees to meet them but immediately pulls her maid aside with a secret mission. "You go and look for him now," she whispers, sending her attendant off to find the prince. Her companion tries to pry into where she's sending the girl, but the maid shuts him down instantly, telling him it's none of his business. As they walk through the garden, the guy tries to play it cool, telling her she looks great in the gown. He adds a cryptic comment about how she might look even better underwater, but his eyes are darting around. Finally, they reach the elders, who are standing by the water with a full entourage. While the women talk, the guy spots a specific tile and smirks to himself. He thinks, yes, Tupo's arrangement is just perfect. The pleasantries don't last long though. Elder Bai mentions she heard a rumor that the princess actually hates this gown and is ready to punish whoever said it. But Yinhu isn't about to let someone else take the fall for her feelings. "No, please don't punish them," she says firmly. "They are not lying." She looks Elder Bai right in the eye and admits that she hates the gown because she hates turning her legs into a fishtail. Elder Bai is absolutely scandalized. "This is not what you're supposed to say as a princess," she barks. Yinhu just sighs, asking if this is about that princess responsibility again. The elder doubles down, insisting that a fishtail is the unique feature of a mermaid, and she should be proud of it. But our girl is tired of the charade. "I have to use the potion every time, and I hate it," she shouts. The elder tries to claim that all royal families are different and need the potion, but Yinhu has been doing her homework. She points out that in the mermaid's history, Princess Ailey never needed a potion. "Am I a real princess?" she demands. This strikes a nerve, and Elder Bai screams at her to shut up, forbidden her from even mentioning Ailey's name. Yinhu is stunned by the sudden outburst, wondering why the elder is so incredibly angry. Sensing the disaster, the other elder quickly apologizes for the rudeness and drags Bai away. Fed up with the drama, Yinhu decides it's time to head back to the palace, while her companion watches her every move, realizing his plan is finally in motion. He sees her walking toward the water and knows the trap is set. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the prince is finally looking for his bride. When the maid mentions that Yinhu is showing off her underwater gown to the elders, he's confused. "Underwater gown, what's that?" he asks. The maid's face goes pale as the realization hits her like a ton of bricks. "Oh my god, I forgot to give her the potion," she cries out in terror. The prince's heart drops. If she's in the water without that potion, she can't transform. Just like the first time they met, she won't be able to breathe. Without waiting for another word, he bolts toward the garden, desperate to reach her before she drowns. "Long Ki, please wait. I'm sending the potion to the princess," the girl cries out, trying to stop him. But he's not having any of it, snapping back a cold "no need" as he storms off. She tries to distract him with talk of documents in the safe room, but he's already sprinting away with a sense of urgency. She watches him go with a suspicious look, wondering to herself, "Why are you so concerned about her? You like her?" Meanwhile, down by the lakeside, tragedy strikes when a wooden plank suddenly snaps under our girl's foot. Ouch! Yinhu screams as she loses her balance and tumbles backward toward the deep water. That shady guy watching from the shadows isn't even trying to help, thinking to himself that the climax has finally arrived. Our poor heroine hits the water with a massive splash, and the situation turns dire instantly. Panic sets in as she sinks, and she realizes with horror that she forgot her transformation potion. She desperately reaches for the surface, but the water is unforgiving as she begins to drown. "Help!" she silently pleads as she drifts further into the blue abyss. It's a heart-wrenching sight as her body goes limp, and she sinks deeper into the depths. Up on the shore, the onlookers are losing their minds, wondering if this was all prearranged, or if she actually had her potion. Our dark-haired observer is just confused about what this potion even is, while the ladies realize they're in big trouble because the guards were ordered to stay away. One of them screams for Ji-la to dive in and save her, but he's standing there paralyzed because he doesn't even know how to swim. Just as the mean girls tell him to get lost, a blur of white appears on the horizon. Longki comes charging in, huffing and puffing but refusing to slow down. He dives into the water without a second thought, scanning the dark depths for any sign of his princess. Yinhu is completely unconscious now, drifting like a broken doll. "Princess, I'm coming," he vows, his true draconic features beginning to show as he finally spots her. He pulls her into his arms, but his heart sinks when he realizes she's already stopped breathing. "Wake up!" he begs, cradling her face in the water. Desperate to save her life, he leans in to provide life-saving air, resulting in a breathtakingly cinematic underwater kiss. Back on land, the head lady is absolutely fuming that her plan went sideways, screaming at her servant to go investigate why Long Qi showed up. Our shady observer realizes someone must have tipped Long Qi off and starts sweating bullets, worried he's about to be exposed. Finally, Long Qi breaks the surface, carrying our poor heroine safely out of the water. "How is she?" the women ask, acting like they actually care. He looks them dead in the eye and confirms she's still alive, though she's still soaked and shivering. She has passed out, he notes grimly, holding Yinhu tightly as he prepares to deal with whoever let this happen. We open on the high-stakes drama of Yinhu and her dragon protector. Inside her subconscious, a frantic voice screams, "Get the doctor now? Princess, wake up please." Another voice begs as our girl drifts through a hazy memory. Suddenly, she opens her eyes to see a maid shouting that she's finally awake. Her parents hover over her, looking worried sick, and her father warns her to stay away from the pond because of her phobia of water. As Yinhu stares blankly, the memory of what actually happened comes flooding back. "Someone pushed me," she whispers, her voice trembling. Her father is shocked, demanding to know who would do such a thing. Our girl can only shake in terror as the trauma hits her. But instead of seeking justice, her parents decide to just walk away, sighing that they can't do anything even if they knew the truth. A hand brushes her face as a voice calls her a pitiful child. With a final gasp, she fades back into the darkness. Back in the real world, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Everyone is gathered around the prince's bed, waiting for a miracle. A healer tells Elder Bai that he needs more time to wake her up since she was underwater for so long. Will she sleep forever? Elder Bai asks, her heart sinking. The healer looks down at our unconscious heroine and delivers the crushing blow. She might die in her sleep, he admits grimly. Long Qi stands by, his face twisted in shock and grief. Elder Bai immediately goes into boss mode, ordering an investigation and the execution of whoever did this. But then, she turns her fury on Long Qi. "Lock Long Qi up," she commands, pointing a finger at him. Even though he saved the princess, she finds it way too suspicious that he knew exactly where she had fallen. As the guards grab him, Long Qi refuses to go quietly. "Wait, Elder Bai, I know how to save the princess," he shouts. That gets her attention real quick, and she tells the guards to let him go so he can explain. Long Qi claims his ancestors have a traditional method for waking the unconscious, but there's a massive catch. "What?" Elder Bai demands, desperate for any shred of hope. Long Qi looks her dead in the eye and says, "I can only cure her when no other people are around. Everyone needs to leave." It sounds sketchy as heck, but another lady steps in, insisting they have to let him try if it means saving the princess. Elder Bai finally relents and orders everyone out of the room immediately. But as she walks away, she leaves him with a chilling warning. "I will kill you if she dies." Now alone with the woman he loves, Long Qi's expression turns serious. "I won't let you die. My princess," he thinks, his heart breaking for her. He leans over her, determined to bring her back to the land of the living, no matter what it takes. Long Qi stands before a mysterious hooded woman, explaining that the girl is indeed the princess of the mermaids. He claims she was merely a tool who helped him by luring the elders away before falling into the water. The woman doesn't seem surprised, noting that His Majesty always acts for the benefit of the dragons. Long Qi stares intensely, insisting that his concern isn't personal. "I am only feeling pitiful to her," he claims, trying to convince himself more than anyone else. Despite his cold words, he tenderly cradles Yinhu's face. He holds her close, his expression filled with a worry he refuses to acknowledge. He calls out to Kaluona, signaling that it's time to begin. A massive surge of magical energy erupts, swirling around them in a violent swoosh. As he pours his power into her, Long Qi looks visibly strained. He begins to spiral, wondering why he feels sad seeing her suffer, and why he's so anxious now that she's in danger. Our poor heroine is caught in a fever dream, her face beaded with sweat as she struggles. Long Qi grips her hand tightly, his mind at war with his heart. "I am the Dragon King. I shouldn't have feelings for this little fish," he thinks, even as he begs his princess to wake up. Inside her mind, Yinhu is lost in the dark depths of the ocean. She panics, realizing that even though she has a fishtail, she can't breathe underwater. She sinks further into the blue abyss, her body limp as she falls through the currents. Suddenly, a glowing blue dragon appears, its massive form illuminated against the darkness. It circles her, its presence both terrifying and protective as it guards her soul. The vision shatters like glass, her eyes snap open, and the first thing she sees is Long Qi right in front of her. Long Qi, why are you here? What's happening? She asks, her voice weak. But he doesn't answer. He's completely passed out from exhaustion. Panicked, she screams for help, wondering if anyone can hear her. The maidservants burst into the room, crying out in relief that the princess is finally awake. Later, as Yinhu rests with some tea, she immediately asks about Long Qi's condition. Her attendant assures her he's okay, just incredibly weak. Just then, a man named Jaila arrives at the door. Yinhu is wary, knowing she needs to act before she's exposed by her enemies. Jila enters the room carrying a large bouquet of roses. He drops to one knee in a dramatic apology. I designed the movable tile. But I didn't mean to hurt you, he confesses, looking like a kicked puppy. He claims he only wanted to surprise her with a special underwater gown. Our girl isn't impressed by the dangerous stunt, warning him that the elders would execute him on the spot if they knew. She reveals that because of his surprise, she lost her transformation potion and couldn't change her legs back into a tail. She accepts the flowers and his apology, but then she delivers the ultimate blow. I always treated you as my best friend, she says with a polite smile. Jila stands there, frozen as the best friend tag is metaphorically stamped on his forehead. As he walks away, he's not discouraged. Instead, he's even more obsessed. He thinks she's the most precious treasure in the world and vows that he will eventually win her heart and love her forever. No, please let me go, please. A young boy pleads as he is brutally dunked into a barrel of water. His captors have no mercy, hanging him upside down like a piece of meat and warning him that stealing again will be his death sentence. They eventually toss his limp body onto the cold pavement, leaving the townspeople to whisper and wonder if the poor kid is even still alive. But our little street rat is tougher than he looks, gasping for air as he drags himself across the wet stones. I will not die, don't worry, he mutters with a chillingly determined smirk. The joke is actually on his captors, because he managed to hide the silver coin he stole enough to keep him fed for an entire month. Growing up as an orphan, he learned long ago that you have to live like a rat just to survive another day in this cruel world. Years ago, a traveler in a local tavern shared a tale that sounded like a drunken fever dream. Who lived on that island? Monsters? A listener asks, leaning in with curiosity. The traveler whispers the truth. They are mermaids, half-human, half-fish creatures. He claims the island was overflowing with treasure, but the mermaids were far too fierce to let him take a single gold coin home. The tavern erupts in mockery, with everyone laughing at his tall tales. Bro, are you drunk? They jeer, while the man sighs, lamenting that absolutely nobody believes the truth. But as he stumbles home into the night, a mysterious figure follows him into the shadows. A hand suddenly grabs his shoulder, and a voice offers him more drinks in exchange for the full story. Greed glints in the stranger's eyes as he realizes this is his ticket to the big leagues. I am going to be rich, he thinks. Back in the present, a hand offers a cup of water to a resting Long Qi. Thanks. Wow, I am impressed that you are taking care of me personally, Long Qi says, looking up at Tupo. Tupo isn't exactly the nursing type, and eyes him suspiciously. You act weird. What do you want? He asks, cutting straight through the fake pleasantries. Tupo offers a stiff thanks for saving the princess, but Long Qi isn't about to let him off the hook. You were just standing there. Why didn't you save her from the lake? He demands, calling out the guard's blatant hesitation. Tupo turns his back, giving the weakest excuse in the history of excuses. I have a phobia of water. Long Qi gives him a look of pure, are you kidding me? And points out that he literally arrived here on a ship. Tupo just huffs, telling him to mind his own business since some things are just hard to explain. The tension is finally broken when a servant announces that the princess has arrived. Yinhu walks in on her own two legs, looking radiant and completely recovered. Long Qi's intense gaze softens the second he sees her, and he asks if she's feeling better. Yinhu mentions that Tupo told her they failed to find the information they were after. But Long Qi doesn't seem to care about the mission or the secrets right now. He looks her dead in the eyes and says, your safety is more important. Our girl's heart does a total Olympic somersault, going lup-dup at his unexpected sincerity. Meanwhile, the audience in the back is losing it too. Po is just confused about the info, while the girl beside him is convinced she's witnessing a live confession. Night has fallen over the palace, but the air is thick with a tension that sleep can't fix. Tupo finds Yinhu staring out into the moonlit night and asks why she isn't in bed, but our girl is suffering from a major case of the what-ifs. What did Long Qi mean today? She wonders aloud, her cheeks turning a bright shade of strawberry pink. She can't help but ask the question we're all thinking. Is he confessing to me? Tupo practically freezes at the suggestion, and her face says it all. She is definitely not a fan of this ship. She warns Yinhu that the guy looks suspicious and that it's better to keep their distance. Tupo reminds her that she's a literal princess and Long Qi is just some guy, nothing special at all. She even brings up the first love contract, worried he might be planning something bad while they're still bound by it. But Yinhu isn't having it, insisting that her feelings aren't just because of some magical contract. You don't understand, he is different from those people, she exclaims, totally smitten and ignoring the red flags. Tupo tells her to get some rest, but as she walks away, her expression shifts from concerned maid to heartbroken rival. She thinks to herself that she's the one who truly understands him, and her heart is clearly breaking. We get a bombshell realization. Tupo fell for him the moment they met in the jail, long before Yinhu entered the picture. She clenches her hands so hard they shake, the jealousy bubbling just under the surface. He fell in love with you, she cries out in her mind, feeling completely invisible in Yinhu's shadow. Tears finally spill over as she wonders why everyone only has eyes for the princess, leaving her feeling like she's made of glass. Her brother catches her in this vulnerable moment, looking genuinely concerned as he asks if she's okay. Tupo quickly wipes her eyes and tries to play it off, claiming she's just tired and needs to sleep it off. But her brother isn't letting it go that easily, insisting they need a real talk. They head to the balcony, where Tupo finally snaps, asking if they have anything to talk about other than the princess. He asks what's really bothering her, and she poses hypothetical, that's a little too real. If you fell in love with someone, but that someone likes another person, what would you do? He pauses, the weight of the question hanging in the air as he looks at his sister. His answer is pure second lead energy. I will protect her. Be her guardian quietly. As long as she still needs him, he'll be there to protect her, no matter who she loves. Tupo scoffs at the idea, calling such a selfless love lowly and pathetic. She walks away, leaving her brother alone with his thoughts as she retreats to rest. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, the plot thickens as two women discuss a suspicious accident that almost ruined their efforts. A mysterious liquid is carefully mixed into a cup, and you just know this isn't for a tea party. They realize they can't investigate further because the princess called it an accident, but they're certain Long Qi is the key. They've noticed the way he looks at Yinhu, and it's making them very nervous. Long Qi is not within our control, one of them sighs, worried he'll whisk her away and ruin everything they've built. The cup is carefully packed away into a box, a hidden weapon in their political game. Their mission is clear, cold, and calculated. We need to stop them from falling in love. Long Kai stares longingly at the pearl necklace in his hand, wondering if his little fish is doing okay. He remembers a time long ago when a mysterious girl offered to save the fish. With a dramatic swoosh of magic, she began to channel her power, gathering the essence of the tiny creature. Suddenly a bright light flashes, and a glowing crystal appears. Long Qi is stunned, asking, "What is this?" The girl explains that it's a spell called the Crystal Kiss, and the ball is filled with his own tears to keep the fish's soul safe. But there's a catch. The fish will only be reborn when the girl he truly loves kisses the crystal. Of course, Long Qi is already thinking of our girl, Yinhu. He looks at the pearl, his heart heavy. "It's not allowed," he whispers to himself, his expression darkening. He's torn because he's actually planning to steal her people's treasure, which means they'll never let him marry their princess. He's stressed out, wondering if Yinhu even likes him back. Clenching the necklace, he decides he needs to find an opportunity to give it to her and ask for her hand. He heads to her palace, but he's greeted by a massive crowd outside. Her maid, Tupo, spots him and asks if he's looking for the princess, but mentions the elders are currently inside. She offers to pass along a message, but Long Qi is in no mood for small talk. "No need. I will come again later," he snaps before turning on his heel. Tupo watches him go, noting how distant he's been lately. Little does he know, things are going south inside the palace. A glass shatters as Yinhu screams, "What did you say? Getting married with Hao Cheng? Why?" The elders aren't backing down, reminding her that royal families must marry within their own race. They claim this Hao Cheng guy is sincere, and they've already recommended him for the job. Our poor heroine is panicking, stuttering that she isn't saying he's a bad guy, but what's the reason then? The elder demands. Yinhu finally snaps, shouting, "I just don't want to get married." The elders don't care about her feelings, though. They remind her that at 16, She must marry to become the spiritual leader of the mermaids. Yinhu is left speechless, her eyes wide with shock. They tell her to consider the proposal and that they'll be back tomorrow to finalize everything, reminding her that this is her duty. As they walk away, leaving our girl devastated, the elders march right past the maids. Tupo rushes in to find Yinhu looking like her world has ended. But our girl isn't going down without a fight. I want to see him, she thinks. She grabs Tupo and tells her to arrange a secret meeting with Longqi tonight, clutching her dress in a nervous grip. Yinhu knows she has to find out once and for all whether he actually likes her. His Majesty finally makes an appearance, looking as regal and cold as ever, demanding to know what the urgent matter is. The poor servant girl, Tupo, looks like she's about to jump out of her skin, stuttering that she'd rather let the princess tell him herself. Let's go then, he says, clearly not having time for these games. But as they walk through the palace grounds, our Dragon King senses something is off. He stops dead in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as if he's picked up a signal from across the realm. Suddenly, he does a total 180 and tells Tupo he has something urgent to do and can't meet Yinhu right now. Talk about a cold shoulder. Tupo tries to warn him that our girl Yinhu is in a terrible mood, but he just brushes her off, asking her to convey his message later. He's got bigger fish to fry, or should I say, bigger dragons to manage. Back in his chambers, he's being watched by Jila, who's playing the role of a sleeping spy under the bed net. Longqi knows he's being watched, and thinks to himself that he needs to transform into his dragon form to communicate with Kaluna, while avoiding this irritating spy. Little does he know, Jila is wide awake and tracking his every move, wondering what the heck he's doing on the balcony in the middle of the night. Stepping out into the moonlight, Longqi connects to the magical frequency. Kaluna, I am ready, he whispers into the void. The news from the other side is absolutely devastating. A plague is ravaging the land, and it's spreading faster than anyone can control. It's not just any sickness, though the patients are literally growing scales on their bodies that can't be removed. It gets even worse. Horns sprout from their heads. They lose their memories, and eventually, they turn into dragons permanently. This isn't a blessing, it's a death sentence for their humanity. Kaluna is desperate, begging him to return because rumors are flying that he's already transformed and gone MIA. She looks exhausted, holding onto the magical connection with everything she's got. Longqi, now showing his own glowing dragon mark and horns, promises her he'll return as soon as possible. As the vision fades, Kaluna is left alone in the dark, whispering how much the dragons and she need him. Back on the balcony, Jila finally creeps out from the bed, searching for the king. He looks out toward the balcony and sees a silhouette that definitely isn't human. The moonlight reveals the unmistakable shape of dragon horns on Longqi's head. Jila's eyes go wide with pure shock. The secret is out. But before he can even process the horror, Longqi senses the intruder and whips around with a terrifying glare. Jila, he growls, his voice dripping with menace. Are you stalking me? Our spy is in major trouble now. We find Hao Cheng, the leader of the guards, trying to be a humble hero by insisting he isn't qualified to marry the princess. But our girl Yinhu isn't having any of that arranged marriage nonsense. I will never agree to it, she declares firmly. Hao Cheng looks like he just walked into a wall, but Yinhu doubles down. I don't care about status, she says, looking absolutely regal. She's a true romantic who refuses to be a pawn in the elders' plans. She wants a love that lasts forever. Then comes the moment that makes every guy's heart sink. Hao Cheng, I treated you as my best friend. I am sorry, she says with a look of pure pity. Ouch. The friend zone is a cold, dark place, but Hao Cheng takes it like a total champ, telling her he's just happy she considers him a friend at all. But he's not blind. He looks at her and asks the million-dollar question. Your Highness, you like Longqi? Our heroine's face says it all. She is totally busted. When he asks if the feelings are mutual, Yinhu's confidence wavers. She walks away, her heart heavy. I don't know, she admits, looking downcast. He is too secretive. Hao Cheng might have been friend-zoned, but he's still her protector. He stares off, thinking that if Longqi treats her badly, he's going to have a major problem to deal with. Speak of the devil, Longqi himself walks in, looking as stoic and handsome as ever, claiming he has urgent matters to discuss. Hao Cheng gives him a classic "I'm watching you" glare before making his exit. Our girl is hopeful, wondering if he's finally coming to explain the drama from last night. She asks him what's wrong, but instead of a confession, she gets a total bombshell. I need to leave Mermaid Island. I am coming to bid farewell to you, he says, his face unreadable. Our poor girl is so stunned she literally asks him to repeat himself. He coldly confirms that he's leaving and thanks her for the hospitality. She's left standing there, heart shattered, wondering if he really has nothing else to say to her before he disappears from her life. Long Qi is sweating bullets, wondering if Yinhu found out his scaly secret from the night before. He tries to play it cool, but his words come out cold as he tells her there's no point in explaining things that can't be changed. Our girl is absolutely crushed, convinced he's only sticking around because of that magical first kiss contract. Her heart breaks into a million pieces, and she clenches her fist in frustration. You don't have to be in a dilemma, she snaps through tears. You don't need to come back anymore. Long Qi looks like he just got slapped, stammering that she's got it all wrong. But before he can fix his mess, a maid interrupts to announce the arrival of the elders. Yinhu doesn't even look at him as she walks away, her spirit totally defeated. Long Qi stands there like a confused puppy, wondering how he managed to say everything wrong. He tries to reach out one last time, but another girl steps in and tells him the elders won't tolerate him hanging around the princess. He's forced to retreat, promising he'll be back to explain everything later. As he's ushered out the side door like a common thief, Yinhu watches him go, whispering a final goodbye in her heart. Now, it's time for the main event, a showdown with the elders. They demand to know if she's picked a husband yet. But our girl is finally standing her ground. It's my life, she declares, her eyes flashing with fire. And I won't let anyone control who I marry. She drops a total bombshell, telling the elders that if they won't let her choose, she doesn't even want to be a princess anymore. The elders are absolutely floored by her rebellion. Word spreads fast through the palace that the princess has been grounded for her disobedience. The maids gossip about how pitiful she is, locked away and refusing to eat a single bite. Our poor heroine is shivering in bed, burning up with a fever from the stress. A hand reaches out to check her temperature, but there's no sympathy in those eyes. It's Tupo, who thinks Yinhu is just being dramatic after standing on the balcony too long. She looks down at the sleeping Yinhu and sneers. This is all your fault. You shouldn't have fallen for Long Qi. He is mine. After making sure that the coast is clear, Tu tells the guards not to disturb the princess and slips away. Little does she know, a certain dragon is lurking in the shadows of the night. Seeing Tupo leave, Long Qi realizes this is his only chance to see Yinhu one last time before he has to leave. He sneaks toward her balcony, his heart racing with anxiety. He's dying to see her, but he's still terrified of what he'll say if she asks about the dragon race. Your Highness, are you in? A voice calls out as someone approaches the bedchamber. It's our handsome lead, looking regal in white, but his expression is anything but calm. He finds Yinhu tucked away, wondering if she's already drifted off for the night. But as he leans in, something feels terribly off. Our girl is drenched in sweat, gasping for air as if she's fighting for her life in her sleep. She was fine this morning. Why is she suddenly sick? He panics, desperately trying to shake her awake. He cradles her face, his heart clearly breaking for her. He whispers an apology for not explaining things properly, leaning in close with a look of pure devotion. But inside Yinhu's mind, it's a total disaster zone. A massive storm is raging, and a tiny boat is about to be swallowed by the sea. The crew is screaming about dragons and imminent doom as the waves crash down. A much younger Yinhu is terrified, calling out for her parents in the middle of the chaos. She's never seen a dragon before and wonders what kind of monster could cause such a nightmare. She peeks through the curtains just as a gargantuan wave towers over the ship. Before she can even process the danger, she's swept overboard into the churning water. Yinhu, come back, someone screams, but it's too late. She's submerged, the salt water filling her lungs as she cries out for her mom and dad one last time. Back in the real world, she screams for her parents, jolting the prince. He's stunned. She told him she'd never even met her parents before. So where is this coming from? But in the vision, Yinhu is still sinking, her vision fading as she realizes she can't breathe. Bubbles rise around her as she accepts the end. I am dying, she thinks, drifting into the dark abyss. But then, something glowing catches her eye. A majestic blue dragon cuts through the dark water toward her. It's massive, powerful, and absolutely terrifying. But then, right before her eyes, the beast transforms into a stunning young man. He reaches out a hand and for a second, she wonders if he's there to save her or turn her into a snack. He pulls her into a firm embrace, and suddenly, the freezing water doesn't feel cold anymore. So warm, she realizes as he swims toward the surface, his powerful tail guiding them through the current. Yinhu jolts awake with a piercing scream, gasping for air. She finds herself staring right into the worried eyes of Long Qi. Her heart is racing as the line between her lost memories and her dreams begins to blur. But while our couple is having a dramatic moment, the palace walls have ears. The court ladies are whispering about the princess regaining her memories, and they aren't happy about it. Looking at a mysterious jar of medicine, one of them coldly declares, "We should increase the dosage." But while they're busy being a main character couple, the plot is thickening elsewhere. A mysterious lady in purple tells her companion, "Ah, bye." that she's heading to the basement and that she needs to rest. Bai looks like she's about to have a heart attack from worry, but the lady just tells her to stay calm. Don't worry. I am fine, she insists, though her eyes say otherwise. She approaches a massive, intimidating door carved with twin dragons. Suddenly, the necklace around her neck begins to glow with a pulsing light. The dragon on the door responds, its eye lighting up as if recognizing its master. With a heavy click, the secret entrance finally gives way. As she descends, she thinks back to her long-standing mission. She's been planning for the worst since she was young, telling her loyal followers that if she dies, they must take the mermaids to a deserted island. She's convinced the race can survive even without the power of the mermaid pearl. We get a glimpse into a heartbreaking flashback where a blue-haired princess is scaring the absolute life out of her maids. She reveals a glowing orb containing the floor plan of her underground palace, entrusting it to only them. "Remember what I have told you?" she asks with a hauntingly beautiful smile. The maids are in tears, demanding to know what she's actually trying to do. "I need to save someone," she says softly, and to do that, she's willing to use the mermaid pearl, even if it costs her everything. The maids scream that no one in the world is worth her sacrifice. But the princess just reaches out, gently touching Bai's face. "Bai, you are so wrong," she whispers. "You will understand it when you fall in love with someone." She believes that true love means being willing to sacrifice everything, including your own life. We see her now, preserved in a crystal coffin like a tragic sleeping beauty. Back in the present, the purple-clad lady touches the glass of the coffin. "Your Highness, I am here," she says. She admits that while the mermaid race is safe, she's gone off script from the original plan. Her eyes narrow with a cold, vengeful fury. "You will then open your eye and see my revenge to the dragon race," she vows. Meanwhile, back at the palace, Yinhu is resting in bed when she's startled to see Long Qi standing there. "Long Qi, I thought you left?" she asks, her voice weak. He explains that he wanted to see her one last time before heading out, only to find out she's fallen ill. Our girl decides she can't let him leave without knowing the truth. "Long Qi, I like you," she confesses, her heart racing. Long Qi is stunned into silence. "Don't go. Don't leave me here," she pleads, looking absolutely precious. Long Qi can't hold back anymore. "I want to tell you the same thing too," he admits, leaning in close. As they embrace, Yinhu looks at him with realization. "You look like the guy who always appears in my dream," she says. She tells him about the hero who saved her life in those dreams. Long Qi's expression softens as he reveals a secret of his own. "I did save a little girl many years ago," he says. He looks her in the eye and asks, "Maybe that's not your dream, but your memory that you have forgotten?" Talk about a fated romance. Yinhu is grappling with the revelation that her childhood memories are completely blank. She explains to Long Qi that she doesn't remember a single thing from before she was 8 years old. While other mermaids played freely in the waves, Yinhu was kept isolated as the only remaining true royal bloodline. "What are the elders trying to do?" Long Qi asks, sensing the tension. Yinhu sighs, revealing their plan is to force her into a marriage with someone from the mermaid race. "That's my bottom line," she declares, refusing to be a puppet for the council. Long Qi pulls her close to comfort her, his hand resting gently on her knee. He makes a bold suggestion. "Let's leave the mermaid island together." Yinhu is stunned, wondering if they would really try to survive on the mainland. Long Qi promises they'll find a place where they can simply be together, far from these rules. But our girl is worried, recalling the tragic tale of Princess Aili who ran away with another race and met a terrible end. Long Qi looks her in the eye and promises, "I'm not the guy who cheated Princess Aili." He swears he won't betray her like the man who stole everything from that poor princess. Their intimate moment is being watched from the shadows, however. Her lady-in-waiting interrupts the mood, announcing the doctor is coming and suggesting Long Qi leave immediately. He bids Yinhu a gentle goodnight, promising to visit her tomorrow. Outside, Long Qi confronts the maid, sensing her ulterior motives. "I want to show you something," she says slyly. Long Qi is unimpressed, asking what? She pulls out a glowing blue object she's been hiding. It's a scale he accidentally left behind, solid proof of his true identity. The maid threatens to take it to the elders and expose the fact that he's communicating with the dragon race. Long Qi isn't intimidated at all. "What makes you think I need your permission to do anything?" he retorts coldly. The maid looks desperate, asking if he's really not getting her meaning. Suddenly, she drops the bombshell. "I like you." She throws herself at him, begging him to take her away instead of the princess. Long Qi immediately pushes her off with a look of pure disgust. He tells her he knew she was cunning from the start and only ignored it because of her position. If you try to harm the princess, I'll have no choice but to stop you, he warns. The maid tries one last threat, shouting that she'll have him jailed, but Long Qi just gives a chilling smile. With a flick of his power, the scale begins to vanish right out of her hands. The maid is left trembling, finally realizing that Long Qi possesses terrifying power. She recalls the silhouette of his horns and wonders in horror. Could he be a dragon? As he walks away, Long Qi remains as mysterious and dangerous as ever. The kingdom is in a total state of panic because more and more people are turning into dragons, and the elders fear their race will vanish forever. A group of restless officials corners the high priestess, Kaluona, demanding to know where the king is hiding. Why is the king hiding from us? Is it because he also... I need an answer, priest. They demand, their voices filled with suspicion. They're even threatening to restructure the entire country if the king has already lost his humanity or died. Just when the tension reaches a breaking point, General Andy arrives on the scene, looking absolutely lethal. He doesn't mince words, warning the crowd that anyone trying to stir up chaos will be punished on the spot. Kaluona is clearly relieved to see her ally. Andy stands firm, claiming the king is simply busy searching for a way to stop the transformations and doesn't wish to be disturbed. He tells the officials that now is the time to show their loyalty, not their greed. The king will summon you when he is ready to meet you, he declares, shutting down their protests. The officials aren't fully convinced, giving him a strict 10-day deadline before they storm out. Once the room clears, Kaluona turns to the general and asks about his brother. Andy's stoic expression immediately cracks into one of deep sorrow. Hidden away, we see a majestic blue dragon huffing in pain on the floor. The priestess is stunned to realize the curse has hit so close to home. Andy explains it happened a few days ago, and though the dragon is tame for now, the heartbreak is visible on his face. He watches the beast, wondering if his brother even recognizes him anymore. Kaluona can only offer her apologies for his loss, and denotes that his brother was among the first infected, and he fears that eventually, none of them will be left in human form. She tries to keep his spirits up, telling him to trust that the king will find a solution. She thanks him for his unwavering loyalty, but Andy has a confession of his own. I am not doing it merely for the king, he says quietly. He looks her in the eye and drops a bombshell. I am doing it for you too. Talk about a dramatic moment. But our priestess remains focused on her duty, asking him to take care of his brother as she prepares to leave. She reminds him that she's ready to sacrifice everything for the dragon race, and tells him to stop wasting his time on her. Left alone, Andy looks like his heart just got stomped on. Meanwhile, Kaluona walks through the city, knowing the king is actually on Mermaid Island, and she needs a way to help him. She finds herself at the home of the former priestess, Nuolin. She steps inside, seeking answers that only the past can provide. You are here, Kaluona, Nuolin says calmly while pouring tea. Nuolin, hidden behind her veil, explains that while their status grants them eternal youth, it can't protect them from the dragon transformation. Kaluona gets straight to the point. She needs to know the truth about the mermaids. Nuolin hesitates, mentioning a secret she promised the old king she would keep, but seeing the dire state of the world, she decides to break her vow, using magic to show Kaluona the ancient connection between the dragons and the mermaids. Meanwhile, over on Mermaid Island, the moon hangs high over a quiet villa. Our girl Yinhu is being held close by her man, who looks like he's ready to risk it all for her. Let's leave this place together after I complete my last task, he whispers, promising her a future far away from all this madness. Deep in the shadows, a secret that has been buried for over 300 years is finally coming to light. Nuolin reveals the truth. The dragons once believed mermaids were low-grade creatures, but in reality, the mermaids were just terrified of them. Long ago, both races lived peacefully in the same ocean, sharing a holy ancestral land, but greed ruined everything when the dragons tricked the mermaids and stole their precious royal pearl. In retaliation, the mermaids fled, taking the sacred dragon eye artifact with them. Now, both races are living on borrowed time. The stolen mermaid pearl only grants the dragons protection for 300 years, and that time is almost up. Kaluona realizes with a start that the only way to save the dragon race is to find another mermaid pearl. But Nuolin drops a bombshell. Princess Ailey was the last of the pure royal bloodline, and she's already dead. Without a pearl, the dragons will lose their powers and revert to their original beastly forms. That's the end of our dragon race, Nuolin sighs, losing all hope. However, Kaluuna's eyes gleam with a wicked realization: there is still one princess left in the mermaid race, and she has to tell the king immediately. She rushes off to deliver the news, convinced she's found the key to their salvation. Nuolin can only watch in confusion, wondering who this last princess could possibly be. Far across the palace, Kaluuna prepares a magical transmission. She's desperate to reach the king, thinking he's already out there searching for the pearl. But when the vision connects, her heart shatters. Our girl, Yinhu, is locked in a passionate kiss with the Dragon King. Kaluuna's face turns pale with shock. The king, however, is absolutely fuming at the interruption. Kaluuna, how dare you communicate with me without my permission, he bellows. She stammers out an apology, claiming she has urgent news about the mermaid pearl. But the king isn't interested in her reports right now and demands she cut the connection at once. As the magic smoke fades, Kaluuna is left reeling in the dark. Why is he kissing the princess? No, it's not possible, she whispers, her mind racing. She tries to gaslight herself, thinking the king must just be using Yinhu to get information. She clenches her teeth, refusing to believe the king could actually have feelings for a mermaid. Back in the king's chambers, our girl is feeling a bit bold. She looks him in the eye and asks what task he's actually trying to accomplish. He doesn't hold back, admitting that he is searching for the mermaid pearl. Yinhu tilts her head, wondering if he heard about the pearl from the humans. She reaches up toward her chest, a soft smile on her face. It's here, she says simply. The king's eyes widen in absolute shock. Our heroine explains the tragic reality. The mermaid pearl isn't just an object. It grows inside the body of a mermaid princess. It is the very source of their life force. If the pearl is removed, the princess dies, which is exactly why Princess Ailey perished years ago. Unaware of the weight of her words, Yinhu hugs him tightly, shivering at the thought. That's so horrifying. Thank God it is not happening to me, she murmurs. But look at the king's face, he looks absolutely haunted as the realization sinks in. He's been searching for the one thing that will literally kill the woman he's falling for. Talk about a total disaster. Someone is questioning Elder Bai about a mysterious stack of documents. It turns out, they're detailed profiles for the most eligible bachelors from the rich families in town. Our girl Yinhu is not having it, flatly stating she has zero interest in getting married to some random noble. Yinhu stares at the papers with pure disgust, wishing they'd just leave her alone. But Elder Bai isn't playing games today, warning our princess that disobedience comes with a price. And since Yinhu is royalty, they won't punish her, they'll go after her friends instead, specifically targeting Tupo and Long Qi. Yinhu is absolutely stunned by the sheer audacity of using her friends as collateral. You need to meet these gentlemen in 3 days during the fish hopping festival, Elder Bai commands before walking off. She leaves Yinhu with a chilling final threat. If she messes up, all her friends are going straight to jail. Her friend Tupo suggests just playing along since the elders are so incredibly stubborn. But Yinhu has a much more rebellious idea. Go find Long Qi. It's time to get out of here. Little does she know, Tupo is already plotting how to sabotage the escape, thinking of ways to stop the princess. As the maid turns to leave, she's wearing a look that says she's up to no good. Wait, Yinhu calls out suddenly. She looks Tupo in the eye and says she knows exactly what's on the girl's mind. In a surprising move of kindness, our girl grabs her hand and asks if Tupo will run away with them, so she won't be left behind to face the elder's wrath. Tupo is left speechless, her brain probably short-circuiting from the unexpected mercy. Just then, a guard announces that Long Qi has finally arrived. The man of the hour steps in looking like a total snack in his white and blue robes. Yinhu rushes to him, grabbing his hand and declaring that she's officially decided to leave this island together with him. But of course there's a catch. I want to bring Tupo with us, Yinhu pleads, not wanting her friend to suffer in her absence. Long Qi looks at Tupo and his internal alarm bells are screaming, because he knows exactly how wicked this woman really is. Meanwhile, Tupo is smirking internally, thinking she's totally won and that Long Qi can't ditch her now. Long Qi keeps his cool for the princess's sake, but the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Long Qi tries to pivot the conversation, mentioning a serious plague on the mainland and his need to find a way to save his race without putting Yinhu in danger. Yinhu is more worried about the immediate problem, the blind dates the elders set up for the festival. When Long Qi asks what this fish hopping festival even is, she explains it's the biggest event for mermaids. It's a magical night of lanterns and mystery, where all the men wear masks and pick their life partners under the glow of the lights. It's supposed to be a time where status doesn't matter and only true love rules the night. Our girl dons her own golden mask, her eyes sparkling with determination behind the gold trim. As she holds her lantern high, she knows she doesn't need a festival to choose. She's already found the person she wants to spend her life with. The announcer shouts that the princess is finally here, and everyone is dying to see what kind of mask and gown our girl is rocking tonight. Yinhu makes her grand entrance, looking like a literal goddess, and the crowd can't help but whisper about how breathtaking she is. Immediately, the thirsty noblemen start bickering over who gets to introduce themselves first. One guy named Jiangming brags about his business empire and his fancy mainland education, while another tries to one-up him by offering to take her traveling on his family's massive ships. It gets even more ridiculous when a third guy offers her an entire island as a gift, and a fourth clown claims he's the champion of Mr. Mermaid and demands the others back off. These guys are out here posing like they're in a boy band, absolutely desperate for Yinhu's attention. But then, a sharp snap rings out as someone declares that the real lead character has arrived and everyone else needs to scram. The crowd is stunned as a mysterious man with glowing blue dragon horns steps forward. One of the suitors scoffs, thinking this guy is just wearing a cheap dragon costume to get a reaction. He bows and introduces himself as Jaila, looking incredibly flashy in his gold-trimmed robes. The crowd starts gossiping immediately, calling him a human tramp and a joker who has no chance with our princess. Jaila isn't bothered at all and asks the crowd what they would sacrifice for her. They all shout back generic nonsense like money, promises, or even their bodies. Jaila just gives a smug little laugh. When they demand to know what he would give, he looks her right in the eyes and says, "My soul." The crowd thinks he's just a smooth-talking liar and demands he show them his soul right now. "Look here," he shouts, grabbing his cloak. With a massive swoosh, he creates a blinding distraction that fills the room with light. By the time the cloak hits the floor, the crowd realizes with a shock that the princess has vanished into thin air. Jaila laughs as he pulls our girl through the festive streets, bragging, "Haha, we ditched those idiots." He tells her she looks especially pretty today, but Yinhu isn't having it and screams, "Let go of me." She slaps his hand away with total disgust. Jaila takes off his mask and suggests they both reveal themselves since they're alone, only to realize he's been played. The girl in the mask reveals that the real princess instructed her to dress up as a decoy. Jaila's brain practically short-circuits as he realizes he kidnapped a maid. Meanwhile, the real Yinhu is having a much better time at the fish-hopping festival, holding hands with the actual man of her dreams. Long Qi looks at her tenderly through his mask and whispers, "Yinhu, I have a present for you." Our girl is handed a mysterious, glowing pearl and can't help but wonder, what is this? Standing amidst the glowing lights of the festival, her companion watches her with a soft, hidden gaze. He explains that it's a magic crystal ball with a tiny fish trapped inside. Yinhu is completely baffled, repeating "fish" as she examines the delicate object. Sure enough, a small pink fish is suspended within the glass. The mood turns somber as he tells her the fish died because of him and is now merely resting in peace. Our poor heroine is horrified, exclaiming, "You frightened me. What happened?" But he quickly reassures that she has the power to save it. Confused, she asks, "Me? How?" And he gives her the most romantic instruction ever. "Kiss the crystal ball, and the fish will be alive." Yinhu blushes, stammering, "A kiss? How? I don't know any spells." He gently encourages her to just try and see, promising a surprise. "Well, I'm just trying. She mutters, her heart racing as she prepares for the task. She leans in and presses her lips to the cold glass. Suddenly, the ball shatters in a burst of magical light. The fish is freed, transforming into a glowing spirit right before her eyes. It's a breathtaking sight as the pink spirit shimmers in the night air. "Gosh, where is the fish?" she gasps as the spirit begins to float away. They both look up, watching the magical trail ascend into the stars. He tells her that the fish's spirit is actually thanking her for its freedom. As the spirit heads back to the sea, Yinhu is desperate for answers, demanding, "Tell me, what's happening?" He finally drops the bomb. The spell is called the Crystal Kiss, and only the girl he truly loves could ever break the ball. Looking her straight in the eye, he confesses, "Yinhu, I love you," leaving our girl absolutely speechless. Right on cue, the sky fills with lanterns, a special moment where couples tie their souls together. They stand there in a sea of glowing light, looking like a total power couple. As they light a lantern together, Yinhu thinks to herself, "Long Qi, today is the happiest day of my life. In this moment, she doesn't feel like a princess, just a normal 16-year-old girl in love. The entire town is glowing with the beauty of the festival. But of course, the drama never stops for long and the crowd starts getting rowdy, pushing and shoving as someone falls nearby. Yinhu, hold my hand, Long Qi commands, trying to keep her close in the chaos. But the crowd is too thick, and with a pained ouch, Long Qi, their hands are ripped apart. Our girl is left standing all alone in the middle of the frantic festival, panic setting in as she cries out, "OMG, where is Long Qi?" She doesn't notice the suspicious men in masks lurking in the shadows, their eyes fixed on her. What should I do now? She wonders, completely unaware that a mysterious figure has appeared directly behind her. Long Qi is frantically searching through the festival crowd, calling out for Yinhu with desperation in his voice. He spots a familiar head of pink hair and thinks he's finally found her. He reaches out and gently pats her shoulder, but when the girl turns around, it's a total stranger. Oops. Wrong person, he mutters, feeling like a complete idiot while sweat drops practically fly off his head. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him, "Long Qi, are you looking for me?" He feels a pair of arms wrap around his waist in a tight, unexpected hug. He sighs in relief, asking her where she's been and telling her how worried he was. But as he stands there, he realizes she's being suspiciously silent. "Why are you keeping quiet?" he asks, his suspicion growing. He pulls her around to face him, but his heart drops when he gets a good look at the girl behind the mask. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. This isn't our girl Yinhu at all. He immediately shoves her away, demanding that she let go of him. The girl pulls off her mask to reveal it's actually Tupo, and she looks absolutely miserable. "Tupo? Is it you? What are you doing?" he demands. She hits him with a wave of jealousy, snapping, "You only like her because she's a princess, right? You're no different from the others." Long Qi looks away, his expression cold as he tells her she's wrong, and that he actually wishes Yinhu wasn't a princess at all. Meanwhile, the real Yinhu is having a much more dangerous night. A mysterious man in a black mask and cape approaches her, asking if she's the princess. Our girl isn't easily fooled and immediately asks, "Who are you?" The stranger tries to play it cool, claiming he's there to protect her and asking her to follow him. Yinhu isn't having any of it, telling him she doesn't need his protection and that he needs to leave right now. But this guy is a professional liar. He claims he's working under Long Qi's specific instructions. He points into the distance, telling her that Long Qi is waiting just over there, while the real Long Qi is still stuck in a heated argument with Tupo. Yinhu reluctantly follows the stranger toward a deserted part of the town. As they get further away from the crowd, Yinhu looks around nervously, asking, "Where is Long Qi?" The man vaguely gestures that he's just in front, but Yinhu knows something is very wrong. She tries to test him, asking for his name since she's never seen him before. He smoothly claims his name is Yi, and that he's just a new guard. Yinhu's internal alarms are screaming at this point. She tries to make a quick exit, faking a minor crisis by saying, "Gosh, I lost my bangle. I need to go back and find it." But before she can bolt, the guard drops the act and grabs her arm with a painful grip. He quickly covers her mouth and restrains her, muffling her cries for help. He has her trapped. He leans in close to her ear, his voice dripping with malice as he warns her, "Quiet, before I take further action." That a masked kidnapper has our girl Yinhu pinned, his hand clamped tightly over her mouth to keep her from screaming for help. She can only let out muffled whimpers as she stares wide-eyed in terror. Just a few feet away, Long Qi pauses, his senses tingling as he thinks he hears her voice echoing through the night air. He looks around frantically, but the kidnapper manages to drag her further into the shadows. Finally finding her voice, Yinhu glares at her captor and demands to know what he's after. The man doesn't mince words, telling her he'll let her go the moment she hands over what he came for. "And what exactly is that?" she snaps. His answer sends a chill down her spine. He wants the mermaid pearl. Yinhu's mind starts racing, wondering how on earth this thief found out about the mermaid's greatest secret. The man grows impatient, threatening to rip it from her if she doesn't hand it over immediately. Little does he know he's asking for the impossible. The pearl is literally inside her body, and if she gives it up, she'll die. Thinking fast, our girl tries to bluff her way out, claiming she doesn't carry something that valuable on her and would need to sneak back in the palace to get it. She tries to play it cool, but the kidnapper isn't buying her act for a second, calling her out for thinking he's some kind of idiot. He shoves her forward, barking at her to move, but suddenly a massive hand clamps down on his shoulder. The kidnapper freezes, his heart dropping as he whispers, "Who is this?" Before he can even turn around, Long Qi is there, looking like an absolute god of wrath as he begins to choke the life out of the intruder. The thief's mask slips, his face contorting in pure terror as he realizes he's being handled by His Majesty himself. Long Qi's eyes narrow as he realizes the man is part of the dragon race. He maintains his iron grip on the man's throat while checking on Yinhu. She gasps for air, thanking the heavens that Long Qi didn't actually leave her behind. She quickly fills him in, explaining that this creep knows about the mermaid pearl and was trying to extort it from her. Long Qi's expression darkens. Only Kaluona should know that secret, which means there's a traitor in their midst. Long Qi is ready to end the man right then and there, but Yinhu stops him, insisting they can't just let him go. She suspects he's a high-level spy sent to infiltrate the island. The kidnapper realizes he's in deep trouble. Just as the palace guards arrive on the scene, they waste no time pinning the intruder to the dirt, shouting for him to be locked up immediately. While the guards handle the muscle work, Yinhu's anxiety starts to peak. If the elders get their hands on him and start the torture, he might spill the beans about her true identity. She watches the guards drag him away, her mind spinning with the potential fallout. Amidst the chaos, a girl named Tupo speaks up, suggesting everyone is overreacting even if the guy is a dragon. Yinhu turns her sharp gaze toward Tupo, asking if she's actually siding with their enemies. Our girl's inner monologue goes full snark, wondering if Tupo has a crush on the dragon race, just because they're taller and more handsome than the local guys. She leans in close, teasing Tupo about her unusual tastes in men. Of course, love has no boundaries, Yinhu says with a fake sweet smile. But then she goes on a savage rant, calling the dragon race primitive, unevolved, and totally brainless. She even drops the ultimate insult, claiming the males are all infertile and can't have kids. She shoots Tupo a look of pure judgment, completely oblivious to the fact that she's trash-talking the entire race of the very powerful man standing right behind her. Long Qi stares at our girl, his mind racing as he realizes just how deep Yinhu's hatred for the dragon race actually goes. In her head, she's imagining dragons as nothing but terrifying monsters that need to be kept on a short leash. Tupo approaches and mentions she's heading to the hall to check on the status of that captured dragon man. Yinhu, being the merciful heroine we know, decides to play it cool. "I will advise the elders not to kill him," she says. "Just chase him out from the island will do." As the two walk through the palace grounds under the moonlight, Long Qi finally tries to bridge the gap. "What, can't you do the same to the dragons?" he asks, hoping she might just be misunderstood. But our girl isn't budging. "The dragons are bad," she insists, her face clouding over. She starts teasing him, wondering if he's developed a crush on a dragon girl. Long Qi just sighs, trying to explain that not every dragon is a villain. "Please don't tell me you have fallen in love with Tupo," she jokes, but he's quick to shut down her nonsense. "I am just joking. Long Qi, you are so cute," she laughs, clearly enjoying pushing his buttons. But her karma hits fast when she trips over a rock. Luckily, Long Qi has those dragon reflexes and catches her instantly. He pulls her flush against him, his voice dropping to a husky whisper. "I have not fallen in love with any woman except you. I love you," he confesses. Our girl is absolutely flustered, thinking about how warm he feels against her. He pulls her into a crushing hug. "Not so tight please," she gasps. "I can't breathe." He nuzzles into her neck, making her heart skip a dozen beats. She eventually manages to push him back, her face a bright shade of pink. "I will accept you of course," she stammers. "Let's go to the hall now." But Long Qi isn't finished being a heartthrob. "We are not in a hurry," he murmurs, pulling her back into his space. He leans in close, asking if she remembers their first kiss contract. Instead of giving him what he wants, she gives him a cheeky peck on the forehead. "Reminding you not to show your sour face every day," she shouts, making a run for it while he stands there stunned. Inside the hall, the vibe is way more intense as they interrogate a spy about the mermaid pearl. The prisoner is playing tough, claiming he has absolutely nothing to tell them. Yinhu and Long Qi arrive just as the interrogation is heating up. Yinhu looks toward Elder Bai to see if the guy has cracked yet. Elder Bai isn't in the mood for games. "Since you refuse to talk, let's just dump him to the Dragon Eye," she says coldly. That threat works like a charm. The spy immediately loses his cool, begging for mercy. Trembling, he finally admits the truth. I am from the dragon race." He bows his head in shame, knowing his secret is finally out. The interrogation is heating up as our tied-up intruder finally cracks, confessing to everyone that he's actually a dragon. Elderby isn't impressed by the revelation, coldly demanding to know what else he's hiding. Under the intense, soul-piercing pressure of Long Qi's gaze, the poor guy starts to stammer and shake. Luckily for him, Long Qi has a secret plan and telepathically tells the captive to lie, instructing him to say he's a refugee fleeing a plague in the dragon race. The captive takes the bait immediately, realizing this might be his only way out. He quickly spins a tragic tale, claiming a plague is ravaging his home, and he only broke in to find a mermaid pearl to save his people. Elderbai's eyes narrow with suspicion as she repeats, "You are saying plague is happening in the dragon race?" When he confirms that the infected are losing their human forms and transforming back into dragons, he looks absolutely terrified. This news is music to Elderbai's ears as she lets out a wicked laugh, calling it karma. When the captive insists he came alone, Elderbai basically starts throwing a party in her head, thanking the gods that the dragons are finally being destroyed. She declares this the best news of the fish-hopping festival and points a commanding finger, shouting, "Sacrifice him for our ancestors." The poor guy starts begging for his life, but our girl Yinhu finally steps in to stop the execution. She firmly tells Elderbai that blood sacrifices aren't their practice, and they should just chase him away instead. Elderbai isn't about to let a little thing, like morals, stop her, telling the princess not to worry and to focus on getting ready for the underwater carnival. She makes it very clear that Yinhu's only responsibility is to put on a pretty gown and stand on the stage. Elderbai tries to dismiss her immediately, but as Yinhu turns to leave, she drops one final truth bomb. She warns the elder that killing during the festival will only spread fear among the citizens and cause the board to question her leadership. Elderbai is left fuming in a literal aura of frustration, while Longqi gives the captive a silent look that says, "Stay put," before following the princess. As they walk through the moonlit gardens, Longqi asks why she helped a dragon when she's supposed to hate them. Yinhu admits that since the guy was clueless about the pearl's secret and didn't actually hurt her, she couldn't just watch him die. The mood shifts as their hands accidentally brush against each other. Our heroine turns beet red, thinking to herself that holding hands like this is way too embarrassing. Despite her internal panic, they interlock fingers and continue their romantic stroll. Longqi almost blows his cover when he asks her to tell the king about the carnival plans. He realizes his slip-up instantly, looking like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. Yinhu curiously asks if he's secretly the king of mankind, but he nervously denies it with a cold sweat. Our girl starts teasing him, offering to appoint him as an officer on the island, but he just gives a shaky laugh and politely declines the promotion. The underwater carnival is finally here, and the fish-hopping festival is in full swing at the underwater temple. Once the ceremony ends, the mermaids are free to explore the depths of the ocean. But Yinhu has a major problem. Despite being a mermaid princess, she's actually terrified of the water. "It's so weird. I always dream of drowning," she admits, staring out at the waves with a look of pure dread. In those nightmares, there's always a dragon that looks exactly like her handsome companion coming to her rescue. Our guy's eyes narrow as he recalls saving a little girl in the sea 10 years ago, but he knows Yinhu is royalty. He can't figure out why she would have been out there alone back then. Our girl is a total nervous wreck as the festival approaches. He offers to teach her how to handle the currents, but she scoffs. "Stop joking. You're a human. You can't even breathe down there." He just smirks, revealing that he's using a secret potion of his own to survive the depths. Down by the shore, Yinhu is shaking like a leaf. He teases her about how she usually chokes when she tries to transform. "I have no choice unless I want to crawl into the sea like a seal." She pouts, imagining herself flopping around like a total dork. "Don't worry," he says softly, his voice full of reassurance. "I'm right here." She finally takes the plunge and drinks the potion. In a flash of magical light, her legs disappear, replaced by a stunning, shimmering blue mermaid tail. He's absolutely mesmerized, telling her she looks gorgeous in her fish form. She's still not convinced, looking down at her new scales with a look of pure doubt. "Let me send you to the sea," he says, reaching out his hand. He sweeps our heroine off her feet, carrying her like a bride as she blushes a deep crimson, wondering when he even had time to take his own potion. She's so close she can practically hear his heart beating, and her own is doing backflips. He tells her to be quiet as they descend into the surf. Suddenly, they are submerged in the blue abyss, the bubbles dancing around them. She looks at him in wonder, questioning if the potion is really working. But before she can get an answer, he pulls her into a deep, breathless kiss underwater. This feels exactly like the moment they first met. It's just the two of them lost in the dark, warm embrace of the ocean. He never expected this mermaid princess from a far-off island to change his fate so completely. Looking at her now, she's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen. But while they're sharing this romantic moment, Trouble is brewing back at the princess palace. A jealous rival clutches a mysterious bottle with a wicked glint in her eyes. She's planning to swap the potion for an unpure version that will turn Yinhu's tail back into legs while she's still deep underwater, leaving our poor heroine to drown. On the sun-drenched shores of Mermaid Island, the guards are on high alert following some shocking news. The peace has been shattered because a spy from the dragon race was captured just yesterday. I heard that he kidnapped the princess and demanded the mermaid pearl. One of the men gossips, clearly invested in the royal drama. His companion, a stoic man with long blue hair, isn't in the mood for idle chatter. He shoots back, "So, the only thing you are capable of is being a busybody?" The brown-haired man just smirks, claiming he actually has a much better skill than just gossiping. He leans in close, trying to play the buddy-buddy card to stop the competition between them. But our blue-haired hottie is no tea having it, snapping, "Take away your dirty hand," as a vein practically pops in his head. Meanwhile, deep beneath the waves, a sacred ritual is underway at the Mermaid Temple. Our girl, Princess Yinhu, stands before the ancient mirror of her ancestors to offer a prayer. On the surface, she's asking for protection from natural disasters, but internally, she's spilling all the tea to her ancestors. By the way, I fell in love with a human named Long Qi, she confesses, knowing full well the elders would lose their minds if they knew. She desperately wants to leave the island and live her own life with her man, even if it means breaking every rule in the book. She even gives a cheeky little wink to the statues, basically asking them to help her explain things to the grumpy elders later. However, her casual behavior during such a solemn ceremony isn't going unnoticed. The high-ranking mermaids in the back are absolutely fuming, whispering that Yinhu is becoming unpresentable and is a disgrace to the title of princess. They can't help but compare her to the legendary Princess Aili, who ruled 40 years ago. Back then, Aili was the epitome of grace and power. Even her tail shimmered with a regal light that Yinhu just can't seem to match. In a flashback to that era, we see the old Dragon King arriving with his successor, Prince Yaheng. Yaheng is polite, offering a respectful greeting to the beautiful Aili. But Aili is immediately suspicious, wondering why the king would bring his son along for what was supposed to be a standard diplomatic visit. Inside the stunning towers of the Mermaid City, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. Aili doesn't mince words, telling the Dragon King that his proposal for the ocean issue has been rejected by the elders. The dragons have been leeching resources from the mermaids for too long, and she's putting her foot down. The Dragon King tries to play the victim, claiming their population is growing, and they just want to safeguard the ocean. Aili sees right through the lies. "We love peace. It doesn't mean that we are weak," she declares, shutting down the discussion entirely. She waves him off, signaling that the meeting is over. The Dragon King is absolutely livid, thinking to himself, "This stupid woman is very irritating." As he turns to leave in a huff, Prince Yaheng pauses to look back. "Your Highness, we apologize if we have offended you," he says softly. Aili tells him not to mention it, clearly seeing that the son has far more class than the father. She watches them go, noting that the prince is surprisingly polite. But as they walk away, the Dragon King's true colors come out. He snarls that the mermaids are only strong because they possess the mermaid pearl. Yaheng is confused, asking what his father means, but the king just scoffs, dismissing Aili as just a lady. With a sinister, bone-chilling smile, he reveals his dark plan. "We gotta take the pearl from her by trick." Back in the present day, Yinhu's prayer is suddenly interrupted by a cold shiver. Something is not right. She thinks, her eyes widening in realization. She looks down to see a dark, ominous mark spreading across her tail. Behind her, a servant girl with a wicked grin watches her struggle. "Haha, time is up," she thinks as the trap finally springs shut on our poor heroine. Disaster strikes as Yinhu's tail begins to vanish right in the middle of the ocean. "I can't breathe," she panics, realizing her human lungs aren't exactly built for deep-sea diving. She gasps and struggles as her legs return at the worst possible moment. The other mermaids are losing their minds, screaming that the potion has failed and wondering what on earth is happening. On the shore, the waves are roaring with a terrifying intensity. The Dragon King watches the chaos unfold, and when his companion warns him that he'll be killed for interfering with the ceremony, he doesn't blink. "I am the king. I am afraid of nothing," he declares, marching straight toward the danger. Suddenly, a massive, glowing portal erupts in the water. The mermaids are paralyzed with fear, crying out that the dragon eye is furious. They desperately beg our girl to stay strong, but the pressure is too much. Yinhu loses consciousness, sinking deeper into the blue as bubbles escape her lips. Thankfully, a brave mermaid dives in to save her, pulling her toward a secret hatch on the ocean floor. With a sharp click, she activates the mechanism. A trapdoor swings open into a dark tunnel. This access leads you to another place with fresh air, the mermaid explains, pushing Yinhu through to save her life. Our poor heroine tumbles down into the dark abyss, completely unaware of where she's heading. Back on the surface, the Dragon King is waiting for answers as the mermaids emerge. He gets right to the point, demanding to know where Yinhu is. The lead mermaid keeps her poker face on, claiming the princess had an accident and was sent to an emergency access point. The king is frantic, demanding to know exactly where she is right now, but the mermaid shuts him down, telling him not to disturb them while they save her. Inside, however, she's sweating bullets, praying someone finds Yinhu before she wanders into the forbidden underground palace. Too late. Yinhu wakes up coughing in a dark, dusty hall. She looks around the eerie silence of the underground palace. Where is this place? I have not been here before, she whispers, feeling totally creeped out. Her tail is still missing, and she worries the ancestors are punishing her for her failures. As she wanders through the shadows, she spots something that stops her heart. It's a massive, beautiful painting of Princess Ailai. She realizes she's stumbled into a room filled with the late princess's personal belongings. Her curiosity gets the better of her when she finds a mysterious box. A letter, she notes, holding the old envelope. She wonders if it's wrong to peek, but she's desperate to know if her senior felt the same pain she does. The letter reveals a dark history, speaking of a war with the dragon race that was about to ignite. In a flashback, we see Princess Ailai herself, writing about a heart-wrenching dilemma. She decided to sacrifice her own mermaid pearl to save someone she loved. She truly believed there had to be another way to protect her people without losing the pearl. Yinhu is left stunned by the revelation. Replacing the mermaid pearl to protect the mermaids, she asks, realizing she might have just found the key to saving everyone. Our girl is deep in thought, realizing that if she can just find a replacement for the pearl, she can finally leave this island with her man Long Qi. She's just getting to the good part of the secret documents, when suddenly, the fun police arrive. I found the princess, the guards shout, ruining the moment. Hao Cheng rushes in, insisting that Elder Bai says the area isn't safe and she needs to move immediately. Our girl tries to explain she's actually found something life-changing, but they won't hear it. Before she can even point to the letter, she's being hauled away like a grumpy toddler. Back in her giant clam bed, honestly, the mermaid aesthetic is a vibe. A squad of doctors is fussing over her weak pulse. Elder Bai walks in, looking as stern as a principal, and dismisses the medical team. As the elder stares her down, Yinhu is fuming internally, thinking, I need to finish that letter by hook or by crook. The elder tries to play off the recent drama as a potion mishap, promising it won't happen again. But as the elder turns to leave, Yinhu calls out to stop her. Our heroine decides to try the kill them with kindness approach. I am sincerely feeling thankful to you. Thanks for saving my life, she says, reaching out. But the elder looks incredibly uneasy, her eyes darting away. She literally flinches away from Yinhu's touch. When Yinhu tries to pivot the conversation toward her relationship with Long Qi, the elder's mood sours instantly. She claims Princess Ailai was tricked by a dragon and died because of it, and she refuses to let history repeat itself. Yinhu isn't buying the doom and gloom. Is there any way that Princess Ailai found a way to protect the mermaids? She asks, hoping for a shred of truth. Elder B's face turns cold as she insists there is absolutely no replacement for the pearl currently inside Yinhu's body. She grips our girl's arm tight, warning her that she is never leaving the mermaid island unless she wants her people to go extinct. But Yinhu isn't a fool. She knows the elder is lying through her teeth. Meanwhile, the elder is spiraling, realizing the princess must have seen something she shouldn't have in the underground palace. You may leave now. I need to rest, Yinhu says, cutting the tension. As night falls, she gazes out the window, realizing the elder is just trying to block Long Qi from reaching her. Even her maid, Tupo, seems to be hiding a dark side, thinking to herself that the princess won't be so lucky next time. But you can't keep a dragon king away from his bride. Long Qi appears at the window like a literal hero. He sweeps her into a dramatic embrace, worried sick about her. I have good news. I found a way to replace the pearl, she whispers, clinging to him. Long Qi is stunned, demanding to know how. She explains the letter from Princess Ailai, but admits she was caught before she could finish reading the instructions. She's ready to risk it all and go back. Long Qi warns her that the palace is now a forbidden zone crawling with soldiers. He tells her not to worry and to wait for his good news instead. He leaves her with a moment so sweet it's giving our girl literal heart eyes. But the romance is cut short. A mysterious figure is watching Long Qi from the shadows, and they definitely aren't there to join the fan club. And the night air is thick with tension as guards patrol the quiet village coastline. They have no idea that they're being watched from the shadows. Our handsome Dragon King smirks, deciding to have a little fun at their expense, thinking, "Let me play a little game with them." With a flick of his wrist, he summons his ancient power. Suddenly, a massive water tornado erupts from the sea, sending the guards into a total panic. The dragons are coming to attack. They scream, completely falling for the bait as they rush toward the shore, while the guards are busy chasing ghosts. Our lead dives deep in the ocean depths. He's relieved they removed the dragon eye after the ceremony, allowing him to move through the water unseen. He eventually locates a hidden stone entrance, recognizing it as the secret access Yinhu told him about. He searches for a way to trigger the mechanism, but the heavy stone door refuses to budge. Realizing this path is a dead end for now, he scowls, "Nasty. I have to look for another access then." He splashes back to the surface, only to find he's not as alone as he thought. A shady guy in purple is waiting on the shore, mocking him for his late-night swim. This interloper is bold enough to try and blackmail a king, thinking he's found an easy mark. "Let's make a deal," he sneers. "I share half of the mermaid pearl, or I'm calling the guards right now." Our lead doesn't even blink, playing along with a chilling calmness. He agrees to the deal, but only if the secret stays strictly between them. He offers a handshake to seal the bargain. The purple-clad idiot thinks he's won, gloating in his head about how easy it was to manipulate the king. They reach out to seal their partnership, and their hands meet in a firm grip. But the Dragon King has a nasty surprise in store. Before the blackmailer can even react, he's yanked violently into the freezing water. They both sink into the dark blue abyss. The purple guy immediately loses his cool, screaming through bubbles that he has a phobia of water and needs help. Our lead just glares at him with pure contempt, thinking, "How dare you threaten me?" The man is drowning and panicking, trying to find any way to survive. He grabs onto the king's clothes, gasping, "I need air?" This only makes things worse for him. "How dare you? You are such an idiot." The king snarls, losing his patience entirely. With a powerful shove, he tells the man to die now, and sends him plummeting toward the ocean floor. The blackmailer hits the stone bottom with a sickening thud. Our lead watches him with cold, unforgiving eyes, ready to move on with his mission now that the trash has been cleared. The scene shifts as our guy is being dragged through the depths, struggling to breathe as a voice tells him to shut up if he still wants to live. He barely manages a muffled protest before they break the surface. He collapses on the ground, gasping for air as he hacks up half the ocean, still coughing his lungs out. He points a finger at his rescuer and yells, "You almost killed me? You are a murderer." But the tall, mysterious man doesn't even blink, walking away with a cold expression that leaves our guy fuming about being ignored. They find themselves in a massive, eerie chamber that looks more like an underground tomb than a palace. While our guy is worried about finding an exit, his companion is focused on a specific painting of a woman. He approaches it with a sense of purpose, and even our guy has to admit that the woman in the portrait is stunning. He wonders if she's someone else living on the island, and curiosity gets the better of him as he reaches out to touch the scroll. "Hey! Don't touch," the man snaps, his eyes flashing with a protective warning. Our guy is startled, asking what the big deal is, but his clumsy movement causes the scroll to unravel further. He quickly tries to blame the man for scaring him, but he's silenced with a sharp "shut up." Look, behind the first portrait lies another hidden painting. As the image is revealed, our guy's jaw hits the floor. The person in the painting looks exactly like him. "It is me. How is that possible?" he stammers. The man calmly explains that it's just someone who happens to look like him. Our guy starts putting the pieces together, realizing why Elder Bai looked so shocked when they first met. He wonders if this could be his long-lost father, but meanwhile, the man is looking at the same face and thinking, "That is my father." Talk about a family secret. Later that night at the Princess Palace, our girl Yinhu is worried, because she forgot to give Long Qi his essential potion before he went into the water. She wonders if he managed to get it from Tupo instead. When she asks her maid about it, Tupo's eyes grow cold. She's clearly up to no good, thinking to herself that she's already disposed of the previous potion to cover her tracks. With a fake smile, she lies right to our girl's face, saying that Long Qi said the potion was just fine. Yinhu takes the bait, seemingly satisfied for now. But Tupo isn't done yet, leaning in with a chilling look and saying, "Your Highness, I have something to report to you. Our girl is left wondering what new drama is about to unfold. Tupo hands over a mysterious document, urging her mistress to take a look. Our girl Yinhu is immediately suspicious, asking, "What is this?" Her loyal maid drops a total bombshell, explaining that this list contains the actual ingredients of the supplements Yinhu has been forced to take every single day. As Yinhu scans the list, her blood runs cold. 2 specific herbs are highlighted, and they aren't for health, they're designed to depress her memory. What? Where did you get this information? She gasps, realization dawning on her. Tupo reveals she took some of the unfinished supplement to a doctor for a secret analysis. It turns out the rest of the ingredients are bizarre catalysts that have no business being in a health supplement. Yinhu's mind starts racing as she wonders why Elder Bai is feeding her catalysts. Knowing she's living in a nest of vipers, our girl tells Tupo they have to keep this a secret and just quietly throw the supplements away from now on. Tupo is worried sick, pleading with her to leave Mermaid Island immediately, but Yinhu isn't ready to run just yet. Elder Bai is dangerous, she admits, but I shall leave only after I complete my last task. Tupo begs to help, but Yinhu places a gentle hand on her shoulder. She explains that this involves royal family secrets she can't share just yet. Poor Tupo is left pouting because she can't get any straight answers, while Yinhu tells her to get some rest. Internally, Yinhu is praying that Long Qi manages to find Princess Ai's letter. Meanwhile, deep within the underground palace, Long Qi and his companion are on the hunt. They spot the box Yinhu mentioned, and Long Qi thinks he's finally hit the jackpot. He flings the lid open with a loud bang, only to stare in disbelief. "It's empty," he exclaims, his heart sinking. Before they can investigate further, footsteps echo nearby. They have to scramble to put a mysterious painting back and make their escape. Long Qi's friend takes a final look at the woman in the portrait, noting how pretty she is and wishing they could meet. But there's no time for crushes. They dash for the exit, though his companion isn't thrilled about having to swim through the ocean again. Back at the palace, the sound of pitter-patter on the stairs signals the arrival of Elder Bai. A panicked servant greets her, apologizing for the late-night disturbance. When Bai asks what's wrong, the servant reveals it's about Princess Ai. Elder Bai rushes to the bedside, her face contorting in horror. It's a nightmare come true, the prince's body has actually started to rot. Elder Bai loses it, screaming no, no, and no as she realizes her precious project is falling apart. She immediately suspects Yinhu was involved, wondering if our girl's presence caused some kind of magnetic shift. Clenching her hands in desperation, Elder Bai decides on a ruthless new plan. She orders the portion of catalyst in the supplements to be increased immediately. She needs the mermaid pearl inside Yinhu's body to be ready, and she needs it now regardless of the cost. As she stares down at the decaying princess, the maid can only pray for her mistress to stay strong. Night falls over the palace, but the Dragon King Long Qi is restless. He's convinced there's a massive secret hidden in the underground palace, even if he hasn't found the letter Yinhu mentioned yet. His subordinate is huffing and puffing, clearly exhausted from the day's antics. But Long Qi isn't in the mood for company. "You sleep at the balcony tonight," he commands, pointing the way. The poor guy is absolutely devastated, crying out, "Why me? Why me?" like it's the end of the world. Long Qi just sighs, looking like he's about to lose his mind if he doesn't get some peace and quiet. Message received. The subordinate bolts out of there as fast as his legs can carry him. Finally alone, he needs to handle some dirty laundry. "I need to talk to Kaluona," he thinks. He summons a magical projection and gets straight to the point. "Kaluona, are you sending your man to Mermaid Island and trying to kidnap the princess?" She doesn't even deny it, claiming she's just trying to help him secure the legendary mermaid pearl. But Long Qi isn't having it. He shuts her down immediately, telling her she's dead wrong this time. "Stop disturbing her," he demands, leaving Kaluona completely stunned. Then, with a smirk that says he's totally whipped, he drops the bombshell. "I like her. I will bring her back to the dragon race after everything is done." Kaluona is absolutely disgusted. But Mermaid is a low-intelligent creature. They only fit to be a slave, she spits out. Yikes, the audacity. Long Qi's gaze turns ice-cold at the insult to our girl. She tries to warn him that the ministers will never agree to a mermaid queen, but he's already 10 steps ahead. He explains that if Yinhu saves the dragons with her pearl, no one will dare complain. He basically forces Kaluone to help him, leaving her stuttering in disbelief. Once the connection cuts, she's a boiling pot of jealousy and rage. "I will never trust the mermaid princess," she snarls, deciding to go rogue to get that pearl herself. Meanwhile, a bitter local girl is complaining about Yinhu's ego, calling her rude and wondering if Long Ki is a spy. Kaluona watches through her magic mirror, realizing she's found the perfect pawn. She seems to hate the princess. I can make use of her, she purrs. She reaches out through the mirror, introducing herself as a priest from the dragon race. The girl is terrified, shouting that she has nothing to say to an enemy. But Kaluona knows everyone has a price. She offers the girl eternal youth and the title of princess once the dragons take over. Talk about a devil's bargain. The plan is simple. Sneak a man into the fish-hopping festival. They'll use a special potion to cause an accident, making Yinhu feel like the island is no longer safe. Then, this traitorous girl will kindly suggest she leaves the island. All of this just to get their hands on that mermaid pearl. Kaluone starts detailing the next phase of the plan, and you just know things are about to get messy. Thane? Back at the palace, the air is thick with tension as Long Kai arrives, demanding to know where the princess is. Our girl Yinhu steps out, looking absolutely radiant in her human form. Long Ki, you are here, she says softly, waiting for her man in a dress that is giving pure mermaid chick vibes. Long Ki is completely smitten, calling her his beautiful mermaid bride as he takes her hand. He has got something serious to discuss, so he leads her inside for some privacy. Meanwhile, the staff are outside complaining about having to witness all this dog food PDA. Once they are alone, the mood shifts instantly. Yinhu is shocked to find an empty box where a letter should be. Yeah, I think Elder Bai hid the letter, Long Ki notes. But Yinhu has even bigger tea to spill. She reveals that Elder B has been spiking her supplements with herbs meant to suppress her memories. Long Kai leans in close, worried sick, but our girl did her homework and had a second doctor confirm the sabotage. Long Ki wonders what the old hag's endgame is, while Yinhu realizes this is why her childhood is just one big blur. She even starts theorizing that Elder Bai might have offed her parents 16 years ago, just to control the mermaid line. The author literally has to step in with a hammer to tell her she is being a bit too dramatic for this chapter. Shaking off the dizziness, Yinhu credits her bestie Tupo for uncovering the truth. But Long Ki isn't buying it. No please. How much you know about her? She can be complicated, he warns, his eyes narrowing. He pulls Yinhu into a protective hug, telling her she is too innocent for her own good. Our girl isn't having the damsel in distress narrative though. She has survived 59 chapters of this drama. She is not stupid. She demands proof before she will doubt her friend, looking totally unimpressed while tucked into his chest. Long Ki is just worried she is being tricked, but Yinhu turns the tables on him. Like what? Having affairs with my boyfriend? She challenges, eventually asking if he is the one doing something with Tupo behind her back. The man literally has to surrender because you cannot win an argument with a suspicious mermaid. As night falls over the palace, it is time for bed, but the drama does not sleep. Tupo comes in to assist, but Yinhu is watching her like a hawk. Tupo, I have something to ask you, she begins, her voice dropping to a serious tone. Your Highness, what is it regarding? Tupo asks with that fake sweet smile of hers. She immediately starts digging for drama, asking if our girl is truly happy with Long Ki. Yinhu tries to play it cool, saying everything is fine, but internally, she's already smelling something fishy about this maid's behavior. Tupo decides to go full manipulator mode, whispering that she doesn't trust Long Ki because he's far too secretive and might actually harm the princess. Why are you saying that? Yinhu asks, her heart starting to race as the seeds of doubt are planted. Tupo reminds her that Long Ki was locked up in jail when he first arrived at Mermaid Island. Yinhu is visibly shaken as the girl continues her lies. Then comes the ultimate, pick-me story. Tupo claims that back in the jail, Long Ki called her a good girl and promised to look for her, only to ghost her the moment he met the princess. Our poor heroine looks like she's been hit by a truck, her mind racing with these new accusations. She realizes she can't just let this sit. She needs to confront him because there shouldn't be secrets between them. The next morning, Long Ki is already stressing out, worried that he made Yinhu angry during their argument yesterday. He finds her standing alone and cautiously approaches. When he asks if she's still mad, she drops the bombshell. I have a new problem. He tries to be the supportive boyfriend, telling her they can solve it together, but his jaw drops when she asks, did you tell Tupo that you like her in the jail? Long Ki doesn't even hesitate. He grabs her hands, his eyes burning with sincerity as he tells her to believe him that Snake is doing everything she can to divide them. Yinhu is left wondering why on earth Tupo would go to such lengths. Long Ki's expression turns cold and determined. You will know very soon, he promises. Later that night at Long Ki's dwelling, a mysterious figure sneaks through the shadows. A hand reaches out to touch the sleeping Dragon King, but he snaps his eyes open immediately. He's disgusted to find it's Tupo. The audacity is off the charts as she tells him she heard he was fighting with the princess and offers to accompany him instead. She's even gone as far as stealing the princess's royal attire, posing on his bed like she actually stands a chance. The man is absolutely stunned, asking how she could dare do something like this, and if she's not terrified of the truth coming out. But this girl has zero shame, scoffing that human men always have multiple wives anyway, so what's the big deal? She's clearly high on her own supply, claiming that our girl has nothing on her except for a fancy title. When he asks what she's really up to, she drops a bombshell she's made a secret deal with the dragons, and expects him to join her since they're on the same boat. This delusional snake actually thinks she's going to take over Mermaid Island and become the next princess. He stares at her, wondering if she's actually lost her mind or if this is a cold, hard fact. She clings to him, promising him a bright future if he just stays by her side. But when he asks what happens to Yinhu, the mask completely slips. Let her be a court lady or just kick her out of the palace. She sneers. I don't even want to see her face. Little does she know, Yinhu is standing right there in the shadows, hearing every single word. The man simply says, I see, as the traitor turns around and nearly jumps out of her skin. Princess? She gasps, realizing the jig is finally up. Our poor heroine steps forward, her heart breaking as she explains she was just hoping this was all a misunderstanding. Why are you here? The traitor stammers, looking for any way out. Yinhu isn't playing around anymore, screaming, You are not only betraying me, you betrayed our whole race. Suddenly, the traitor's ambition turns into pathetic begging, claiming she was just lying and never actually talked to the dragons. She falls to her knees, sweating bullets as her life flashes before her eyes. I always treated you as my best friend, and you did that to me? Yinhu cries out, the sting of the knife in her back feeling sharper than ever. The maid continues to wail for forgiveness, acting like she doesn't even know what she just said. She tries to play the loyal servant card, reminding the princess how long they've been together and how hardworking she is. She reaches out to grab Yinhu's hand, promising she'll never do it again. But our girl isn't a pushover. She coldly pulls away, refusing to let those traitorous hands touch her. The disappointment is written all over Yinhu's face as she realizes her only true friends on the island were this snake and Hao Cheng. Tears stream down her face as she admits she wants to forgive her, but the bridge is already burnt. I don't think I can trust someone who betrayed me before, she declares, finally standing her ground. The man steps up to support her, promising to investigate the dragon deal and making sure the tour operates. Yinhu gives him a determined look, vowing not to say a word to Elder Bai until the investigation is complete, but, if it's true, there will be hell to pay. The next day, the morning sun hits the palace garden, but the vibe is anything but bright. Our girl is sulking on a swing, having skipped breakfast entirely, looking like she's carrying the weight of the entire ocean on her shoulders. Long Kwai approaches her with a concerned look, asking, Are you still thinking about the incident last night? Yinhu is just totally lost, sighing to him, I don't get it. She was supposed to be my best friend, yet she hated me. Why? Long Qi isn't one to sugarcoat things, and he tells her straight up that you can never truly understand an evil person, so she shouldn't waste her time trying. It's a hard pill to swallow, and our poor heroine whispers, I was betrayed by my best friend. He warns her that she's far too kind, and that evil people will only use that kindness to hurt her. Yinhu finally admits that she actually started feeling suspicious of Tupo a long time ago, but she simply refused to look into it, because she didn't want to believe the truth. Long Kai gently tells her that while she's still young, she can't hide from reality forever. He explains that the world isn't as beautiful as it looks, especially for those in royal families, and she needs to learn to protect those she loves. The message finally clicks for Yinhu as she repeats, Protect myself and the person I love. Determination sparks in her eyes as she looks at him and declares, I want to be strong. I want to protect myself and you. Long Qi can't help but melt at that, pulling her into a warm embrace and whispering, My good girl. I will protect you too. But while they're all cozy, Yinhu drops a massive truth bomb. She hasn't been taking the supplements Elder Bai gave her, and because of that, her childhood memories are coming back. She reveals that she didn't actually grow up on Mermaid Island. She remembers a life on the mainland with soil hills, and people wearing completely different clothes. She recalls memories of parents and colorful pinwheels, things that don't exist under the sea. Then she hits him with the ultimate theory. If I am not a mermaid, then there will be no pearl in my body. I can go with you anytime. Longqi grabs her hand, ready to chase the truth, saying, let's find out then, knowing they can't ask Elder B since she's clearly hiding something. Do you have any idea? Yinhu asks, and Longqi gives her a confident look, saying he's already got a plan. Meanwhile, back in the palace, a maid bows before Elder Bai, reporting that the princess refused her supplement and even tried to chase the maid out. Elder B's face twists with malice as she growls, oh really? I need to talk to her then. She stares off into the distance, her eyes cold as she thinks to herself, Yinhu, you don't have any choice. At the princess palace, the air is thick with tension as Elder Bai approaches our girl with a suspicious smile. She claims she heard Yinhu had doubts about her supplements and offers to clear things up, but Yinhu isn't falling for the sweet talk and pulls out the ingredient list, demanding to know why a catalyst is being used. Elder Bai claims it's necessary for the last royal bloodline to maintain their characteristics, but Yinhu narrows her eyes. Did my late mom know about it? Has she agreed to it? She asks, testing the waters. Elder Bai stammers out a shaky of course, but her face says otherwise. Our girl doesn't let up for a second, countering with, I don't think so. I haven't heard my late mom talk about it. This sends the elder into a total tailspin. Nonsense! That's no way you can remember her, she screams, her mask finally slipping. Yinhu catches her in 4K, calmly asking if her lack of memory is actually due to herbs used to suppress it. Elder Bai is absolutely fuming internally, thinking about how much Yinhu resembles a traitor from their past. She snaps, telling Yinhu to just listen and stop acting like Princess Kalin. This slip of the tongue leaves everyone, especially the Dragon King, completely stunned. Sensing a total disaster, the attendants quickly usher the elder away, claiming she isn't feeling well. As the villains retreat to lick their wounds, the Dragon King realizes just how close they came to the truth. He turns to our poor heroine, warning her that she's in serious danger and promising to protect her. Yinhu lets out a heavy sigh, heartbroken that she doesn't even know her own identity anymore, but her man is there to catch her, pulling her into a protective back hug. You are always my Yinhu, he whispers, proving he's the ultimate husband material. He doesn't care if she's a mermaid, a human, a princess, or a commoner. I only want you, he declares, holding her close as she finds a moment of peace in his arms. Meanwhile, back in the shadows, Elder B is losing her absolute mind, terrified that the secrets of the past are finally clawing their way to the surface. There's a hidden history here, and someone is watching from the dark. While our girl was growing up, there were always hidden eyes watching her every move. These schemers were just waiting for the moment she turned 16, so they could rip the pearl right out of her and use it to revive Princess A Lai. They even compare her to a supposed traitor, Princess Kalin, because of those striking ruby-red eyes. But the time for talk is over. They've decided that if the soft approach doesn't work, they're going to have to do things the hard way. Meanwhile, the snake in the grass, Tupo, is starting to sweat because Yinhu is finally onto her. She realizes she can't get close anymore with Longqi acting like a permanent bodyguard. Desperate, she tries to contact the priest through a secret communication spell, begging for help to lock our girl away in a jail forever. Little does she know, the couple is standing right behind her, catching every single word of her betrayal. Seriously? She's actually dealing with the dragons. Yinhu exclaims, finally having the proof she needs to end this charade. Longqi and Yinhu step into the light, demanding to know what she thinks she's doing. Tupo snaps out of her trance, looking like a total deer in headlights. She immediately tries to turn on the waterworks, dropping to her knees and begging for mercy. You're such a kind and gentle princess, she wails, shamelessly trying to use her brother as a shield for her crimes. But our girl is officially done being a pushover. My kindness is for my friends, not a traitor, she says, her voice cold as ice. She gives Tupo a brutal choice. Either she gets handed over to Elder B, which is basically a death sentence, or she takes a different path. For the sake of the traitor's brother, Yinhu offers a spark of mercy, but it comes with a heavy price. Tupo has to drink a potion that strips away her mermaid magic and her ability to walk on land. You'll live in the ocean forever and never be one of us again, Yinhu declares, handing over the bottle. It's time for this snake to swim away for good. The scene shifts to the dark waters as a mysterious figure prepares for a forced transformation. A cold voice echoes through the waves, declaring that this is the price for betrayal. Suddenly, the traitor Tupo gasps, clutching her throat in agony as a strange sensation takes over her body. Ah, I am not well. She groans, feeling her very essence shifting. Her eyes widen in horror as she realizes her human life is over and she can never return to the mainland. With a final splash, she plunges into the depths. The water churns violently as the transformation completes. A massive purple tail breaks the surface, signaling her new life as a creature of the sea. Consumed by hatred, she vows, "I must seek revenge. I will be back." Meanwhile, back at the palace, the cunning priestess Kaluuna is panicking because her secret identity has been exposed to the king. This red-haired schemer knows she's on thin ice. "I doubt if he will trust me again," she whispers to herself, already plotting her next move. Her train of thought is interrupted when a servant announces that General Andy has arrived. The blue-haired general marches in, demanding to know why he's been summoned so urgently. Kaluuna puts on her best damsel in distress act, sighing that she doesn't even know how to break the news to him. She drops a bombshell, claiming the king has done something completely unacceptable. "He fell in love with the mermaid princess and forgot about saving our race," she lies through her teeth, and Dee is visibly shaken by the news. To seal the deal, she claims the king told her this himself. When Andy asks if the king is ignoring her advice, she begs the general to rally the other officers to pressure the king into leaving our girl. She gets uncomfortably close to him, playing on his loyalty. Andy hesitates, noting that forcing the king's hand like this feels improper. But Kaluune doubles down, insisting it's for the good of the kingdom and their people. She grabs his hand, looking into his eyes and asking, "General Andy, you are my best friend. You will help me, right?" Hook, line, and sinker. Andy agrees to stand by her side. As he leaves, Kaluune lets a wicked smirk slip, thinking that once the king is under pressure, she'll be the only one left to control the military. Over on Mermaid Island, the atmosphere is much more peaceful. Our girl Yinhu notices that Long Ki looks like he has the weight of the world on his shoulders. She asks if he's okay, and he admits he's worried about the letters and the betrayal within his own ranks. Yinhu is still trying to piece it all together, wondering how Tupo managed to contact the Dragon Clan and who the priestess actually is. Long Ki's expression darkens as he confirms it was Kaluna who betrayed them, and that she isn't trustworthy at all. Sensing his distress, Yinhu takes his hand and promises that she won't let the dragons hurt him. He pulls her into a tight embrace, finding comfort in her arms. Their moment is cut short when a maid rushes in with an urgent message. Long Ki demands to know what's going on, and the maid explains that Ji-la is waiting by the lake with a letter he's been looking for. Our girl dismisses the servant with a cold flick of her wrist, clearly done with the pleasantries. Long Ki pulls her close, warning her that Ji-la is working for Elder Bai, and that this is all a calculated trick to separate them. Yinhu isn't about to be a damsel in distress though. She looks him in the eye and tells him he needs to head to the lake immediately. "We should do this," he whispers, leaning in for a moment that's way too romantic for the chaos that's about to go down. As Long Ki walks away, a pair of sneaky maids watch from the shadows. They immediately start plotting, whispering that they need to inform Elder Bai that Long Ki has finally left the premises. It doesn't take long for the snake herself to arrive, demanding to know what's going on. Elder Bai shows up with her whole squad, looking like she's ready to cause some serious drama, but she hits a brick wall in the form of our favorite white-haired guard, who tells her flat out, "Elder Bai, I am sorry. You can't go in now." She is absolutely fuming, demanding to know why she's being blocked. He keeps his cool, lying through his teeth that the princess isn't feeling well and has strictly ordered that no one disturbs her rest. Elder Bai isn't buying it for a second, snapping, "Get out of my way. I have something urgent to discuss with the princess." He doesn't budge, basically telling her too bad, so sad. 15 minutes pass, and Elder Bai is still standing there like a statue while the guards begin their shift change. She eyes the new group suspiciously, asking who these people are. The commander dismisses the old shift, telling them they're free to go. Among the departing guards is a very familiar-looking person with pink hair tucked away. The white-haired guard tries to get rid of the elder one last time, suggesting she should probably just leave and wait for a notification. She stubbornly insists on staying right where she is, but she has no idea she's already been played. Our girl Yinhu has successfully sneaked out in a guard's uniform and is heading straight for the elder's dwelling. She reaches the ornate building, her eyes sharp and determined. A maid nearly jumps out of her skin when she sees the princess standing there in disguise. Yinhu doesn't waste time on small talk, demanding, "Bring me to the underground palace." The maid tries to play dumb, trembling as she claims she has no idea what Yinhu is talking about. But our girl isn't playing games. She leans in close, threatening to throw the maid in jail if she doesn't start talking, noting that not even Elder Bai can save her then. Terrified, the maid performs a spell, causing a secret stone door carved with dragons to rumble open. Yinhu watches with a bitter expression, realizing that literally everyone knew about this secret palace except for her. As she steps onto the hidden staircase, she wonders how long they've been building this behind her back. She descends deep into the earth, her guard boots clicking against the stone. At the bottom of the stairs, she finds a massive, glowing altar surrounded by silent attendants. The maids at the bottom gasp in horror as they realize their secret is out, stuttering, "Your Highness, Princess, why is she here?" As our girl Yinhu tries to push forward, the palace guards and maids block her path, warning her that she can't come any closer. But Yinhu isn't in the mood for games and barks out a sharp, "Move." The maids tremble on the floor as she towers over them. One of them finally speaks up, claiming that the late Princess Lei's body will begin to decay if Yinhu gets too close. "What are you even saying?" Yinhu demands, her eyes wide with confusion. The maid explains that Princess Lei is resting in a crystal coffin within this underground palace, which was specifically designed to stop her body from rotting. Apparently, the decay only started getting worse after Yinhu's last visit. Our heroine is floored. Why was she never told that Lei's body was being kept here in a crystal box? She realizes the entire palace wasn't just a home, it was built as a high-tech preservation chamber. Yinhu remembers hearing that Princess Lei had found a way to replace the sacred mermaid pearl. She begins to piece the puzzle together, realizing there was a mysterious power protecting the mermaids long before she was even born. She demands to know the truth. If this palace is meant to protect the mermaids, why is her presence causing it to fail? Why am I the one causing the decay? She asks, her voice trembling. The maids can only stutter in fear, sweating bullets as their world-shattering secret starts to leak. Finally, one of them confesses that Elder Bai was worried about the palace losing power, so she found someone to nurture a new pearl and fed them a catalyst. Yinhu's heart sinks as she realizes the mermaid princess story she was told was nothing but a convenient fairy tale. The maids cower, knowing they've said too much. "Tell me! Who am I?" Yinhu screams, the desperation leaking into her voice. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a knife. The maids beg for mercy, crying that Elder Bai will kill them all if they reveal the truth. Yinhu isn't having it. She grabs one of them by the shoulders, demanding they stop hiding things from her. She shoves past them, shouting for them to get out of her way. She stares at the body of Princess Lei, the woman who supposedly sacrificed her life for love. Even in death and decay, Lei is beautiful, but Yinhu can only think about her own role in this massive conspiracy. She reaches out toward the coffin, determined to see the truth for herself. Terrified, the maids beg her to stay away, promising to tell her everything if she just stops. Then, the bombshell drops. "You are not one of us. You are a human that Elder Bai found on the mainland." Yinhu stands frozen as her entire identity shatters. She was never a mermaid. She was just a human battery brought here to nurture, a pearl for a race she doesn't even belong to. Just as she's about to spiral, a pair of strong arms wrap around her. It's Long Qi, and he asks if she's alright. Yinhu looks at him, a new resolve in her eyes. She doesn't care about her origin or the conspiracy anymore. She's ready to leave this underwater prison and start a new life with him. Long Qi looks at the palace with a calculating gaze, realizing that if he can replicate this design, he can save the entire dragon race. Long Qi gets straight to the point, asking our girl if she knows where the secret design plan is hidden. But before she can even process that, a random human guy spots her and nearly has a heart attack. He claims she's a dead ringer for a woman in a painting named Princess Lei. Long Qi's eyes narrow as he realizes that woman was actually his own father's lover. The guy looks over at a literal corpse nearby, realizing he looks just like the princess's lover too. Talk about a creepy family reunion, because there lies the real Princess Lei, cold as ice and looking exactly like our heroine. Yinhu tells them to put the ghost stories on hold because her loyal guard, Hao Cheng, is about to be in deep trouble if they don't get back. Back at the palace, the atmosphere is thick with tension. The resident mean girl, Elder Bai, hears some juicy gossip from a maid and absolutely loses her mind. She storms up to Hao Cheng, demanding to know where the princess is hiding. Our boy plays it cool, claiming she's just resting inside. But Elder Bai isn't buying it, threatening to throw him in the dungeon if she's not in that room. "Get out of my way," she screams, pointing a finger like a villain. She pushes past the guards, determined to catch our girl in a lie. But when the doors open, her jaw hits the floor. Our girl steps out looking like absolute royalty, completely unfazed. "I was the one who gave instructions to Hao Cheng. Any problem?" she asks, totally shutting the old lady down. Elder Bai is fuming, demanding to know why she's even here. She spots Long Kai and his human tag-along and immediately starts throwing shade. I know mankind can't be trusted, she spits, looking at the human with pure disgust. Realizing she's lost this round, she storms off in a huff with her tail between her legs. Yinhu breathes a sigh of relief and thanks Hao Cheng for holding the line while she was gone. Long Qi quickly ushers her inside, wanting to talk privately. But that human guy isn't fooled. He knows Long Qi is hiding a massive secret from our poor heroine. Once they are alone, Long Qi pulls her close, telling her they have to escape the moment they find the underground palace's design plan. Our girl is confused why the sudden rush for blueprints? He hesitates, the weight of his lies clearly showing. Internally, he's worried she'll never accept his dragon heritage, so he's planning to whisk her away to the mainland where they can be alone. He spins a tragic tale, claiming a plague is ravaging his village, and only the power of the mermaid pearl can save his people. Our girl is shocked, wondering if her pearl really has the power to save all of mankind. She tells him the plan is being held by Elder Bai, so they'll have to be careful. Long Qi pulls her into a tight hug, whispering, I promise to love you forever. But as she leans into his chest, a seed of doubt remains. Is it really just a coincidence that the dragons need her pearl too? Despite the red flags, she decides she has to trust her heart for now. Elder Bai is absolutely losing her mind, smashing porcelain in a fit of rage because she finally realizes she's been played. I am so stupid. I was tricked by her, she screams, fuming over the fact that Yinhu discovered the secret of Princess Alai's coffin. Her companion tries to talk sense into her, noting that it's getting harder to force the princess to take her herbs now that she has allies helping her. But Bai isn't worried for long, reminding herself that our girl is still trapped on the island and under their thumb. She scoffs at the men protecting Yinhu, claiming they have no powers and are essentially useless. Bai's eyes narrow as she decides to simply remove Hao Cheng from the picture, convinced that without him, the humans won't be able to do a thing. She's practically vibrating with malice, certain that crushing them will be a walk in the park. Suddenly, a servant interrupts the villainous monologue with a message. Give it to me, Bai demands, snatching the letter out of the air. As she reads, her face turns pale. Our girl Yinhu isn't playing around anymore, she's straight up blackmailing them, demanding the design plans for the underground palace, or she'll expose the fact that they're keeping the ex-princess's corpse. The other woman gasps, knowing this is a literal death sentence if the truth gets out. In a fit of defiance, Bai rips the letter to shreds, swearing that the ex-princess will never rise again. She finally admits that Yinhu is no longer the little girl they can control. Fearing another betrayal like the one from Princess Kalin, Bai's eyes flash with a cold, calculated light. She knows exactly what she has to do to end this once and for all. Back at the palace, Yinhu is feeling confident, telling her team that Elder Bai is ready to hand over the plans. However, there's a catch. Bai wants Hao Cheng to come and collect them personally. Hao Cheng immediately smells a rat, warning her that this is obviously a trap. Our heroine agrees, but Hao Cheng is determined to go anyway, claiming he knows their weaknesses and can handle whatever they throw at him. Yinhu isn't about to let her man go into the lion's den alone, insisting that she wants to go with him. He tries to reassure her, explaining that since the dragon eye only works against the dragon race, he's perfectly safe. Hao Cheng's plan is to get her off the island first and then return for the plans, but Yinhu isn't having it. If you leave, how do you want to come in again? She asks, begging him to trust her so they can defeat these snakes together. He pulls her into a deep embrace, secretly vowing to use his power to shield her and send her to safety if things go south. The pair finally arrives at the elder's dwelling, ready for the showdown. Hao Cheng remains arrogant, thinking they're powerless against him without that magical eye. Elder Bai greets them with a fake sweet smile, but Yinhu isn't in the mood for pleasantries. I am Yinhu, not your princess, she snaps, drawing a hard line in the sand. But Bai just smirks, her eyes turning predatory as she tells her, you know part of the facts. Let me tell you the rest. This manipulative woman actually has the nerve to look Yinhu in the eye and ask, do you think I am an evil woman? Our girl doesn't even blink before firing back with a cold, aren't you? The woman tries to play the savior card, claiming that if it wasn't for her, Yinhu wouldn't be alive today to bring trouble to her parents. She gazes into Yinhu's eyes, reminding her of the moment she was saved from the depths. It was me who saved you, she purrs, acting like she did Yinhu a favor by making her the mermaid princess. She even has the audacity to tell Yinhu that she should feel thankful for this new life. But our heroine isn't falling for the gaslighting today. Shut up, she screams, finally exposing the ugly truth. She knows this woman's only intention is to rip the mermaid pearl out of her body when the time is right and leave her to die alone. The villainess doesn't even deny it, instead switching to guilt-tripping, claiming that everyone including Hao Sheng will perish if they don't have Yinhu's pearl. Yinhu stands her ground, calling out the lies and pointing out that the underground palace is supposed to protect the mermaids, making her nothing more than a sacrificial backup. Long Qi steps up, shielding our girl and demanding the design plan, declaring that Yinhu is officially done with the mermaids. The woman's smirk turns toxic as she realizes just how much Yinhu despises her. She holds the plan just out of reach, mockingly asking why they even want it. As Yinhu and Long Qi watch her like hawks, she accuses them of wanting to hand the secrets over to the dragons. Long Qi stands firm, promising that even though he isn't a mermaid, he has no intention of hurting them. The woman tries one last desperate bribe, telling Yinhu she won't die as long as she stays trapped in the underground palace. "Do you think I will trust you again?" Yinhu shouts, her patience completely evaporated. Seeing that she's lost her puppet, the villainess decides if she can't have the plan, nobody can, and she tears the document to shreds right in front of them. Long Qi realizes they've hit the point of no return. He has to grab what's left and get Yinhu off this island immediately. Yinhu senses the danger, warning him to be careful of a potential trap. But it's time for the big guns. Long Qi begins to channel a massive surge of energy, leaving the onlookers absolutely stunned by his raw power. He is a dragon, they realize in terror. Long Qi doesn't hold back, unleashing a blinding vortex of light that shakes the very foundation of the room, even as the woman screams that there is no way for them to escape. A massive, roaring portal begins to tear open in the center of the hall. With the path forward glowing with intense power, our duo prepares to step through and leave this den of vipers behind for good. Then, the dragon eye is going absolutely berserk, and the pressure in the chamber is reaching a violent breaking point. Huge geysers of water erupt all around them as the ancient power spirals out of control. Long Qi holds Yinhu close, shielding her body with his own as they're caught in the center of the whirlpool. He knows they're in deep trouble, shouting that the dragon eye is agitated and she needs to get to safety before the chamber collapses. Deep down he's terrified because this energy is his literal weak point. But he'll be damned if he lets anything happen to our girl. The water continues to churn violently as he puts every ounce of his strength into maintaining a protective barrier. He stands tall against the tide, a lone guardian against the storm. Despite the chaos, Yinhu is stunned, realizing that Long Qi possesses a divine power that shouldn't belong to a mere human. "Whoever I am sincere to you," he promises, his eyes filled with a desperate devotion as he vows to deliver on every promise he made her. But the strain is too much. The barrier flickers, and he collapses to his knees as the energy backlashes against his soul. Blood drips from his mouth, but when Yinhu begs him to stop, he stubbornly growls that he isn't some normal person who can be easily broken. He reaches out one last time, attempting to suppress the dragon eye with sheer force of will. The air hums with raw, blue power as the vortex intensifies. Watching from the sidelines, the villainous elder Bai realizes with a shock that he isn't a normal dragon at all, if he can handle this much pressure. Sensing his strength, she decides to play dirty, taunting him that even if Yinhu isn't a mermaid, the pearl inside her body means the dragon eye will kill her the moment he attacks it. "Do not trust the liar," Yinhu screams, knowing this is a psychological trap. Elder Bai just smirks, daring him to take the risk and see if the woman he loves survives the fallout. Long Qi is paralyzed with doubt. He knows the elder is cunning, but the mere thought of Yinhu getting hurt is a risk he simply can't take. His heart racing and his power flickering, he clenches his fist and forces the suppression to a grinding halt. The sudden stop sends a massive shockwave through the room. Yinhu reaches out, crying his name as the energy collapses around him. The vortex dissipates into a mist, and with a deafening bang, the light fades and Long Qi is nowhere to be seen. Elder Bai lets out a cold, mocking laugh, sneering that love has clearly lowered his IQ. Our poor heroine is left frantic on her knees, banging on the floor and screaming for Long Qi to answer her, but there's only a haunting silence. Elder Bai looms over her like a shadow, coldly declaring that he is dead. She looks down at Yinhu with utter contempt, telling her she's a massive disappointment. She tries to poison Yinhu's mind, claiming Long Qi was just a dragon who cheated her from the start just to get his hands on the design plans. But Yinhu isn't buying the villain's monologue for a second, shouting back that he would never lie to her. "Poor girl, you love listening to lies, don't you?" Elder Bai mocks, grabbing Yinhu by the chin and forcing her to look up. She tells her she's only alive for one purpose now and demands the catalyst from her subordinate. Yinhu struggles against the iron grip, begging to be let go, but Elder Bai orders her guards to pin her down tightly. With a wicked glint in her eye, the villainess prepares to pour the mysterious liquid over our girl, determined to finish her plan once and for all. Yinhu lies motionless on the cold stone floor, looking completely drained, but the women standing over her don't have a shred of mercy. Yinhu, take out the mermaid pearl once it matures. Else, I will take action, the lead woman commands with a chilling glare. She's not bluffing either, coldly reminding our poor heroine that she has many ways to torture her. But just as things look their darkest, the ground begins to groan and crack. A spiderweb of fractures spreads across the room, followed by a massive explosion of light that sends a rumble through the entire palace. Out of the blinding pillar of energy, a familiar figure emerges. It's him! The Dragon Prince has returned, looking absolutely majestic and ready for war. The women are stunned, stuttering that it should be impossible for him to escape from the dragon eye. Ignoring the hags, he rushes straight to our girl's side. Yinhu! He cries out, his heart breaking at the sight of her. She's pale, sweating, and barely conscious as he cradles her. She can only let out a weak groan as the power within her begins to surge. A violent aura of energy starts to swirl around them both, lifting them into the air as the prince holds her tight. The power is so intense it creates a shockwave that threatens to level the room. The elders shield their eyes, realizing that this isn't just a simple escape. The mermaid pearl has finally matured. This is the moment they've been waiting for, and a greedy, wicked smile creeps onto the villainess's face. The energy release is so massive that rings of light expand across the entire island. Down in the streets, the commoners are panicking as the ground vibrates beneath their feet. Everyone realizes the source of this terrifying light is coming straight from the elder's dwelling. Back inside, the prince is frantic. Yinhu, are you okay? He pleads. Our girl can barely speak, whispering that she feels sick and her entire body is burning. As the pearl's power fully integrates, her body is enveloped in a heavenly glow. The elders don't care about her pain, they're just thrilled their plan worked. Finally, the pearl is matured. We succeeded, we can save the princess. They cheer, but they realize the Dragon King is about to walk out with their battery, so they immediately pivot to playing the victim. Guard, help, this guy wants to kidnap the princess. The lead woman screams. A squad of guards comes rushing in, weapons drawn, but our girl has had enough of this gilded cage. She looks up at her savior and whispers, Long Qi, I want to leave. Without a second thought, he pulls her close and promises, okay, let's go. If these guards think they can stop a dragon and his bride, they've got another thing coming. Long Qi is officially done playing games. Holding our girl Yinhu close, he declares with icy determination that he'll level the entire underground palace if anyone dares to stand in his way. The high priestess is absolutely shook, realizing that he actually knows where the secret exit is located. Panicked, she points a finger and screams, Guards! Stop them from leaving! A whole squad of soldiers rushes in, their blades drawn as they scramble to block the path. But Long Qi doesn't even flinch, his eyes focused solely on the goal ahead. He knows the exit leads straight to the island, and there's no turning back for him now. He sprints forward, his boots clicking against the stone floor in a desperate race against time. Kaluo Na, destroy the protection shield of the Mermaid Island now. He commands, ready to tear down the world's defenses just to get her to safety. Suddenly, a familiar face blocks the narrow corridor. It's his supposed ally, and he's holding the very rope that controls the exit. We promised to leave together, and now you're leaving with the princess. The guy sneers, feeling completely betrayed. He threatens to break the rope and trap them in the palace forever, unless he gets the pearl right now. Long Qi's expression turns dangerously sharp. I am the dragon, I have superpower. Do you think you can stop me? The traitorous ally isn't backing down, demanding to know if Long Qi is just taking her back to the dragon race to claim all the credit for himself. Long Qi stops in his tracks. He admits he came for the pearl initially, but the situation has changed. Yinhu will die without the pearl, he reveals, leaving the man stunned. The truth is brutal. The pearl is literally merged with her body, and removing it would be a death sentence. I no longer want the pearl after knowing about it, Long Qi says, choosing our heroine's life over ultimate power. But the guy points out the obvious flaw in his plan. Dragons and mermaids are mortal enemies, and she'll be killed the moment she sets foot in dragon territory. Long Qi has already thought of that. We are not going back to the dragons. I want to bring her to the mainland, he declares. The guy thinks he's lost his mind, because living among humans as a mythical creature is a nightmare, but Long Qi is ready to abandon his title, his race, and his world just to save her. I can let go of everything for her. Can you do that? He challenges. The man looks into Long Qi's eyes, searching for any sign of a lie. He realizes that while he's been acting like a loser with nothing to lose, Long Qi is a man who actually has everything, and is still willing to throw it all away. He feels utterly defeated by Long Qi's resolve. Suddenly, a voice echoes through the hall, warning them they only have 15 minutes left to escape before the window closes. Yinhu, we are leaving the island, Long Qi whispers, his voice softening as he cradles her head. He bursts out of the palace and sprints through the coastal town, the sun beating down on them. He can see it, the exit is right there. He reaches the edge of the shore, where the shimmering magical barrier meets the sand. But the island's defense force isn't going to let their princess be kidnapped without a fight. Hao Cheng stands at the exit, his white hair whipping in the wind as he stares them down. He draws a wicked-looking dagger, his eyes full of resolve. I am a mermaid, you are our enemy, he declares. He ignites a massive sword with a ghostly blue glow, completely blocking the path to freedom. You can't bring the princess with you, he roars, ready to fight the Dragon King to the death. Hao Cheng looks like his entire world just shattered, staring back in stunned silence. But the Dragon King doesn't stop there, adding, look at yourself. I think you knew this a long time ago. We get a glimpse into Hao Cheng's memories, back to when they were children and Yinhu was just a girl in human attire. Even then, she was an outsider, watching the other mermaids from the shore. Hao Cheng had sworn to be her protector, calling her his one and only princess. Back in the present, he's blinded by his obsession, drawing his sword and screaming that he won't let them leave, because she still carries the mermaid pearl. The tension is at a breaking point as the Dragon King notices the exit to this realm is rapidly closing. He's done playing nice and unleashes a wave of power, shouting, idiot. It was Elder Bai who wanted the pearl, not us. Now get lost. Hao Cheng wavers for a second, wondering if he's been the villain in this story all along. But it's too late for talk. A massive, glowing dragon spirit roars into existence, dwarfing everyone in its path. Hao Cheng is sent reeling, coughing up blood as the sheer force of the Dragon King's power breaks his spirit. Seeing his opening, the Dragon King knows this is their only chance to bolt, while the enemies on the shore scramble, ordering their guards to stop them from reaching the dragon race at any cost. A defeated Hao Cheng can only watch them vanish. Princess, I can no longer protect you, he thinks, finally accepting his loss. Deep beneath the waves, the Dragon King carries a steady Yinhu toward safety. He's worried sick, wondering if she can even survive the journey without her potion. But then, a glimmer of light catches his eye. A fishtail. He's absolutely floored to see her legs have transformed. Realizing that the mermaid pearl has finally matured, he pulls her into a protective embrace, vowing that they'll reach the mainland soon, and that nothing in this world will ever separate them again. Meanwhile, far away on the mainland, we shift our focus to a sprawling city. Inside the royal palace, a mysterious man in golden robes stands before a hidden portrait. He's completely mesmerized by the lady in the painting, a woman who looks exactly like our heroine. Can I meet someone like her? He muses, his eyes locked on the image of the pink-haired beauty. He can't help but wonder who this woman truly was, unaware that the girl of his dreams is currently swimming toward his shores. Then, a group of fishermen are working hard at sunrise, pulling in their heavy nets. One of them stops, squinting his eyes in confusion. He spots something or someone hiding behind a jagged rock near the shore. Is someone behind the rock? He wonders to himself, his curiosity getting the better of him. Behind that rock, Long Qi is holding our girl close. Yinhu, are you feeling better now? He whispers. She's still in her mermaid form, her shimmering white tail splashing in the shallow, sunlit waves. Looking up at him with wide eyes, she asks where on earth they've landed. We have arrived at the mainland, he announces with a small smile. Yinhu looks down in shock, realizing she's still half fish. My fishtail? You used the potion? She gasps, worried about being seen. The fisherman catches a glimpse of that massive tail and his jaw nearly hits the sand. Wow, such a big fishtail. The fish must be huge, he thinks, already imagining the massive payday. He starts walking toward them, calling out, hello? Anybody there? Long Qi tenses up, asking Yinhu if she can transform yet, but she's not even sure if the magic is working. The fisherman keeps wading closer, shouting, hello? Will you answer me, please? Talk about a quick change. Long Qi steps out from behind the rock, carrying Yinhu in his arms, and look at that, she's got legs for days. Who are you? The fisherman asks, totally stunned by the sudden appearance of two beautiful strangers. Long Qi doesn't miss a beat with his cover story. Our ship sank in the storm. We were drifted here, he explains, looking every bit the noble in distress. Can you please provide some food and clothes? To make sure the man stays helpful and keeps his mouth shut, Long Ki pulls out a handful of solid gold coins. The fisherman's eyes practically turn into dollar signs. Wowed. Gold. That's a lot of gold, he stammers, and Long Ki tells him he can keep the change. Cut to the night, where the human market is absolutely buzzing with life. It's a festival of lights and smells, with kids playing and vendors shouting. Our couple has traded their wet rags for stunning new outfits, looking like total royalty. But Yinhu is deep in her feelings. I am back to the mainland now, but I can transform my legs into fishtail. Am I a mermaid or a human? She wonders. She looks at Long Ki and asks, do you think it was caused by the mermaid pearl in my body? He admits it's likely, but there might be other mystical reasons at play. She's still trying to piece together their narrow escape. I wasn't very conscious. How did you save me? She asks. Long Ki explains that they found an exit and managed to flee just as a massive light wave from the maturing pearl hit the island. Our girl's heart is too soft though, as she immediately worries about the guy they left behind. Will Hao Cheng be punished? She asks softly. Long Ki delivers the hard truth. Hao Cheng said he can't protect her anymore, and she needs to look out for herself from now on. He pulls her into a comforting hug, reminding her she's not alone in this scary new world. Their moment is interrupted by a tiny voice. Sister, a poor little beggar boy is looking up at them and with big, sad eyes. Little boy, how may I help you? Yinhu asks. The boy whimpers that he's hungry and just wants some food. Being the generous soul she is, Yinhu reaches into her pouch and hands him a glowing, high-quality pearl. This pearl is for you. You can exchange for a lot of food, she tells him. The boy is overjoyed, thanking her profusely as she walks away. But trouble is brewing. A shady man in the shadows has seen the whole thing. Those are very expensive and high-quality pearls, he sneers to himself, realizing these two are walking targets. Long Ki presents our girl with a simple paper pinwheel. Wow, she breathes, looking absolutely charmed by the small gesture. He notices she was eyeing it earlier and asks if it brings back childhood memories. It definitely does. She remembers her mother buying one for her a long time ago. Overwhelmed by how thoughtful he's being, she gives him a sweet peck on the cheek. Thanks, Long Ki. But wait, our heroine hasn't forgotten the high stakes. She asks how he plans to fight the plague in the village since they didn't get the design plans. Long Ki just smiles, telling her not to worry because the plague is already under control. It turns out that a day ago, the mermaid maturing light wave from Yinhu actually purified the area and stopped the spread. Looking at her, he realizes our girl truly is their lucky charm. He gently strokes her hair and makes a promise. Once this mess is over, he's taking her home. Then he drops the big question. Will you be my bride when the time is right? Our girl is absolutely stunned, her face turning a shade of pink that puts her hair to shame. He pulls her into a tight embrace, declaring that they will stay together and love each other until the end of their lives. The pinwheel hits the ground with a bang as the gravity of the moment sinks in. Internally, she's screaming. Is he proposing to me? I am so nervous. She tries to play it cool by acting shy and teasing him, saying that since she isn't a mermaid anymore, their first kiss contract is void, so she might not marry him after all. She runs ahead with a playful laugh, but Long Ki knows the truth. They were meant to be together from the very first moment they met. She holds the spinning pinwheel up to the night sky. I will follow you no matter where you are, she whispers happily. However, their romantic stroll is cut short when they find a little boy crying in an alley. The boy sobs that his precious pearl was snatched by someone named Fatty Wu. Apparently, this Fatty Wu is a notorious street bully who sells jewelry. Long Ki, being the absolute gentleman, offers to buy the kid food and take him home, asking how many siblings he has. The kid starts counting on his fingers, and he keeps counting. By the time he gets past 12, our couple is looking completely drained. Boy, are you serious? They ask in disbelief. Believe it or not, this kid has 24 siblings. Long Ki ends up carrying the little guy as they navigate the busy market. Meanwhile, over at the palace, the plot is thickening under the moonlight. A merchant is showing off a high-quality deep-sea pearl to the king, claiming His Majesty loves rare jewelry. This new royal is definitely a looker, but he seems intrigued by the prize. He offers a gold ingot, which the greedy merchant is all too happy to take. But then, the king offers a second ingot for a favor. Find the owner of the pearl, he commands with a mysterious look. I want to meet them. The greedy middleman is still lurking in the shadows, determined to keep the couple apart so he can monopolize those precious pearls. "I've got to find them and see if I can buy more pearls at a low price," he mutters to himself, already counting the coins in his head. But he's out of luck because our duo has completely vanished into the night. Meanwhile, our girl Yinhu and her dragon man are following little Xiao Q back to his place. "Hey, I'm home with lots of food," the boy shouts, running toward a dilapidated building. Yinhu and Long Qi share a look of realization as they see the state of the home. It turns out those aren't just a few siblings. A whole swarm of starving children rushes out, desperate for a single bun. "This must be an orphanage," Yinhu whispers, her heart breaking for the little ones. Suddenly, a sharp voice rings out, telling them to stop right there. It's a teenager named Aji, and he looks ready to throw hands to protect his family. He's incredibly protective, his fists clenched as he glares at the well-dressed strangers. Yinhu quickly tries to de-escalate the situation, explaining they're friends of Xiao Qiu and definitely not the bad guys. The little guy pipes up, confirming that the pretty sister provided the entire feast. An elderly woman hobbles out of the house, wondering who on earth Aji is talking to at this hour. The kids rush to her side, excitedly explaining that these kind strangers brought them a mountain of food. Grateful for the help, the grandmother invites them inside for a warm drink to escape the chill. Once settled, she reveals a tragic story. She used to run a grocery store, but a greedy merchant stole it from her, leaving them with no source of income. The stress and grief were so overwhelming that she actually went blind from the sheer rage of it all. Now, these poor children are forced to beg on the streets just to survive another day. Aji, who is only 13 himself, has to act as the man of the house because of the constant threat of kidnappers lurking in the city. The poor grandma is terrified of what will happen to her babies when she's no longer around to watch over them. As Yinhu and Long Qi leave the house, the weight of the world feels heavy on their shoulders. Yinhu relates all too well to their struggle, remembering how she was kidnapped to Mermaid Island when she was just a child. "Long Qi, shall we help them?" she asks, her resolve hardening as she looks at her man. He's all in, simply asking if she has a plan in mind. "Leave it to me. I will figure it out," she says, her mind already spinning with ways to take down that greedy merchant. Back at the orphanage, Aji is still skeptical, telling Xiao Qiu to stop dreaming about the big sister coming back tomorrow. But the little boy is convinced she's an angel, mentioning how her eyes were red like beautiful, sparkling rubies. This news hits the blind grandmother like a bolt of lightning as she gasps, "What did you say?" Our girl's striking eyes are the talk of the town, but not everyone is a fan, as the local grandma warns that rare colors like hers are often the mark of an evildoer. Still, there's a flicker of recognition in the old woman's gaze as she admits she'd love to speak with the girl again. By the next morning, the village is buzzing because our heroine and her companion have decided to stay for a while. While the grandma welcomes them with open arms, her grandson is definitely not feeling the vibe. He's practically radiating hostility toward the mysterious man. The kid steps up, demanding to know what he's planning. "But you don't challenge a literal dragon and expect to win." He grabs the boy's shoulder with a grip of steel. "In my hometown, boys your age can already stand on their own," he says, pressing down just enough to make a point. Before the kid can even protest, he's being hauled off to the beach to learn some actual skills. The boy grumbles that there aren't even any fish in this sea, but the man just smirks, explaining that humans simply don't understand the rules of the currents. Confused, the boy asks what he means. The man starts dropping some serious ocean lore about warm currents and migration patterns. The boy listens, but he's still skeptical because he can't see a thing in the empty water. That's when the man pulls out a shimmering, magical object. "What is this?" the boy asks, mesmerized. As he looks through the glow, his world completely changes. He can finally see the swirling magic of the ocean currents with his own eyes. "It's a dragon scale," the man explains, noting that it's the only way a human can see the truth of the water. The boy is starstruck, babbling about how dragons are legendary beings of magical power. But the man humbles him real quick, saying dragons weren't always so mysterious, they just have better skills and experience. The kid starts putting the pieces together, asking if the man's name, Long Qi, means he's actually from a great dragon clan. He just brushes it off with a smirk, calling the kid a fool because plenty of humans have dragon in their names. Internally though, our guy is getting soft. He realizes that looking down on humans and mermaids was a mistake, and it's all thanks to Yinhu opening his heart. Meanwhile, back at the house, our girl is facing a challenge even a dragon scale can't help with: human cooking. She's staring at soy sauce like it's an alien artifact. The food on the island is just raw or boiled, she complains, feeling totally overwhelmed by how complicated humans make their meals. She tries to follow instructions, but her generous pour of oil quickly turns into a disaster. One second she's prepping veggies, and the next, the entire kitchen is a literal inferno. She panics and slams a lid on it, but the damage is done. The house is filled with so much smoke the kids outside can't even find the door. Once the smoke clears, Grandma sits Yinhu down, asking where she's really from since she clearly isn't used to village life. Our girl keeps it vague, mentioning an island far away. But then Grandma drops a bombshell. She once adopted a girl with the exact same eye color as Yinhu. Our heroine's heart skips a beat. Could there be another one of her kind out there? She was the first child that I adopted, the old woman begins, her voice trembling with the weight of the past. Years ago, under the light of a full moon, she was walking home when she passed by a quiet stream. Suddenly a faint, desperate cry echoed from the bushes. She pushed aside the reeds to find a tiny baby abandoned in a basket, staring up at her with eyes of two different colors. Yinhu's heart sinks as she listens to the tale. Where is the child now? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. Tears stream down the old woman's face as she delivers the crushing blow. She was dead. A tragic accident by the water took the girl's life, while the villagers watched, unable or perhaps unwilling to help a child they didn't understand. Yinhu looks away, the pain of the story hitting way too close to home. Being treated like a monster just for being different. She knows that soul-crushing feeling all too well. As night settles over the village, the group finally makes it back to their sanctuary. One of the boys runs up, beaming with pride as he shows off a massive haul of fish. Brother Long Qi taught me how to fish. Now we can sell these and never have to beg again, he cheers. Yinhu turns to her man with total heart eyes. Long Qi, you're so good to them, she gushes, her admiration reaching new heights. He just gives a small, humble smile and brushes it off as a small matter. Feeling domestic, our girl claps her hands together. The fish are so fresh. I'll cook them for dinner tonight, she exclaims with a bright smile. The kids' faces immediately drop into expressions of pure, unadulterated terror. No need. Brother G can cook, they shout in unison, basically telling her to stay as far away from the kitchen as humanly possible. Ouch. Is her cooking really that much of a biohazard? The next day, business is booming at their market stall, proudly named Dragon King Fresh Fish. Long Qi explains that the kid, Ajai, insisted on the name apparently. The little guy has a massive respect for dragons. Long Qi tells Yinhu to hold down the fort for a moment while he and Aji go to fetch more supplies from the house. But of course, peace never lasts in this world. A massive, dirty boot suddenly slams into a basket, sending fresh fish flying into the dirt. Did I ever allow you to sell fishes here? A greasy thug snarls, his voice dripping with malice. It's a classic shakedown as the bullies loom over the terrified children, their shadows stretching across the market floor. The leader, a scarred man named Wang Sanjin, sneers at them, accusing the kids of stealing the fish from his territory. One brave little soul stands his ground, his voice shaking but firm. Do you have proof? You haven't even been out to sea to fish for days, he shouts back. The crowd starts whispering, finally finding their backbones and telling the thug to stop bullying literal children. Wang Sanjin's face turns a shade of purple that definitely isn't healthy. How dare you shout at me? He bellows, rearing back for a massive, heavy-handed punch. The poor kid freezes, his life flashing before his eyes as the fist comes flying toward his face. But our girl Yinhu isn't about to let a child get hurt on her watch. She moves like a pink blur, throwing herself in front of the boy to shield him. The punch connects with a sickening thud, but Yinhu doesn't even flinch. She stares the bully down with eyes that scream, "You just made the biggest mistake of your life." Long Qi comes running back, screaming her name in a total panic, but he's already too late to stop the goddess's wrath. A massive, blinding wave of spiritual energy explodes from Yinhu's body, lighting up the entire market square. The shockwave sends the thugs flying through the air like discarded ragdolls as they scream in absolute terror. Note to self, never ever interrupt Yinhu's business hours if you value your ability to fly. The man in blue holds Yinhu close, desperately asking if she's alright after the chaos. Our girl is dazed, wondering where that massive wave of light came from and who could have possibly saved them. Her companion realizes she has no idea the power came from her own body, but he decides to keep it a secret for now. thinking her safety is the only thing that matters. Meanwhile, the scarred bully is having a complete meltdown on the ground. He's absolutely terrified, claiming that a white light pushed him down and left him in pain. He starts screaming about black magic, pointing his finger at poor little Xiao Qiu and calling him a demon. The mob is easily swayed, and the bully demands they throw the boy into the river immediately to get rid of the evil. When his henchmen hesitate, he literally kicks them, barking at them to get moving. Xiao Qiu is terrified, crying out that he's not a monster as the heartless men grab him. Yinhu screams for them to let him go, reaching out in a panic. "Why do you people keep throwing children into the river? You're all so cruel," she yells. Her companion watches with a grim expression, knowing that if Yinhu loses control of her powers now, the outcome will be catastrophic. But the mob doesn't care about logic, and they heartlessly hurl the little boy into the rushing water. "No!" Yinhu screams, her heart shattering as she demands to be let go. She breaks free from her companion's grasp, and without a second thought, she dives off the edge to save the boy. The man in blue watches in horror, realizing that the moment her feet hit the water, they're going to turn back into a fishtail. Sure enough, a massive splash echoes through the air as Yinhu transforms. She manages to grab a hold of the unconscious Xiao Qiu, whispering for him to stay with her. When she finally surfaces with the boy in her arms, the bloodthirsty mob is still waiting on the shore. "You can't save him. He's a demon. Kill him," they shout, completely blinded by their hate. The scarred bully points an accusing finger at our girl, suggesting that she might be the real monster, and they should just kill them both. This is the final straw for the man in blue. He looks at the crowd with pure disgust, calling mankind devil creatures, and preparing to unleash a punishment they'll never forget. Suddenly, a booming voice commands everyone to stop. A newcomer dressed in regal yellow and blue robes steps forward, demanding to know how they could be so cruel to a woman and a child. The bully tries to play the victim, claiming they were just practicing black magic, but this lord isn't having it. "Nonsense," he snaps. "If you bully others again, I'm putting you in jail, and I don't care if you're a relative of the queen." The mysterious man in yellow steps forward, claiming the children are his friends and that he'll take personal responsibility for them. Long Qi stares him down, sensing a heavy tension in the air. He can't help but wonder who this guy actually is. He's dressed in common clothes, yet he carries the unmistakable aura of the royal family. After the chaos in the water, Long Qi checks on little Xiao Qiu, who is thankfully just unconscious and otherwise okay. Once they're back on dry land, Long Qi tells Yinhu to focus on comforting the rest of the kids while they handle the remaining business. Our girl tries to move, but she ends up tripping over her own hem with a sharp ouch. Long Qi shouts for her to be careful, but the stranger is faster, catching her before she can hit the ground. "Thanks for helping us," Yinhu says, giving him a grateful look. The man freezes, his heart skipping a beat as he realizes her eyes are an exact match for the lady in a painting he knows. He watches her walk away to tend to the children, convinced she's the spitting image of her. He can't let her just walk out of his life, calling out, "Excuse me. Wait a minute." He introduces himself as Murong Yai King, the king of Linen, and invites them back to his nearby palace for some hot tea so they don't catch a cold. Our girl tries to play it safe, thanking him but explaining she needs to look after the kids. But Yai King isn't taking no for an answer, insisting, "Then you should come with all the kids." He promises that his palace is huge and the children can stay there permanently, receiving an education so they never have to beg on the streets again. Yinhu is torn, whispering to Long Qi to ask if they can really trust this stranger. Long Qi's internal monologue is basically a siren going off. He admits the guy sounds sincere about the kids, but he knows a rival when he sees one. This king is clearly trying to get close to our heroine. However, seeing how excited the kids are to finally have a real home, Yinhu decides this is the best arrangement for their future. They arrive at the palace, and the kids are absolutely floored by how beautiful it is. Ye King immediately moves like a pro, ordering his servants to get the children bathed and dressed in fresh clothes. When he asks for their names, Yinhu politely introduces herself and Long Qi. Trying to build more common ground, Yi King reveals that he was an orphan too before being adopted by the old king, which is why he's so desperate to help these children. But then, he turns up the charm to 11, looking Yinhu right in the eye and saying, "I have the feeling that we met before." He leans in, suggesting that perhaps they've crossed paths in a past life. Yinhu is left stunned and speechless, while Long Qi is losing his mind in the background, thinking, "What is he trying to do? Hey, I am not transparent." The hostess tells them to rest while she goes to check on the kids. As she leaves, Long-ki turns to our girl with a stern look. Yinhu, you shouldn't have jumped into the water, he warns, reminding her that her feet will turn back into a fishtail if she isn't careful. But our poor heroine was just too heartbroken seeing Xiao Qiu tossed into the river like trash. Long-ki softens, realizing she didn't know he had the power to save the kid himself, but he warns her to stay low. Humans simply can't handle anything supernatural. Yinhu looks down, her heart heavy with doubt. If I'm human, why do I have red eyes? Am I a monster like they say? She asks. Long-ki gently comforts her, promising they'll find the truth once they track down her parents. She mentions hearing about an old woman who once adopted a girl with red eyes just like hers. But the exhaustion finally hits her. Long-ki tells her to get some rest while he goes to find that grandma. He tucks her in tenderly and takes one last look at her before heading out into the night. But sleep is anything but peaceful for our girl. In a dark nightmare, voices scream that she's a monster and a human sacrifice. They demand her pearl and shout for her to be thrown into the river. The most painful part? A voice hisses that Long-ki is an idiot who is cheating her. Long-ki, you won't cheat me, she cries out in her sleep. She bolts upright and clings to the person standing by her bed. When her eyes finally flutter open, it's not her man standing there, but the guy in yellow looking completely shook. He awkwardly explains he was just bringing her some hot soup and didn't want to wake her. Yinhu blushes, apologizing because she was mid-nightmare and thought he was Long-ki. Talk about an embarrassing atmosphere. He asks if she's actually from the island she mentioned in her sleep, and she confirms she's searching for the parents she was separated from as a child. He offers to help her, and Yinhu is surprised he isn't terrified of monsters like the rest of the town. He hints that a supernatural incident happened a long time ago involving his godfather, promising to tell her more when they're alone. Just then, Long-ki walks in, and the guy offers to show him to his separate room. But Long-ki isn't going anywhere. I'm staying here too. Arrange an extra bed, he demands. The guy is absolutely floored. What is their actual relationship? He can't help but remember her dream and wonders if Long-ki really is keeping a massive secret from her. The servants inform Master Long that the bed is ready and take their leave. But as soon as he looks at the room layout, he's absolutely fuming, thinking, what the hell is this? It turns out someone tried to be a total mood killer by placing his bed and Yinhu's bed on opposite sides of the room with 5 different partitions in between. Our guy isn't having any of it, grumbling that he's not buying this ridiculous arrangement. With a simple flick of his fingers, he uses his powers to literally yeet the furniture across the room with a massive bang. Later that night, the moon is high, but our poor heroine is tossing and turning. Long-ki, I can't sleep, she whispers. He dryly tells her to just close her eyes and start counting bubbles. Yinhu stares at the glowing bubbles, but her mind is racing. She confesses that ever since the pearl in her body matured, everything feels different. I feel like a real mermaid now, she says, and Long-ki silently realizes he feels the exact same connection. Our girl gets a bit bold and admits she's upset, asking if he can come over. He obliges, telling her she has nothing to lose even with her new powers. He gives her a stern warning, though. Remember not to go underwater in front of others. Yinhu hides under the covers, blushing like crazy, and mumbles, I am still feeling upset. I need a hug. Long-ki's face turns bright red at the request, but he finally gives in with a soft sure, telling her to just get some rest. He pulls her into a warm embrace, and she melts into him, thinking he smells just like the ocean. She stays awake for a moment, savoring the warmth, before finally drifting off. When morning light hits the room, Yinhu wakes up still cuddled against his chest. She suddenly realizes where she is and nearly jumps out of her skin. Oops, I forgot that we sleep on the same bed last night. She stammers, her face heating up to 1,000 degrees. Long-ki, looking way too smug, leans in and teases, having a good sleep last night? The sheer embarrassment causes our girl to literally tumble right out of the bed. Meanwhile, back in the city, the prince is busy organizing his troops. He's sending teams to the east, west, and the market to investigate, demanding to know if everyone understands their orders. He turns to our girl and reassures her, Ms. Yinhu, please don't be upset. I will find your parents soon. Long-ki is standing in the background radiating pure salt, thinking the prince is just showing off and that his own dragon soldiers are way more impressive. While the prince and Yinhu share a friendly moment, Long-ki is officially the angry man, fuming that these people keep disturbing his time with her. But trouble is brewing elsewhere. At Gaogujiu's house, a report comes in that the prince is openly siding with the monsters. Master Gao is stunned, repeating, siding with the monsters? From the shadows, a mysterious woman with a sinister smile notes that the prince is following in the exact footsteps of his late godfather. A man casually feeds a bird while discussing rumors of secret dealings and hobbies. Master Guoju watches the birdcage with a calculating look, clearly plotting his next move. Go and investigate what the prince is up to, he commands his subordinate. Even the little bird seems to sense the brewing trouble as it chirps away. Guoju is hunting for supernatural things and wants to teach the prince a lesson if he gets the chance. After dismissing his lackey with a promise of a reward, another attendant rushes in with urgent news. Apparently, that thing they have locked away in the water jail isn't doing well at all. What? Guoju snaps, his face twisting in a scowl. He storms toward the dungeon, demanding to know why the prisoner isn't being properly cared for. We see a pale, bruised hand chained up in the murky water. The attendant explains that the prisoner is refusing to eat and her wounds are only getting worse. She's basically given up on life. Idiot. I spent a fortune in gold to buy her. Guoju screams at his servant. He's not worried about her well-being, he's just annoyed he hasn't enjoyed his expensive prize yet. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the scholars are noting that a certain student is missing from class. Our girl Yinhu is busy dealing with a little troublemaker who's trying to ditch his lessons to go fishing. How dare you skip class? You bad boy, she scolds, trying to keep the peace. Just then, Master Murong approaches her with a serious look. Ms. Yinhu, I have some clues about your parents, he reveals. The two head to the garden to speak in private. He explains that her parents have been running a small business for the past 3 years and recently moved to the north region. Yinhu is overcome with gratitude, thanking him for the lead, but the mood shifts when he asks if she wants to know about the monster incident from over a decade ago. Sure, please tell me. Please, she begs, her eyes wide with anticipation. He tells a story of a respected minister who was dismissed after a disaster at sea. It happened during a dragon boat race when a sudden, violent wind sent spectators flying into the river. In the churning water, witnesses saw a spiky creature with a long, shimmering fishtail. It had piercing red eyes that looked like they belonged to a demon. Yinhu's mind begins to race as she processes the story. She looks like a sea monster. Our heroine thinks to herself, could it be related to Mermaid Island? The chaos continues as the soldiers frantically watch their leader plunge into the depths. Someone desperately tries to hold him back, shouting, "What are you doing?" But the man is beyond reason, letting out a gut-wrenching "no" as he realizes he's too late. Back in the present, our girl Yinhu is trying to piece together this tragic history with Master Murong. She asks what exactly happened to the sea monster they were hunting. Murong doesn't sugarcoat it, his voice dropping as he delivers the cold truth. She was dead. We see a haunting flashback of a beautiful mermaid, riddled with arrows like a pincushion. To make matters worse, they never even found her body, as it likely drifted away into the dark abyss. The news hits Yinhu like a physical blow. She begins shivering, the weight of a tragedy she doesn't quite understand pressing down on her. Murong notices her distress immediately, asking if she's alright before draping his own cloak over her shoulders. He tells her to wear it because it's cold, but he's secretly thinking she's just worried about the bad luck her red eyes might bring. Our poor heroine is spiraling, wondering why on earth she's feeling so much grief for a creature she's never met. I shouldn't feel sorry for her if she was a sea monster, she tells herself, but the heart wants what it wants, and right now, it wants to break. A single heavy tear escapes, catching Murong completely off guard. He leans in close, playing the part of the protective gentleman to a T. Don't be afraid, he whispers, I am here. No one can hurt you. He even pulls out a handkerchief to pat away her tears, looking every bit the swoon-worthy lead. But wait. Enter the jealous husband energy. Long Qi is walking through the gardens, looking like a literal god in white, when he spots another man getting way too cozy with his woman. His eyes narrow into daggers. Yinhu, I was looking for you everywhere, he calls out, his voice dripping with suspicion as he demands to know why she's crying. Our girl pulls the classic, nothing, the wind just blew sand in my eyes. Excuse girl, we've all used that one, and it never works. She quickly hands the cloak back to Murong, thanking him for the cloth. Long Qi isn't having any of it, pulling her close and warning her, you can tell me everything. Do not trust the stranger. Murong just watches them with a smug, punchable smirk, thinking to himself that Yinhu is already starting to trust him. He even taunts Long Qi in his head, asking if he's afraid. The tension is interrupted by a servant announcing a new arrival. Miss Han Liu Yi has entered the chat. Murong is clearly annoyed, wondering why she's showing up now. We see a woman in an elaborate pink dress standing in the hall. Murong greets her coolly, asking how he can help, but she just flashes a sweet, possibly poisonous smile. I heard brother said you have some new friends, she says, her eyes gleaming with a hidden agenda. Can I meet them? Oh, smells like a new rival is in town. Yi King is trying to play it cool, telling Han Liu Yi that his guests are just resting and she should probably head home. She's immediately suspicious, though, asking if her brother did something wrong to cause this sudden need for privacy. Yi King brushes it off with a classic maybe next time, but she can tell he's just making excuses. Han Liu Yi realizes she's getting the cold shoulder, and she is not used to being ignored. When he offers to arrange for someone to escort her home, she snaps back that she can go back by herself. As she walks away, she fumes over the fact that Yi King doesn't seem interested in her at all, but then she spots a familiar face. "You are Yi King's guests?" she asks, putting on her best innocent girl act as she approaches. She introduces herself as Han Liu Yi and claims she heard they were kind-hearted people. Our girl Yinhu is immediately confused because, let's be real, since when did she get that reputation? Apparently, the rumor mill says they're out here saving orphans, which Han Liu Yi finds so touching. She gets uncomfortably close, whining about how her brother never lets her make new friends. "I hope we can be friends," she chirps, practically beaming. Yinhu tries to let her down easy, explaining that they won't be staying long and plan to leave soon. Han Liu Yi isn't taking no for an answer, demanding to know why they can't stay longer. The group stands their ground, insisting they have important things to accomplish. Han Liu Yi plays the disappointment card, but then she drops a major hint. She mentions her brother is a collector of weird and rare stuff, and wants them to visit his house to see the collection. Meanwhile, a shady deal is going down elsewhere with a man who claims he saw something secret. He recalls being on the riverbank that day, hidden away. He was spying from the tall grass when he saw something he wasn't supposed to. "I saw something," he whispers, the memory clearly burned into his mind. The water was rippling, hiding a secret beneath the surface that only he witnessed. Master Goju is losing his patience, demanding to know exactly what he saw. But this guy isn't talking for free. He rubs his fingers together, saying it all depends on how much he's being paid. They head back to Goju's massive estate to talk business in private. The spy's price is steep. He wants a whole gold bar for the information. The master of the house, a man with a chillingly handsome face and a sharp gaze, agrees to the price. However, he warns that if the man is lying, he'll make him spit that gold bar right back out. Just then, a servant rushes in to announce that the cousin's sister has returned. The master gets a wicked look in his eye, clearly plotting something. He tells his business associates to wait for a moment while he deals with her. Han Liu Yi bursts in, bragging about how she found Yi King's guests and invited them over. She's totally playing into her brother's hands without even realizing it. He smiles, his eyes practically glowing with malice at the thought of his new acquisitions. "Of course I won't reject them," he says. Oh boy, our girl Yinhu has no idea she's walking straight into a collector's trap. Long Qi knows Yinhu has been down in the dumps for a couple of days, and he thinks he's the ultimate romantic for finding a rare blue flower to cheer her up. He's convinced this bloom, which doesn't even grow on Mermaid Island, is the key to her heart. Look at him, practically swooning over his own thoughtfulness while imagining her reaction. Meanwhile, back at the manor, our girl is wandering around wondering where her man disappeared to. But before she can find him, the prince shows up with a much bigger gesture than a simple bouquet. He reveals that he actually bought her parents' old house and kept everything inside untouched just for her. Yinhu is thrilled and immediately wants to drag Long Qi along to see it. But the prince's face says it all. He's definitely trying to play hero here and isn't looking for a tag-along. A little rugrat chimes in, telling her that Long Qi snuck out early this morning looking super suspicious and secretive. The prince seizes the opportunity, suggesting he take her to the house himself, while Long Qi can just watch the kids later. Poor Long Qi shows up 15 minutes later, flower in hand, only to find the room empty. The kid doesn't hold back, telling him straight to his face, "Sister Yinhu went out with the prince. Your plan has failed." Long Qi is standing there like a rejected bachelor, wondering why she didn't even bother to let him know she was leaving. Even the kids are roasting him now, telling him romance is boring, and he should just go to the beach to catch some actual fish instead. Our girl and the prince finally arrive at the dusty estate. He asks if the place sparks any memories, but Yinhu looks around with a pained expression. As they step inside the cobweb-filled rooms, she admits that even though she lived here as a child, she doesn't remember a single thing. Her childhood memories were essentially stolen from her, and she laments that if she hadn't been kidnapped by Elder Bai, she might have just grown up as a normal girl. She picks up a tattered paper windmill from the floor, wondering if she'll ever be able to find the original version of herself. She's tried searching this house before and found nothing, so she's starting to lose hope. Seeing her so down, the prince decides it's time for some trauma bonding, revealing that his own family was killed when he was young. He spent his early years wandering the streets and begging for food, nearly dying before he was saved. He explains that his godfather gave him a new life, but even years later, when he went back to his own hometown, he found nothing of his past. He places a comforting hand on her shoulder, telling her, Yinhu, forget about the past. It is less important compared to now. He urges her to embrace herself and the future instead of chasing ghosts. She sighs, admitting that he's probably right. But as she reaches down toward the floor, her eyes go wide with shock. Hidden among the debris is a document she never expected to find, an adoption contract. Our girl's world just got rocked to its core as she stares at the document in her hands. They're not my biological parents. She gasps, her heart sinking as the truth of her lineage starts to unravel. The Dragon King leans in, trying to make sense of the mess, noting that the old contract was for the adoption of a girl, but it didn't specify who, meaning there's a chance she was replaced after being kidnapped. Pass this to me, he says, reaching for the paper with a protective gaze. Maybe I can trace your real history using this letter. Yinhu is left spiraling, her mind racing as she wonders what kind of dark secrets were hidden during her childhood. Meanwhile, over at Guoju's house, things are looking a bit more domestic but just as shady. A young lady is busy prepping a massive feast, claiming the kids will be arriving with Yi King any minute. Her little brother Du isn't buying the happy family act, asking if their big brother will even allow her to have friends since he's usually such a control freak. She insists it was her brother's idea to invite them, but Du drops a major truth bomb. I know why he won't let you talk to other guys. He reveals the big plan is to ship her off to the palace to be a queen, just like their second sister. I am not going to the palace? She shrieks, looking like she's about to blow a fuse. Du starts teasing her about her secret crush on a guy named Yi, and she immediately tackles him to shut him up before he spills the tea. In the middle of their sibling scrap, a plate of fruit goes flying everywhere. As Du grumbles and starts picking up the mess, his eyes catch something shimmering on the floor. It's a heavy, ornate golden key. He realizes he's seen this before. It belongs to Supervisor Wu, the man who suspiciously sneaks food into the basement every single day. Du remembers the haunting, weird noises coming from downstairs that his brother strictly forbade anyone from mentioning. When a servant calls his sister away to meet with Master Guoju, she leaves Du alone to finish the cleaning. This is his golden opportunity. With the big brother out of the way, Du decides it's time to play detective and investigate those creepy basement noises. He's shaking in his boots, wondering if he's about to stumble onto a literal monster. He slides the key into the lock, click, and the heavy door finally gives way. It's opened, he whispers, his heart hammering against his ribs. He peeks through the gap and his eyes go wide with pure shock. He steps into the dim, damp room and finds a sight that makes his blood run cold. A mermaid with long, dark hair, chained up in a pool of water like a common prisoner. Her wrists are raw and bruised from the heavy iron shackles holding her captive. Du cautiously edges closer to the poor girl, finding her barely conscious and gasping for air as she suffers in silence. A mysterious mermaid splashes into view, her eyes wide with caution. A young man in blue robes quickly tries to calm her down, raising his hands to show he's not a threat. Don't worry. I am not hurting you, he promises. He's clearly baffled by the sight of her, asking, who are you? Why are you here? Why do you have a fishtail? Our girl stays silent, watching him from just beneath the water's surface with a look of pure uncertainty. The boy leans in closer, wondering if she can even comprehend what he's saying. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps interrupts them. Gosh. Someone is coming, he whispers, realizing he has to make a run for it before he's caught. But before he can bolt, a wet hand grabs his robe with desperate strength. Help! Please help me, she pleads, finally finding her voice. He turns back, stunned by the sheer terror in her eyes. She gestures to the heavy chains binding her, begging him to release her from this prison. He doesn't have the key on him, but he looks her in the eye and says, trust me, I am coming back for you. With no other choice, he disappears into the darkness of the stairwell. Left alone, the mermaid knows that if she manages to escape, she has to get word to Mermaid Island immediately. She isn't afraid of dying, but she's carrying a secret that must be told. Meanwhile, back at the palace, magical energy swirls through the air. The Dragon King stands tall, demanding to know if their spy successfully entered Mermaid Island through the underground chamber. His subordinate, Ka Luona, claims the tunnel was blocked and insists they still need the pearl to save their people. The king isn't an easy man to fool, though. He questions why his own man reported the tunnel was open, while she claims otherwise. Ka Luona, stop messing around, he commands, his voice cold. He orders her to stop the games and find the design plans for the palace instead. She bows her head in submission, but internally she's seething. She realizes the king no longer trusts her. She's convinced he's been seduced by the mermaid, and in her jealousy, she vows to head to the mainland to kill Yinhu and take the pearl for herself. As the king walks away, his own mind is a whirlwind of jealousy. He knows Yinhu is growing dangerously close to Murong Yai King, and he fears she might leave him for a mere mortal. He closes his eyes, the weight of his royal duties and his heart's desires clashing painfully. But there's more trouble brewing in the shadows. Someone is lurking outside Murong Yi King's private study, a place that is always kept strictly under lock and key. As a hand reaches for the bolt, they wonder, is there any secret he is trying to hide? The sound of laughter fills the air as our girl and her companion approach the main house. He's totally confused, wondering why everyone is acting like they've lost their marbles. It turns out the whole courtyard is busy with a rowdy game of tug-of-war. The kids spot them immediately, cheering that the sister and the prince are finally back. Master Long is looking as dreamy as ever, flashing a smirk and asking, "Do you want to join us?" Our girl Yinhu looks like she'd rather be literally anywhere else. But the kids aren't taking no for an answer, and the team captain is already barking orders to get ready. Master Long takes his position, looking far too cool for a rope-pulling contest. Before they know it, it's total chaos. Everyone is screaming "Piyul" as they give it their all. Things get messy fast, and someone ends up face-planting in the grass. While the winners are busy celebrating their victory, Master Long is only focused on one thing. He leans over Yinhu, asking if she's okay and offering a hand. Before anyone else can interfere, he pulls her close, declaring, "She is my woman. Of course, I am the one who helps her up." He even takes a moment to fix her messy hair, giving us all the butterflies. Meanwhile, the third wheel in the corner is practically rolling his eyes, thinking Long is just flexing for attention, at Yinhu might not even pick him. Master Long notices her hand and asks if she's hurt. Yinhu just smiles, revealing her secret play. "I purposely said my hands were painful so you'd release the rope." She totally played him just to let the kids win. They share a tender moment, holding hands. As he admits he only did all this to cheer her up since she's been so down lately. But the mood shifts instantly when Yinhu tells him she found something incredibly strange at her parents' house. Before she can explain, a servant runs up with a message. Someone is waiting in the living room specifically to see Yinhu. They walk in to find a mysterious man named Master Guojiu, who drops an unexpected invitation for her to be a guest of honor at his house. Talk about a total vibe killer. The master starts buttering our girl up, claiming her kind acts are known by everyone in the city. His sister, Liu Yi, chimes in with a sweet smile, claiming she just wants to be friends and inviting Yinhu over to their estate. But behind those calm eyes, this man is plotting something sinister. He's heard rumors from a merchant that Yinhu is actually a water monster who grows a tail in the water, and he's determined to expose her. His plan is as simple as it is cruel. It is not hard to prove. Just invite her to my house and push her into the pond. Prince Guoju tries to play interference, suggesting Yinhu needs to stay and help the children with their studies. But the master isn't taking no for an answer, basically blackmailing the prince by mentioning he adopted those orphans without the king's permission. Is he threatening me? The prince thinks, realizing he's caught in a trap. Our girl Yinhu sees right through the act too, realizing she's being forced into a corner. Liu Yi keeps up the innocent sister act, chirping, "Sister Yinhu, let's go. I have prepared a lot of food and drink." Knowing she has no other choice, Yinhu puts on her best brave face and agrees, though she knows she has to be extra careful. But our girl isn't going alone. The prince and his companion immediately insist on coming along to keep an eye on things. Even the kids want in on the field trip, much to the prince's visible exhaustion. Once they arrive at the estate, the spread is massive and Liu Yi tells everyone to feast and make themselves at home. But the master wastes no time, suggesting Liu Yi take Yinhu for a relaxing walk in the garden. As the girls head off, the atmosphere at the tea table turns icy. The prince and the master sit in a staring contest of pure hatred, with the prince thinking he has absolutely nothing to say to this snake. Out in the garden, Liu Yi starts opening up about her lonely childhood and her distance from her cousin, the queen. She even admits her cousin brother calls her stupid and says she's easily cheated. "Oops, did I talk too much?" she asks, acting all bashful while leading our heroine deeper into the grounds. Yinhu is lost in thought, reflecting on how some people simply cannot be trusted. She tells the girl she agrees with her, but her guard is still very much up. The trap is finally set as Liu Yi suggests they take a stroll right by the edge of the lake. Back at the table, the master calculates the timing, thinking they should be at the water by now. He makes a fake excuse about checking on lunch so he can sneak away and do the dirty work himself. His internal monologue is pure villainy. He plans to push Yinhu in, wait for her tail to appear, and then detain her so the prince is powerless to help. The prince and his friend are finally starting to connect the dots, realizing the master is a bad guy and a relative of that fish bully they dealt with before. They worry if he's planning something terrible for Yinhu, questioning why he'd invite someone he's never even met. Still, they try to reassure themselves that as long as they are both here, he won't dare to try anything. If only they knew he was already on the move while they sat there sipping tea. As Yinhu and Liu Yi stroll along the peaceful lakeside, our girl listens intently as Liu Yi admits she's still searching for her long-lost parents. Their heart-to-heart is cut short when a man suddenly calls out, asking Liu Yi to come over, but he has something urgent to discuss. Liu Yi gives Yinhu a sweet smile saying, "Sister, please wait a moment before heading off." Yinhu watches her go, but she can't shake the feeling that something is off as Liu Yi approaches her brother. The brother acts like everything is normal, casually mentioning he's hiring a group of actors to perform and asking for her opinion. Liu Yi, being the sweetheart she is, suggests getting someone funny since the kids would love it. But while they're distracted, a shady creep is lurking in the bushes, his eyes gleaming with greed as he whispers that he'll finally get his gold bar once this job is over. He begins sneaking through the grass, closing in on his target. Suddenly, a heavy hand reaches out to grab Yinhu from behind. Our girl spins around in total shock. "Who are you? What are you doing?" she demands, trying to fight off the intruder. A desperate cry for help rings out across the garden. Liu Yi hears the commotion and screams, "Sister!" as she sees the man manhandling Yinhu. In the chaotic struggle, a violent shove sends someone reeling. Liu Yi loses her balance, her arms flailing as she falls backward. With a massive splash, she plunges straight into the deep water. The culprit panics, stammering to the brother, "Master Guojiu, it was an accident." The master is absolutely livid, barking at the idiot to go get help immediately. Poor Liu Yi is thrashing wildly in the waves, completely unable to swim. "Kof, help," she gasps, her head slipping beneath the surface, while Yinhu screams her name in pure terror. Yinhu can only watch in horror as the ripples spread where her friend just was. A lone hand reaches up one last time before disappearing into the depths. Meanwhile, back at the pavilion, the Dragon King is restless, sensing that the girls have been gone far too long and deciding he needs to find Yinhu right now. The alarm finally sounds as guards race toward the shore, shouting that someone has fallen into the lake, and they need to hurry before it's too late. Yinhu is questioning her fate and the power surging within her. She refuses to back down, determined to spread her wings like a butterfly regardless of the storms ahead. Her eyes snap open, burning with a new, terrifying resolve. Light erupts from her body as she struggles to reign in the chaos. Finally, she breathes, feeling the surge steady under her command. "I can control my power." With a massive splash, the water begins to swirl and churn. Instead of diving in and risking her secret, she manipulates the currents to lift the drowning Liu Yi right out of the lake. Our girl stands on the shore like a total boss, controlling the elements themselves with a wave of her hand. Nearby, Master Gojiu is absolutely shaking in his boots. She is a monster. He thinks, thanking his lucky stars, he didn't try anything stupid earlier. Yinhu gently lowers the girl back to solid ground. She rushes to her side, pleading, "Liu Yi, wake up please," while Guoju watches from a distance. Our heroine cradles the unconscious girl, and with a focused touch of her magic, Liu Yi finally coughs up the lake water and gasps for air. Guoju tries to play it cool when his subordinates finally show up, calling them idiots for being so late to the party. Later, as the group gathers to check on the recovering girl, Yinhu isn't letting anyone off the hook. "Did you manage to get the guy who tried to push me into the lake?" she demands. Guoju starts sweating, lying through his teeth that the culprit must have run away. But look at this creep's face, he's actually thinking she's even prettier when she's angry and decides he wants her for himself. Absolute trash behavior. The younger boy asks King to stay until his sister wakes up, and Yinhu immediately volunteers to stay as well since Liu Yi risked her life to save her. The kid is instantly charmed, sensing our girl has a good vibe. Yai King, however, is worried sick, knowing this place is a viper's nest. He pulls her aside, panicking. "Yinhu, did anyone see your fishtail when you went into the water just now?" Our girl just gives him a look. She explains she didn't even go into the water because she was afraid of being exposed. King is floored, wondering how on earth she pulled off that rescue. I used my superpower, she explains simply. She's not sure if she was a mermaid adopted by humans, or if the pearl is changing her, but she doesn't care about the who anymore. She just wants to be strong. She's finally emerging from her cocoon like a butterfly, full of untapped potential. Suddenly, King senses someone lurking. Who is there? He barks, ready for a fight. The little brother steps out from behind the curtain, looking hopeful. It's me, he says. I hope you can help the sister with a long fishtail. Oh, looks like the secret is already out. A little boy drops a bombshell, revealing that a mermaid with a long fishtail is currently being held captive in a hidden basement pool. Our girl, Yinhu, is stunned when the child confesses that his own brother, Master Guojiu, is the one who detained her. The kid is shaking in his boots because his brother is absolutely fierce, and he begs Yinhu to help before it's too late. As the boy scurries off into the shadows, the prince finally connects the dots. That's the reason he is interested in you, he realizes, explaining that Guojiu likely knows her secret and was planning to force her transformation just to lock her away. Yinhu isn't about to let another mermaid suffer. Then we gotta save the girl and leave immediately, she declares. But the prince stops her, insisting he needs to get her to safety first because she's the primary target. While they argue over the rescue mission, we check in on the girl who fell into the lake, who finally wakes up in a daze. Brother King is right by her side, telling her how brave she was for trying to save Yinhu. The poor girl's heart flutters as she admits she thought he hated her, but he hits her with the ultimate friend zone line. I always treat you as my sister. Talk about a dagger to the soul. She decides to poke the bear, asking him what kind of girl he actually likes. King gets all dreamy-eyed, describing someone kind, gentle, and secretive. She is Sister Yinhu, right? The girl asks, calling him out on his massive blush. Little do they know, our heroine is standing right outside the curtain, overhearing the entire confession. Yinhu starts spiraling, wondering if she's been leading him on or making him misunderstand her feelings. When her main man Long Qi finds her looking like she's seen a ghost, she tries to play it cool by saying she'll protect everyone with her powers. He just gives her a tender flick on the forehead and asks, "Little girl, do you think I need you to protect me?" Exhausted by all the drama, Yinhu leans into his chest, asking if she's been ignoring him lately. He looks her dead in the eyes, his voice softening as he finally says the three words we've been waiting for, "I love you." But the romantic moment is cut short because the villainous Guojiu is already moving his pieces, ordering his guards to watch the basement door like hawks. The heist is officially on, and our girl Yinhu is in full strategy mode. She tells her allies they have to move the second Master Guojiu leaves the house. Dudu is given a high-stakes mission. Keep Murong trapped in his sister's room and ensure the supervisor doesn't catch wind of anything fishy. Our heroine points out the escape route on the map, planning to save the captive mermaid and rendezvous at the west door where a carriage is waiting. Yinhu is worried about Murong's safety, hoping that as long as he's not involved, he can stay behind and look after the orphans. But she can't just vanish into the night without a word, so she decides to write him a letter instead of leaving in total silence. The next day arrives, and the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Du takes the letter, promising to deliver it only after they've made their move. As they prepare to step into the unknown, the Dragon King grabs Yinhu's shoulder and reassures her, saying, "We will make it." Under the cover of darkness, they sneak through the compound. They finally reach the secret chamber, and the heavy door swings open with a thud. Inside, they find a captive mermaid chained to a pool, her eyes filled with shock. "Princess Kalin?" she gasps, looking at our girl in disbelief. Yinhu quickly corrects her, saying, "I am not Princess Kalin. I am here to save you." The poor mermaid is bound by heavy iron shackles. As Yinhu helps her up, the captive is still confused by the resemblance, noting that our heroine has the same superpower eyes and hair as the royal princess. But then, Yinhu notices something terrifyingly wrong. "Why didn't your fishtail turn into legs after leaving the water?" The mermaid reveals the dark truth: the man who bought her hired a witch to use black magic, locking her in her mermaid form so she could never run away. Meanwhile, back at the house, the distraction is falling apart. Murong is ready to head out to check on Yinhu, but Du starts panicking. No, you can't leave now," he screams, trying to block the exit. He desperately lies, claiming his sister has a secret confession she needs to tell him. Du makes a break for it to avoid more questions, but in his rush, the letter falls from his pocket and hits the floor. Murong is left completely baffled by the weird behavior. He spots the dropped envelope and begins to read. His eyes narrow as he scans Yinhu's words, realizing she's gone on a dangerous mission to save one of her own. Back in the damp dungeon, the captive mermaid is losing hope, begging them to leave her behind so they don't get in trouble. But our girl isn't a quitter. Which, "I'll figure that out later," she declares, determined to break the curse. They move fast, and the Dragon King sweeps the mermaid into his arms to carry her to safety. But the villains aren't sitting idle. Master Guojiu is seeking professional help to control a water monster. An elder admits his own power is too weak, but he has someone perfect for the job. He introduces a mysterious hooded figure. This is Ka Luona, the powerful witch, and she looks like she's ready to cause some serious chaos for our favorite mermaid. We open with a heavy dose of drama as a mysterious man stares longingly at a painting of his lost love. "She is my beloved one," he whispers, his eyes filled with a lifetime of regret. When his young ward asks where she is now, the man's voice cracks as he reveals she's long dead. He tells the young Ye King that he'll finally understand this kind of soul-crushing pain once he finds someone to love. Back in the present, Murong is absolutely panicking as he rushes toward our girl. He tries to convince Yinhu that it isn't safe and she needs to hide in his palace, but Long Kai steps in with a cold glare, telling him to back off and mind his own business. Yinhu tries to be the bigger person, thanking Murong for being her very first friend on the mainland. Murong looks like he's been slapped, protesting that there is still so much he hasn't told her. But our girl doesn't do mixed signals. She shuts him down hard, declaring that her heart belongs to Long Qi and no one else. Murong screams out in pure agony, unable to accept the ultimate friendzone. He practically begs her to stay, promising he'll do anything just to keep her by his side. Long Qi has officially seen enough of this pathetic display and physically intervenes, telling the guy to leave them alone because he's useless here. The getaway is interrupted when Yinhu's sister and a pack of local kids show up, looking totally confused. The kids start pouting and clinging to them, demanding to be taken along to the dragon race. Long Qi is losing his mind with impatience as the children swarm our heroine. But the chaos is cut short when a villainous commander and his guards surround them, shouting that nobody is going anywhere. Our girl decides it's time to stop playing the damsel and steps forward to handle the guards herself. The guys are absolutely floored that she even has combat magic, but the hype is short-lived. Yinhu stares at her hands in total shock as her mana completely vanishes. Seeing her vulnerability, the villain cackles, "It's my turn to show you real power." He unleashes a dragon race spell, a dirty trick that will force Long Qi to transform and reveal himself if he tries to resist. Murong is already coughing up blood from the pressure, desperately telling the others to run while they can. But something is shifting inside our heroine. As the light intensifies, her human form begins to fade. In a massive burst of divine energy, Yinhu finally transforms, revealing her breathtaking form as the true mermaid bride. The secret is finally out in the worst way possible as the children gasp in horror, asking why their favorite sister suddenly has a giant fishtail. This creep isn't wasting a second of this tragedy, barking orders at his guards to throw our girl into the basement and lock everyone else away now that her true form has been exposed. Yinhu can only close her eyes in despair as the trap closes around her. As the chaos unfolds, a mysterious woman reveals the heavy truth. Yinhu is actually the daughter of the legendary Princess Kalin. The prince is left reeling, demanding to know what on earth is going on. It turns out these survivors are from Mermaid Island, and their history is paved with nothing but heartbreak. Years ago, Princess Kalin fell in love and wanted to leave her home, but the price was steep. The elders forced her to give up her mermaid identity entirely if she chose to live on land. She kept this a secret from her lover and drank a potion that would keep her human, but there was a catch. If she ever touched the sea again, she would turn into a monster. A year later, she was living a dream and had just delivered her first baby. But fate is a cruel mistress. During a storm at sea, the infant was swept overboard. Without a second thought, the princess plunged into the freezing waves to save her child. The water triggered her transformation, and the panicked humans on the ship, not knowing it was her, killed the sea monster, while the baby was lost to the depths. The maid breaks down in tears, blaming herself for the death of the entire family, while the prince realizes the lady in his cherished painting was the princess all along. He stands there in stunned silence, the weight of the tragedy finally sinking in. Meanwhile, the children are sobbing their hearts out, begging to have Yinhu back. But the young boy tries to stay strong, promising they will find a way to save her. Far away, the Dragon King Long Qi is piecing the puzzle together, wondering which traitor from the dragon race helped the enemy capture his bride. Back in the villain's clutches, Yinhu is forced to soak in a pool, looking like a caged bird. This absolute scumbag approaches her with a disgusting ultimatum. He'll release her friends only if she agrees to become his second wife. He starts whispering sweet nothings about building her a water palace, trying to manipulate her into submission. He grabs her chin, his voice dripping with fake kindness as he tells her she just needs to be obedient. He leans in close, demanding a yes. But our girl isn't a victim, she's a queen. She winds up and delivers a massive slap that echoes through the chamber. Rubbing his stinging cheek, the villain's mask finally slips. He sneers that his spell ensures she can never leave on her own two legs, leaving Yinhu to pray that Long Qi finds her before it's too late. Under the moonlight, Long Qi's fury is palpable as he confronts a woman named Kaluone for coming to the mainland without his permission. She tries to deflect the blame, claiming a human wizard stole the dragon spell. She stands her ground, looking suspicious as ever, claiming she only came because someone important wanted to meet the king. That someone is Fan Nisa, the daughter of the dragon general, who steps forward with a polite smile. She looks elegant in her sparkling blue gown, but in this world, a pretty face usually hides a very dangerous agenda. Long Qi, why are you here? Did the general send you? He asks, towering over the persistent Fan Nisa. She tries to play it off as a romantic surprise, claiming she just wanted to see him and begged Kaluone to bring her. Our king is clearly not in the mood for games, firing back with a cold, whatever. Why are you looking for me? She doesn't waste any time and brings up their old marriage contract. Long Qi's eyes narrow instantly. He reminds her that the contract was voided the moment her father tried to betray the crown. You were only spared because of that contract, but it's gone now, he says, his voice dripping with authority. But this girl is desperate for a title. I only want to be your second wife, she pleads, promising to be a good little subordinate to his future queen. Long Qi looks genuinely baffled. Since when do I have a queen, he demands. Fan Nisa plays the oops card, mentioning the mermaid princess as if it's common knowledge. Long Qi shoots a glare toward the shadows, realizing Kaluona has a big mouth and has been spreading secrets. Fan Nisa keeps digging, claiming she'll even help persuade the rest of the dragon race to accept the mermaid as their queen. She tries to seal the deal with a clumsy fall, hoping he'll catch her. But our king is a savage. He literally backs away, letting her face plant right into the dirt. Thanks for the offer, but the only thing you need to do is tell your dad to behave, he says, leaving her eating dust. He orders Kaluone to take her back and warns her to stop causing him trouble. With Yinhu's identity exposed, he realizes they can't stay on the mainland much longer and contemplates bringing her back to the dragon race. As soon as he's gone, Fan Nisa's sweet act vanishes. She clenches her fist, absolutely furious that she was rejected even as a lowly second wife. Kaluona tries to calm her down, whispering that the king is just seduced, and they need to move to the next phase of their plan. Fan Nisa's eyes glint with malice. When are you bringing me to meet the mermaid princess? She asks, clearly plotting our girl's downfall. Meanwhile, Liu Yi is preparing for a rescue mission. He tells his companion to stay safe while he goes to save the others. Back at the palace, he heads straight for a hidden treasure. He recalls his godfather's dying wish to pass a specific item to Yinhu. Since Yinhu's mother was also a mermaid princess, this artifact is the only thing that can save her now. He carefully opens a small wooden box. Inside sits a brilliant, glowing pearl, pulsing with a mysterious power that could change the fate of the entire sea. This is the mermaid pearl of Princess Kalin. It's common knowledge in the deep that every mermaid princess carries a pearl that acts as her life force. Without it, she dies. But Kalin abandoned her identity, and the pearl left her body. Our boy Long Qi looks at it with desperate eyes, asking, "Can I use this pearl to save Yinhu?" The mermaid isn't so sure since the pearl has been tucked away for years. Long Qi hesitates, worried the ancient power might actually hurt his girl, so he decides to wait for his subordinate to break the spell tomorrow. But time is a luxury they don't have. A frantic kid bursts into the room, screaming for help, because his brother has locked Yinhu away. And the kicker? He is marrying her tomorrow morning. Long Qi's face says it all, pure, unadulterated shock. Meanwhile, our girl isn't going down without a fight. Swimming defiantly, Yinhu snaps, "You want to get married with me? You must be dreaming." She delivers a massive tail slap to Master Guojiu, sending him stumbling back as he huffs about her being rude. But this creep is playing dirty. He snarls at her to stop resisting, or he'll start killing the kids. Yinhu tries to call his bluff, reminding him that even the queen might not back his insanity. Instead of backing down, Guoju just gets creepier, wishing he could marry her right this second. He's got many ways to make her comply. Suddenly, a mechanical capture device clicks shut. Before she can even scream, the guards have her pinned, and Guoju coldly orders them to get her into a wedding gown. Yinhu gasps for air as the metal collar digs in. Outside the barrier, Long Kai hears her voice and tries to rush in, but he's blocked by a powerful spell specifically designed to keep dragons out. He realizes something is very wrong. Is Kaluo Na not going back to the dragon race? He wonders, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. He demands answers from a masked woman, asking if his subordinate really left. I am afraid no, your majesty, she replies. The realization hits him like a freight train. He's been betrayed. The priestess explains that Kaluo Na let her jealousy for the king cloud her judgment, leading her to this ultimate mistake. The next morning, the wedding procession is in full swing, with onlookers gushing over the beauty inside the carriage. But inside, it's a prison decorated with sealing spells. Yinhu sits there, draped in a gorgeous but heavy red wedding gown, her mermaid tail still shimmering beneath the silk. Long Qi, please help me, she whispers in her heart. Just then, that same little boy from before runs up to the groom, claiming Yinhu forgot her lucky fruit. Not suspecting a thing, the arrogant groom tells him to take it to her immediately. A young girl sneaks up to the wedding carriage and hands our girl a lucky fruit through the curtain. Yinhu is currently tied up and gagged, desperately thinking, help me out. She watches the girl leave, wondering why on earth she just left an apple on the floor. The apple sits there for a silent moment, before suddenly splitting in half and releasing a massive burst of spiritual energy from a hidden pearl. The force of the blast is so strong it blows Yinhu's veil clean off. A literal whirlwind erupts from the sedan, sending the entire wedding procession flying. The carriers scream ouch as they're knocked to the ground, and the sedan slams down with a heavy thud. Our girl doesn't miss her chance, stepping out of the wreckage barefoot and looking absolutely ethereal. The crowd is instantly floored by her beauty, whispering about how pretty the bride is. But Yinhu isn't here to play house. She immediately calls out the groom, shouting, I was forced to marry Guoju. She reveals the dark truth to the public, explaining how she was tied up and threatened with the lives of 24 orphans. She points a finger directly at the villain on his horse, screaming, Guoju is a bad guy, an evil man. Guoju tries to bark back that she's talking nonsense, but a sudden shockwave hits him, causing his horse to buck and sending him face-planting into the dirt. The crowd starts to gossip, wondering if the bride is actually telling the truth. As Guoju stumbles up, a strange ding resonates in his mind. Our girl is using her mermaid powers to scramble his brain. Suddenly, the villain loses all his filters and starts bragging about his crimes. What's the problem? This is not the first time I did that, he yells. He continues his public meltdown, shouting that he has so many mistresses that one more shouldn't be a big deal. He even laughs that he's better than a real king. His own guards are freaking out, trying to muffle his mouth before the king has them all executed for treason. The king and his men watch the circus from a distance, laughing at how insane Guoju looks comparing himself to royalty. The king realizes that Yinhu is the one pulling the strings, but he worries that as a newbie to her powers, she might be in danger if a high-level priest intervenes. Later that night at the palace, Yinhu finally has a moment of peace. She breaks down in tears, thanking her grandma for saving her from that nightmare. It's a rare emotional moment for our heroine, but the king soon steps in, telling her they have to make a move. Just as they prepare to leave, a mysterious figure approaches, saying, Ms. Yinhu, I have a present for you. Yai King hands Yinhu a precious gift, a portrait of her mother. Our girl is visibly moved as she grips the scroll, knowing how much her late godfather cherished this image. I felt my godfather's feelings when I first met you, Yi King admits, acknowledging the tragic but beautiful love story of her parents. Looking at the painting, Yinhu sees her mother's gentle face, and a happy memory of her parents holding her as a baby. The weight of it all is too much, and she can't stop the tears from falling. Don't be sad, Yi King comforts her. They are together now, watching you from the sky. She whispers a soft thank you to her friend. Just then, Long Kai arrives to take her away to their new life, promising to protect her forever. But suddenly, the scroll slips from her hands with a heavy thud. Yinhu stumbles, clutching her chest as she gasps that she doesn't feel well. Long Qi's heart drops when he sees shimmering dragon scales erupting across her skin. He realizes with horror that the dragon clan has launched a mystical attack on her. Panic sets in as our heroine loses consciousness. Yai King shouts that he'll get a doctor, but Long Qi knows human medicine is useless against a dragon's curse. I will look for the priest of our race, Long Qi declares, leaving Yin King's care while he searches for the only one who can save her. Yi King watches him go, vowing to keep her safe until he returns. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, another mermaid is in a total nightmare scenario. A mysterious hooded woman and a girl in blue have snatched her, demanding to know how to extract the pearl from the princess. The poor girl refuses to talk to evil people, but the hooded villain isn't interested in a polite conversation. Despite her terrified pleas, the woman begins a dark ritual. She plunges her magic directly into the mermaid's mind, forcing a scream of pure agony from her lips. The extraction is a success, and the poor girl is tossed aside like trash. The girl in blue is thrilled, already dreaming of becoming queen once she has that pearl. They leave their victim for dead, coldly claiming she was simply too weak to survive the memory probe. Back at the palace, Yinhu wakes up in a cold sweat, the scales still burning on her skin. She calls out for Long Qi, feeling vulnerable and alone. Suddenly, a voice comes from behind the curtains, claiming to be there on Long Qi's orders. But it's a trap! It's the girl in blue from the woods, and she's wearing a wicked smile as she tells our girl she has something important to say. A mysterious woman in blue approaches Yinhu, demanding a private word, but our girl's bodyguard isn't budging, much to the woman's visible annoyance. Yinhu, looking pale and fragile, asks what could possibly be so important. The woman puts on a smug little smile, preparing to drop a nuclear bomb on our heroine's heart. "I am Long Qi's fiancé," she announces with zero hesitation. Yinhu's world comes crashing down as she gasps in total disbelief. Even the guy standing guard is absolutely floored by the reveal. The woman doubles down, explaining that the late Dragon King himself arranged the marriage years ago when Long Qi was just a prince. She claims they were supposed to be married already, but a plague delayed the wedding, and now she's begging Yinhu to understand the truth for the sake of the dragon race. She leans in close, whispering poison into Yinhu's ear. "Long Qi only came to you for the mermaid pearl." She plays the victim card, claiming the ministers are furious that he didn't return with the pearl and begs Yinhu to understand her position as the true bride. She grabs Yinhu's hands, pleading for her to save the dragon race by basically stepping aside. Our girl's protector has seen enough and orders the woman to leave, sensing she's here on a malicious mission. The woman realizes this guy is totally head over heels for our heroine, which only adds to the drama. But Yinhu isn't a pushover. She knows Long Qi loves her, even if his identity is a mess. She looks her rival dead in the eye and says, "I won't believe a word of this unless Long Qi tells me himself." Meanwhile, the Dragon King himself is losing his cool with the priestess Kaluna, threatening to exile her if she doesn't cure Yinhu immediately. He's absolutely livid, and you do not want to see this man angry. With a flick of his wrist, he tears off her hood, demanding to know why she concealed the truth from him. Kaluna is left bloodied and exposed. He demands to know since when she fell for him, and more importantly, what she did to his princess. Tears stream down her face as she confesses she's loved him since the very first day she stood by his side. We see a glimpse into her tragic past, where she was a lonely girl chosen to be a priestess, taught spells just to serve the king. But Long Qi doesn't have a single ounce of pity for her betrayal. She cries out that her entire life's purpose was for him. He cold-heartedly tells her to shut up and bans her from the palace forever. He's replacing her as his personal priestess, and she's completely shattered. But as he turns to leave, she screams a final, terrifying warning that sends chills down his spine. "Nobody can save the princess. Not even me." Long Qi freezes, his heart stopping as he demands to know exactly what she means by that. The mystery woman isn't backing down, revealing that she used a family seal to attack the princess, and now wants to strike a deal. She's the only one who can help our girl, but obviously, a snake like her has a major condition. She tracks down Yinhu to drop a truth bomb, promising to prove everything right now. She pulls out a dragon scale enchanted by a priest, claiming it'll reveal someone's true identity. "It will reveal the true appearance when Long Qi approaches you," she goads, offering the scale to a very confused Yinhu. The man in yellow is absolutely done with this drama, shouting for her to leave before he loses his cool. He even calls for the guards to drag her out of there. But just then Long Qi arrives on the scene. Yinhu stops everyone, her voice trembling as she says, "Long Qi is here. I want to listen to his explanation." The blue dress schemer just smirks, knowing her timing is perfect. Suddenly, the scale begins to glow with an intense light. Long Qi looks Yinhu in the eye, begging her not to listen to the other woman and promising to reveal the whole truth himself. Right before their eyes, his human facade begins to crack as shimmering scales and horns appear. He pulls our girl close, his voice soft as he asks, "Yinhu, Will you forgive me? The room is in a state of pure shock as he completes his transformation. Yinhu can barely breathe, whispering, "You are the Dragon King?" He doesn't deny it, simply answering with a firm yes. The blue-clad manipulator, Fan Nai-sa, tries to play it off like she was trying to help all along, but Long Qi snaps, "Shut up. Did I allow you to talk?" He confesses everything, how he had a marriage contract with Fan Nisa, and how his original mission was to steal the mermaid pearl. Yinhu realizes he was just using her to get to the underground palace this whole time. But Long Qi pulls her into a tight embrace, insisting that his feelings have changed. Our poor heroine starts sobbing, telling him she's not afraid of dying as long as he's okay. "Take the pearl and solve the plague," she cries. "I only want to die in your arms." She's ready to give up her very life force for him, but Long Qi knows the truth. If she gives him the pearl, she'll die no matter what. In a move that's going to break all our hearts, he decides the only way to save her is to make her hate him. He pushes her away with a cold expression, declaring that he's going back to his people to marry Fan Nisa. He looks her dead in the eye and delivers the killing blow. "I don't need your pearl anymore. We have to break up." Yinhu is pleading for the sake of their love, her voice trembling. "Long Qi, this is not the reason we should break up," she cries out, her heart practically on her sleeve. She clutches his hand, desperately hoping they can avoid the tragic fate of those who came before them. "I only want you to accompany me until the end of my life. Can you do that for me?" she whispers, but the air between them is heavy with unspoken secrets. She holds on as if her very existence depends on his touch, refusing to let go of the man she loves. Suddenly, the resident homewrecker struts in with enough audacity to fuel a small sun. "Princess, stop forcing him, please," she sneers, acting like she's the one being reasonable while standing right next to our girl's man. She starts blathering about the country being in chaos, basically telling our girl that her love is a luxury they can't afford right now. But Yinhu isn't having it. "You are full of lies," she snaps back, demanding to know what kind of blackmail this snake is using to keep them apart. The villainess is actually shook that our heroine is finally using her brain, but she quickly masks it with a smirk, reminding everyone that Long Qi is her future husband and she has no reason to blackmail him. She has the nerve to try and drag him away, claiming Yinhu is just unwell and needs to be left alone so she won't be disturbed. Long Qi finally finds his voice, though he's playing the "I'm the king" card to act like no one can touch him or manipulate his choices. Then comes the ultimate betrayal. He pulls his hand away from Yinhu's grasp. He tells her he can't forget his people and basically gives her the "it's not you, it's me" speech, warning her not to waste her precious mermaid pearl on someone unworthy. Our poor heroine stands there frozen, her world crumbling around her as he turns his back. He even snaps at the villainess to let go of him, storming off while she chases after him like a lost puppy. This villainous girl is literally delusional, thinking she can just cure Yinhu to look good and then kill her off before she can fully recover. As the dust settles, a guard approaches our heartbroken heroine, but she's lost in her own thoughts. Yinhu stands there, looking like a literal goddess in white, but her soul is shattering as she reflects on his cold words. "I can forgive you for lying about your identity," she thinks as the tears finally fall, "but I will never forgive your weakness." Meanwhile, deep under the sea, the mermaid elders are sensing trouble in the spirit realm. They're convinced Yinhu might be involved in the death of an elder on the mainland, and decide it's time to bring in the big guns. They choose to send General Hanmo, a man who is apparently so violent he's been benched until now. They know he hates dragons, and they plan to use that hatred to ensure he stands by their side. The elders brief the general, asking if he's willing to go to the mainland and drag the princess back. Hanmo is disgusted, wondering why the princess would betray her own kind for a dragon king. He warns them that dragons are nothing but dangerous beasts, and honestly, his vibes are 100% grumpy warrior. Look at this man, he's got the long white hair and the "I'm about to ruin someone's day" energy as he prepares for his mission. Cutting to the mainland at night, the general finds the body of a mermaid girl whose spirit was trapped by a dragon seal. "That's why I hate dragons," he growls, his eyes burning with a thirst for vengeance as he looks at the victim. He performs a ritual, shouting for the spirit to return to the dragon eye where it belongs. We see the mermaid's spirit finally being released from its cage, swirling into night sky. He tells her to rest in peace, showing that beneath that violent exterior, he actually cares about his people. When his soldier reports that Yinhu is nearby, the general narrows his eyes. "Good," he says, "time for me meet the Dragon King." Mr. Murong is pacing around, his mind racing with worry after our girl Yinhu's messy breakup with Long Qi. He's genuinely concerned about how she's holding up. He asks a maid about her whereabouts, and is shocked to hear she's actually at the school. When he finally finds her, he's stunned to see her looking so healthy. Self-recovery? That's impossible, he thinks, unable to believe she's bounced back this fast. He wonders if she's just putting on a brave face because she's certain Long Qi will come crawling back. Yinhu approaches him, saying she has something important to discuss. She tentatively asks if she can stay at the palace for a while, and Murong is all too happy to agree, telling her it's her home too. But when he tries to get a little too close, our girl serves up a masterclass in dodging, pulling her hand away instantly. He tries to play it cool, stammering that he's just excited to take care of her. That's when Yinhu drops the ultimate friend-zone nuke. "Since my dad is your godfather, you are my brother now. We are siblings," she says with a straight face. Poor Murong looks like his entire soul just left his body. "Brother," he repeats, the word tasting like ash. He takes a moment to process the absolute rejection written all over his face. Finally, he forces a smile and says, "Esther, I will protect you no matter what." While he resigns himself to watching her from the sidelines, Yinhu is lost in thought, realizing her quick recovery is likely why Long Qi was forced to marry that snake Fan Nisa. She's choosing to have total confidence that he'll solve his problems. The piece is interrupted when a guard rushes in, announcing that two weird-looking men are demanding to see Yinhu. It turns out to be General Han Mo, who drops a bombshell. A mermaid from their island was murdered, and they track the location through the dragon eye. Yinhu is devastated, realizing they've been searching for her for days. She immediately suspects Fan Nisa tortured the poor girl for info on the mermaid pearl. When Hanmo blames the dragons, Yinhu snaps. The Dragon King would not do that. Before revealing that she and Long Qi have officially split, Hanmo looks strangely intense at this news, and Yinhu can't help but wonder why he seems so disappointed. He insists that she must follow him back to the island immediately. "I am not going back," she declares, but Hanmo thinks she's just scared of being punished by the elders. Suddenly, he grabs her hand and confesses his true feelings. "Your Highness, I love you," he whispers, leaving her completely blindsided. He promises that if she returns, he'll use his influence to make sure she isn't punished. He kisses her hand with a chillingly determined look, declaring, "We will declare war on the dragons." "I do not agree," our heroine declares, her voice echoing through the chamber as she stands her ground. Yinhu is firm that Mermaid Island won't be dragged into a messy war with the dragons just for their own sake. Even as her loyal silver-haired advisor remains at her side, her resolve doesn't waver. The drama is just getting started though, as a guard interrupts the meeting. "Sister, Long Qi sent someone over to hand you this box," he explains, looking just as suspicious as we are. Apparently, the Dragon Prince insisted our girl open it herself. Her advisor is immediately on high alert, begging her not to trust those scaly dragons. Yinhu knows something is fishy, but she's no coward. "Open it," she commands. Bad move. As soon as the lid clicks, a striped sea snake lunges out like a heat-seeking missile. It's ready to sink its fangs into anything that moves. Thankfully, her silver-haired protector has lightning-fast reflexes and snatches the beast right out of the air. With a satisfying bang, he slams the creature onto the floor, neutralizing the threat. Suddenly, a glowing blue crest erupts from the dead snake. The snake wasn't poisonous, the advisor notes, but look, the dragon family seal appeared as soon as it died. Our heroine realizes the game being played. This wasn't a real assassination attempt. It was a clumsy frame job sent by the jealous Fan Nisa to stir up trouble. Yinhu narrows her eyes as the pieces click into place. "I get it now," she says with a knowing smirk. Meanwhile, back at the Dragon Palace, Fan Nisa is busy planning her dream wedding and dragging Long Qi back to her hometown. But Long Qi looks like he'd rather be literally anywhere else. He hands her a scroll, coldly asking, "What is this?" It's a letter from Yinhu, claiming the dragons attacked her, and that Mermaid Island is ready for war. Fan Nisa's face goes pale as she screams, "I didn't attack her. She's accusing me." Long Qi points right at the glowing mark on the paper. "Your family seal is right here," he says, his voice dripping with ice. In her panic, the villainess accidentally spills the beans. "Impossible. I didn't put the seal in the magic snake," she blurs out. "Oops, totally busted." Long Qi's gaze turns murderous as he stares her down. "How dare you send a poisonous snake to attack the princess behind my back?" he growls. She tries the classic, "I did it because I love you" excuse, but Long Qi isn't buying her crocodile tears. He slams the table, telling her to keep the nonsense to herself and listen to his instructions. The realization finally hits her like a ton of bricks as she looks up at him in horror. "You set me up from the start," she cries out, realizing she walked right into a trap. Long Ki doesn't even flinch, looking at her with nothing but pure, unadulterated contempt. "Yup. I think he is coming for me soon," our girl says, knowing her man won't leave her hanging for long. Even her brother is impressed by how well they understand each other, relieved that the Dragon King hasn't abandoned his sister. But the silver-haired general, Hanmo, is standing in the corner fuming, convinced the Dragon King is just a cunning cheat who's going to trick the princess again. Yinhu tries to keep the peace, hoping the mermaid elders won't be too hard on the general, but Hanmo isn't interested in her pity. He has a request that smells like a trap from a mile away. "Please make a blessing for us at Mermaid Island. You are our princess," he says, acting all devoted while literally pulling her away. Our girl isn't naive. She knows she hasn't fully recovered and realizes this ceremony is just a fancy excuse to kidnap her back to the island. Hanmo makes it crystal clear that this is a mermaid affair and outsiders aren't invited, especially not the Dragon King. Realizing she's being forced to go, Yinhu quickly tells her brother to wait for Long Kai and make sure he knows exactly where to look for her. And speak of the devil, the Dragon King finally makes his grand entrance, and he looks absolutely murderous. He doesn't even offer a greeting, immediately demanding, "Where is Yinhu?" When her brother explains that the general took her by force, Long Ki's expression turns cold enough to freeze the ocean. He catches up to them on the water, where Hanmo is waiting to play hero. Hanmo claims the princess belongs on the island, but Long Ki isn't playing games. "Idiot. Yinhu will be killed once she is back to the island," he roars, but the general is too stubborn to listen and challenges him to a fight. The two powerhouses clash over the waves, sending water flying everywhere as they trade blows. Long Ki is on another level though, quickly drawing blood and proving that you don't mess with a dragon's woman. He maneuvers behind the general with blinding speed, putting his blade right against Hanmo's throat. But just as Long Ki is about to finish him, a frantic soldier screams for help, claiming the princess has been snatched by a sea monster. The battle stops instantly as they realize a new player has entered the game. Azila, the king of the sea monsters. Sitting on his throne with glowing horns and a massive, lethal tail, it looks like our girl just went from the frying pan straight into the deep blue fire. Back at the surface, the search party is in a total panic, because the sea monsters have finally made their move. Our dragons working with the sea monsters to take away our princess. One of them wonders, realizing they have to infiltrate the sea monster's underwater palace immediately. Luckily, one of the men is familiar with these treacherous waters and spots an undercurrent that leads directly into the heart of the enemy's territory. Meanwhile, our girl Yinhu is currently trapped deep within the eerie, blue-lit halls of the palace. She's completely baffled, wondering why she was kidnapped when there hasn't been any strife between the mermaids and the dragons for ages. She realizes she might be the first mermaid princess to ever set foot in this legendary, cursed place, and she desperately tries to think of a way to signal Long Ki. She recalls the terrifying stories the elders used to tell about the sea monsters. They aren't just regular fish. They are degraded creatures that have lost their minds and their beauty. These bottom feeders are known to eat anything dragons, mermaids, and even human corpses, and they definitely don't play well with others. Yinhu worries that her kidnapping is just the first step in a massive war against Mermaid Island. But even though she's been through hell lately, she stands tall, reminding herself that she is still the mermaid princess, and she won't let her home fall. Suddenly, a voice drips with malice from the shadows saying, "Glad that we meet again, princess." Yinhu freezes, the voice sounding hauntingly familiar. Out of the darkness crawls a monstrous creature with blue skin and a terrifying, centipede-like tail. It's Tupo. The traitorous snake blames our girl for her hideous transformation, screaming that her service to the princess is what gave her this ugly look. But Yinhu doesn't back down for a second. "You turned into this because you betrayed the mermaids, betrayed your friends," she fires back, reminding Tupo that the only reason she's even alive is because Yinhu showed her mercy once before. Tupo absolutely loses it, screeching that Yinhu is just as much of a traitor for falling in love with a dragon. Tupo smirks, revealing her twisted plan. Nobody knows she's the one who took the princess, and she's about to make her disappear forever. She points to a swirling undercurrent behind them, a deep sea with no return, where Yinhu's body will be shredded by sea snakes. Tupo leans in, asking if our girl finally regrets not killing her when she had the chance. Our girl just stares her down with ice in her veins, Not really, she says calmly. Your heart matches the way you look right now. That is the final straw. Tupo screams, "Shut Yupi," and lunges forward for the kill. As the monster's claws close in, Yinhu can only scream out for Long Qi, her eyes wide with shock as her life flashes before her eyes. Princess, you shall die now. The sea monster screams as she reaches for our girl. Facing certain death, Yinhu's final thoughts are only of her beloved Long Qi. She remembers the warmth of his embrace, wishing she could see his smile just one last time. Goodbye, Long Qi. She cries out as her dress is ripped away by the crushing currents. The wicked sea monster cackles, taunting her that Long Qi will never come and she's destined to suffer. But suddenly, a sickening shunk echoes through the water as a blade pierces the villainess from behind. A massive, glowing eye looms in the shadows, leaving Yinhu wondering if her hero has actually arrived. The sea monster is slammed into the ground with a heavy thud, dead before she can even scream. A strong hand reaches out and grabs Yinhu's arm. Long Qi, is that you? She gasps, her heart leaping with hope. She looks up, expecting to see her dragon king, but instead, she's met by a handsome stranger with purple hair and fins. He looks down at her with a mysterious gaze, asking if she knows him. He introduces himself as Wu Li, a former mermaid who was banished to this desolate place. He promises to protect her, but our girl isn't totally convinced yet. She realizes her dress is in tatters and tries to cover herself, her face turning bright red from the embarrassment. My dress was torn in the undercurrent. I am sorry, she stammers while Wu Li blushes right back at her. He tells her she needs to change into sea monster attire to blend in and quickly disposes of the body in a nearby portal. Yinhu watches him, her mind racing with suspicion since being banished usually means you did something pretty bad. Still, she has no choice but to follow him into the swirling blue vortex. They dive into the portal, disappearing into the depths of the ocean floor. The water rages around them as they travel deeper into enemy territory. Meanwhile, two figures crash land onto the palace tiles. They've finally made it inside. Long Qi demands to know how his companion found this secret entrance, but the white-haired man just smirks, keeping his secrets to himself. He warns that the tunnel is one way, meaning they'll have to fight their way out through the main exit. Long Qi doesn't care about the risk. His only priority is finding his princess. The two of them prepare to move out, fully armed and ready for a rescue mission. Back with Yinhu, she stares at the strange fin-like accessories Wu Li handed her. He insists she needs them to look like one of the monsters if she wants to survive. After a quick change, our girl looks absolutely stunning in her new sea monster disguise. She nervously asks if the look is convincing enough to fool the guards as they prepare to sneak into the heart of the palace. The underwater palace is absolutely massive, looking more like a sprawling fortress than a simple hideout. Our girl Yinhu is stunned to learn that these sea monsters are actually quite sophisticated, building structures that grow larger by the year. Wu Li explains that while they look like beasts to outsiders, they hold on to many deep secrets. He warns her that today is a holy day where the sea monster king prays to his ancestors, meaning the main hall will be packed with guards they need to sneak past. Sensing his hesitation, Yinhu decides to dig a little deeper into her companion's past. Why did they banish you from Mermaid Island? She asks, her curiosity getting the better of her. Wu Li's expression darkens as he admits he stood up against the elders' unfair decisions, which led to his exile and his eventual transformation into a sea monster. Even though he looks like a monster now, he's technically an outsider in this kingdom too. Apparently the king, Azila, was the only one who knew the truth and took him in anyway. Yinhu can't help but feel a chill at the mention of the king's name. Wu Li urges her to move faster, hoping to escape before the halls are flooded with the rest of the monsters. Meanwhile, Long Qi and Han Mo are hot on her trail, wondering if the sea monster king himself is behind the kidnapping. They sneak through the corridors, their footsteps heavy with tension as they navigate the enemy territory. Long Qi suspects a former rival of Yin, who might be the culprit, perhaps a mermaid she once banished for the crime of dealing with dragons. When Han Mo looks at him sideways, Long Qi quickly clarifies that he wasn't the dragon in question. He clenches his fist in frustration, knowing our poor heroine hasn't fully recovered and is currently defenseless. They quickly hush each other as a group of monsters passes by, deciding to follow the crowd to find a clue. The duo reaches the main hall just as the crowd begins to chant for their ruler. The sea monster king arrives in a grand carriage pulled by massive seahorses, surrounded by his personal guard. He seems to be in a mood, declaring that he wants to find a new method to protect his people rather than relying on the old ways. His sister tries to remind him that tradition can't be changed so easily, but he's clearly reached his limit. "Stop instructing me," he bellows, shutting down the conversation instantly. Amidst the chaos of the royal procession, a disguised figure watches intently from the shadows. Yinhu catches a glimpse from afar and her heart skips a beat. She realizes that Long Qi has actually come to save her. Wu Li warns our girl that she can't just wander around because the ceremony is about to begin, but Yinhu is worried that if she stays hidden, her ally won't be able to spot her in the crowd. As the sea monster's praying ceremony kicks off, we see two blue-haired royals at the altar, and wow, the drama is already at a boiling point. Mata actually begging her own brother to marry her, arguing that since their parents were siblings, it's just tradition. Her brother is absolutely disgusted, telling her to stop the nonsense immediately. While the royals bicker, the guards are freaking out because a girl named Tupo is missing from the ritual. The crowd starts whispering about the delay and Yinhu realizes the situation is getting tense. The king isn't playing around though. He threatens to lock his sister up if she dares to announce a wedding. Even the guards are sweating, realizing their leaders are in the middle of a massive lovers or rather, siblings quarrel. Wu Li tries to pull our heroine to the back for safety, but she resists, desperate for Long Qi to find her. Of course, in true klutz fashion, she trips and faceplants onto the floor with a loud bang. Wu Li screams out for the princess, and across the room Long Qi's eyes widen as he spots her. He's ready to charge in and save his girl, but his companion holds him back, warning him that the area is crawling with enemies. Long Qi growls that he isn't afraid of these low-grade creatures, but he's forced to stay put for now. A guard towers over our poor heroine, demanding to know who she is before ordering the soldiers to lock her up. Thinking on her feet, Yinhu puts on her best innocent face. "I'm Tupo's friend. She couldn't make it, so I'm replacing her." She lies through her teeth. She remains huddled on the floor, feeling the king's gaze nearby. She tells herself to stay calm, certain that Long Qi will swoop in to rescue her the moment the ceremony ends. Little does she know, Long Qi is already plotting his move to snatch her back the second he gets an opening. Finally, the ritual concludes, and Yinhu thinks she's home free. Thank God that's over, time to bolt, she thinks. But the universe has other plans. A guard blocks her path, smiling creepily as he informs her that the king wants to see her in his private chambers. Long Qi watches from the shadows, his blood boiling as he sees her being led away. Suddenly, Wu Lai, or should I say General Hanmo, appears, looking just as stressed as everyone else. Our girl is escorted straight to the king's room. She's shaking like a leaf, desperately hoping she can stall long enough for her man to break down the door. The king towers over her, his presence suffocating as he demands to know her name. "I am Xiao Yin," she stammers, giving a fake name. The king kneels down, finding it fascinating that a normal mermaid has appeared among the banished ones. He reaches out a clawed hand, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper as he says, "Let me see your real face." Our girl can only stare in terror, wondering what this monster is about to do to her. "And who are you? Why are you here?" the mysterious blue-haired merman demands as he looms over our girl. Yinhu tries to find the words, but he silences her with a single finger to her lips, whispering a chilling shh. She thinks to herself in a panic, wait, can this monster read my mind? To throw him off, she spins a tale about being kidnapped by a mermaid named Tupo, who supposedly died in the currents. But this guy isn't easily fooled. "What else?" he asks, leaning back with an intimidating grace. Yinhu insists that's the whole story, but the skepticism on his face is crystal clear. "I don't think you are telling the truth," he says, his voice dripping with suspicion. Before she can retreat, he grabs a handful of her long pink hair, declaring, "I have no choice but to read your mind then." He leans in close, his eyes boring into hers. "I saw a man coming with you, and he is getting closer to us," he reveals, catching her completely off guard. Yinhu struggles against his grip, screaming, "Let me go," but he just lets out a dark, mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha. Am I right?" he asks, clearly enjoying her distress. Grr, he is totally cheating. She fumes internally, realizing her lies are useless. She demands to leave immediately, but he isn't about to let his new prize walk away. He stalks toward her, closing the distance until there's nowhere left to run. He pulls her into a firm embrace, purring, "No. You are cute. I want you." When she reminds him he said she could leave, he just smirks. "I am a monster. I can do anything I like." He counters, his thumb grazing her skin. Yinhu tries to play her final card, threatening him with the might of the Mermaid Island army, but he just stares her down, demanding to know who she really is. The playfulness vanishes instantly as he delivers a deadly ultimatum, "I will kill you if you lie to me." While our girl is fighting for her life, someone else is watching from the shadows, and she is not a fan. It's the man's sister, and she's absolutely livid. "Bitch, she is seducing my brother." she snarls, her face twisting with jealousy. She's fed up with him refusing to marry while flirting with outsiders, and decides it's time to teach our heroine a lesson. Meanwhile, the rescue squad is having a meltdown of their own. They're arguing about spies and the Dragon King's power while the general tries to keep his cool. They know the stakes. The king can transform into a massive, cruel monster at a moment's notice. The general's eyes are filled with dread as he realizes the princess has been taken. Clenching his fist, he vows, "I will not let them walk away if they do anything to the princess." The Dragon King leans in close, telling Yinhu to wait for him because he'll be back soon. He isn't taking any chances with his prisoner though, telling his guard he'll kill him if our girl even thinks about escaping. The poor guard looks like he's reconsidering his life choices under that terrifying icy gaze. Left alone, Yinhu desperately wonders where her true love Long Qi is, and if he's even safe while she plots her escape from this cunning king. Her worries are cut short when massive monster snakes lunge out of the dark to attack. Just as the fangs close in, a flash of blue energy streaks past her. The snakes explode in a shower of gore as someone clears the path with lethal precision. Yinhu covers her mouth in shock, trembling as the blood settles in the water. Out of the shadows, her hero finally appears. Long Qi, she gasps, her heart nearly stopping at the sight of him. She doesn't waste a second, throwing herself into his arms and crying about how much she missed him. Long Qi looks like he has a lot to explain, but Yinhu just looks into his eyes and tells him she already understands. He holds her face tenderly, vowing that he will never leave her side again. But the romantic reunion is crashed by a woman with a serious attitude problem and a crown to match. This is the Princess Mata, and she is fuming that some random man just slaughtered her pets. She demands to know if he's looking down on her, and judging by Long Qi's bored expression, he definitely is. Cut to the palace meeting room, where the Dragon King is busy upsetting the entire social order. He drops the ultimate bombshell. He refuses to marry Mata and wants to marry a princess from another race instead. The elders are sweating bullets, warning him that Mata can control monster spirits and will go nuclear if she's rejected. Speak of the devil, a messenger rushes in to say the princess has already headed to the king's room to cause trouble. Back at the scene, Mata is in a full-blown rage, her hair transforming into a nest of hissing, venomous snakes. "I am tearing you alive," she shrieks, launching her monsters at the couple. Long Qi doesn't even flinch, calmly telling our girl not to be afraid. With a lazy wave of his hand, he creates a barrier that shatters the snakes like glass. Mata stands frozen in shock, realizing with a sinking heart that this man is way stronger than she could ever dream of being. Mata is absolutely fuming, screaming at the top of her lungs for the guards to lock them up, but our squad is on a mission and doesn't have time for her tantrums. "We had settled the rest. Let's go," they say, walking away like she's nothing more than a background extra. Mata can't believe the audacity, shrieking, "You are ignoring me," as her face turns a lovely shade of rage purple. Even as she bellows that she'll never forgive them, the group just keeps on moving through the palace corridors without a second glance. Our dragon lead looks down at Yinhu with a soft expression, promising to bring her back to the dragon race where she'll be safe. However, his subordinates are whispering behind his back, plotting to make sure she ends up back on Mermaid Island instead. Talk about a house divided. Meanwhile, back in the throne room, a new player enters the chat. The king of sea monsters arrives, demanding to know where the girl is. Mata, being the snake she is, immediately starts spinning a web of lies. "Your lover?" "She had gone with her lover," she tells him, claiming a powerful gang helped her escape. The king is skeptical at first, but Mata doubles down, insisting she isn't just making up stories for the fun of it. One of the king's men steps forward with the real tea, revealing that Yinhu was actually a mermaid princess who had been banished. The king's eyes light up with a dangerous greed. He's got a dark plan in motion, and he needs to marry a princess from another race to kick it off. He even thinks to himself that if the group hasn't left the palace yet, he'll just feed them all to a monster spirit. Yikes! "I want the princess," he declares, his mind already set on the prize. He explains that by marrying her, the mermaids will be forced into an alliance, allowing his sea monsters to finally leave the deep sea and take over. Back with our heroes, things are getting weird. "General, I think we've been here before," one of them notes, realizing they are literally running in circles. Yinhu starts to panic as she realizes the palace itself is trapping them. Before they can find an exit, a massive portal tears open in the floor, and Yinhu is sucked in before anyone can grab her. Our poor heroine takes a nasty tumble, landing hard on what looks like a very expensive, very villainous bed. She groans in pain, trying to shake off the dizziness. As she opens her eyes, she finds herself staring right at the king of sea monsters. He doesn't even offer her a glass of water before dropping a bombshell. "I am the king of sea monsters. I am now proposing to you," he says, with zero chill. Yinhu tries to pull away, but he grabs her wrist, pinning her down. "Still trying to cheat me?" he asks with a smirk. He tries to sell her on the idea, claiming a marriage alliance is good for both their people. But our girl isn't buying what he's selling for a second. "Stop dreaming. I will not agree," she screams, looking him dead in the eye. But this guy is a total creep. He leans in close, whispering that deep-sea eels have an anesthetic effect. "As long as I feed you, you will not disagree after this," he threatens. "Someone get this man away from our girl, and fast." Our girl Yinhu finds herself in a tight spot literally as this blue-haired creep coils his scaly tail around her. He's genuinely confused why she's resisting his advances. Yinhu snaps back. A couple must be in love with each other before they get married, but this guy has some seriously messed up family traditions, claiming sea monsters are forced to marry their own sisters and don't get a choice in the matter. He looks her dead in the eye and says they don't even have to like each other. Our heroine isn't having it and tells him to just go marry his sister, Mata, instead. He admits he's tired of the old ways and mentions something about giving birth to a monster spirit, which totally weirds her out. He leans in close, whispering that God sent her here specifically to be his wife. Yinhu tries to shut him down for good, shouting, "I seriously can't get married to you, because I have a fiancé." When he threatens to kill the man who helped her escape, she hits him with a cold truth. "I don't think you can beat him." He just smirks, revealing a sharp fang, and claims he doesn't have to lift a finger because the palace itself is part of the monster spirit and will swallow her friends alive. "Let me tell you the truth then," she counters. "He is the Dragon King." The news stops the merman dead in his tracks. He's completely baffled because dragons and mermaids are ancient enemies, yet Yinhu warns him that his little monster spirit won't be able to touch a dragon. Enraged by her defiance, he loses his cool and slams her down, making our poor girl cry out in pain. As she lies there helpless, she desperately prays for Longqi to come and save her. He forces a kiss on her, shouting that he wants her to be his queen. But as they're locked in this nightmare, a terrifying dark energy begins to manifest above them. The monster spirit descends like a hungry shadow, coiling around Yinhu's body, and watching from the sidelines is a masked woman with a grudge, coldly commanding the spirit to swallow our girl once and for all. "Yinhu is summoning me," Longqi gasps, feeling the desperate pull of her soul. He's trapped within the palace walls while our poor heroine is out there in literal mortal peril. "I can't be held by this palace," he snarls, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, divine fury. He turns to his ally, knowing that this palace is actually a living entity. "What's your plan?" the man asks, and Longqi's answer is short and violent. "Easy. Attack." He slams his blade down with such force that the entire structure begins to buckle, sending the local guards into a total state of panic. Meanwhile, the blue-haired prince is absolutely losing his mind on his subordinate, Mata. "How dare you summon the monster's spirit without my approval?" he screams, horrified that she actually fed the princess Mermaid to a demon. But Mata isn't backing down, claiming she only did it because he broke tradition. "You marry nobody except me," she shrieks, but the prince has much bigger problems now. He finally realizes that the man coming for them is the legendary Dragon King himself. "Ya idiot. You fed his woman to a monster spirit. He is not going to let you go," he yells, realizing they've just signed their own death warrants. He's officially done with Mata's jealousy and demands she send Yinhu back this instant. But Mata just gives him a cold, dead stare and whispers, "It's way too late." Deep inside the dark void, our girl is being torn apart. "It's cold. My scales are being removed one by one," she whimpers as the spirit begins to feast on her very essence. "Longqi, help!" she cries out, her voice fading into the darkness. Back at the palace, Longqi is going full beast mode to reach her, his power shaking the foundations of the world. He reaches out through their spiritual bond, reminding her of the kiss contract that ties their lives together. "Yinhu, be strong," he commands, and suddenly a blinding, holy light erupts from our girl's body. The monster spirit is stunned, recoiling from the warmth radiating from her soul. The dark energy is violently blasted away as the Dragon King's power finally breaks through the darkness to protect his bride. Deep in the dark waters, our girl Yinhu finally opens her eyes, realizing the crushing pain she felt before has completely vanished. Instead, a strange, overwhelming power begins to surge through her body. As a mysterious hand reaches out toward her, she snaps awake, immediately sensing that whoever is lurking in the shadows is definitely not her dragon king. "Who's there?" she demands, sitting up as her long pink hair swirls around her like a protective cloak. A dark shape darts away into the rocks, and that's when the realization hits her she's completely exposed. "Where is my dress?" she cries out, her face turning a bright shade of crimson. A hand tosses a bundle of fabric toward her, but it's nothing but a pile of shredded rags. "This is torn. How am I supposed to wear this?" she snaps, her patience wearing thin. Deciding to take matters into her own hands, she focuses her energy. "Let me try something," she mutters, and with a brilliant flash of light, she manifests a stunning, regal gown. Feeling more like herself, she realizes she finally has the strength to fight alongside Long Qi. Finding a new spark of bravery, she glares at the dark crevices of the cave and shouts, "Hey, who are you? Where is this place?" A voice echoes back from the darkness, claiming to be the monster spirit inhabiting the hole beneath the palace. Yinhu pauses, noting that the voice sounds incredibly young, almost like a child. The spirit seems just as confused as she is, asking where the monster went that was trying to eat her. The poor kid realizes the truth a second later. "Maybe I am the monster?" It turns out the light from Yinhu's pearl didn't just save her. It caused the monster to evolve into a small, blue-haired boy. Since he's currently standing there in his birthday suit, Yinhu quickly manifests some clothes and tosses them over. "These pants are for you," she says, looking away. She quickly puts the pieces together. This boy is the third triplet, brother to Azila and Mata. He explains that the power from her pearl allowed him to finally regain his true form. Hoping to find a way out, Yinhu offers to help him evolve further if he leads her back to the palace. But the little spirit shakes his head, looking troubled. "I only take orders from the queen," he whimpers. "I can't go anywhere without her command." Yinhu bites her lip, worried sick. If she's stuck here, Mata and the others will surely think she's been eaten for good. Meanwhile, back at the palace, chaos has broken out. "Don't waste your energy, Dragon King," a voice mocks as the walls begin to magically repair themselves. Long Qi is absolutely livid, his eyes burning with a murderous golden light, as he prepares to level the entire structure. That's when the sea monster king, Azila, finally makes his grand entrance. Long Qi doesn't care about pleasantries. He gets right to the point, his voice trembling with rage. "Where is Yinhu?" Azila just lets out a dark, mocking chuckle, flicking his tongue. "She is my queen now," he declares, throwing down the ultimate gauntlet. "And I will kill you now if you say that again," one of the guards yells, while another insists their princess would never marry a monster. The blue-haired prince just scoffs at the chaos, calling his own brother an absolute idiot for getting so worked up. But our hero isn't playing games anymore, his power flaring as he repeats his demand one last time. "Return Yinhu to us, or I'm killing every single one of you sea monsters." He roars, looking like a total boss with his sword drawn and his aura exploding. The prince realizes that a direct fight will wreck his precious palace, so he decides to play dirty. He turns to his queen and demands she summon the monster spirit to swallow the intruder's whole. The queen doesn't hesitate, channeling dark, swirling energy as she commands the spirit to devour the trespassers immediately. Deep within the palace, the little monster spirit boy is caught off guard by the sudden command. Our girl Yinhu is right there with him, asking what's going on, only for the boy to reveal that the queen just ordered him to eat her 3 friends. Yinhu realizes her rescuers are in grave danger and asks if he has to transform back into a monster to return to the palace. The boy explains that the palace is literally a part of him, so he can kill anyone he wants. But there's a major catch. If he goes into his full monster form, he can never turn back into a human again. Still, he wants to show off and claims he can turn into something cooler instead. He transforms into a hulking, muscular beast man, looking like he spent way too much time at the underwater gym. "Am I cool?" he asks, fishing for a compliment. Our poor heroine just wants him to chill out, nervously telling him he's super cool but begging him to change back so they can actually talk. He shifts back to his small, adorable form, and Yinhu gently takes his hands, asking if she was the one who helped him evolve. He confirms it with a smile, calling her sister and thanking her. Seizing the moment, she pleads with him, "Please help me. Don't kill them. They aren't bad guys, they're all my friends." Back in the throne room, the villains are getting nervous, because the monster spirit isn't following instructions. The prince insists the spirit has no emotions or thoughts of its own, so it shouldn't be hesitating, but he's in for a rude awakening. The Dragon King's aura reaches a breaking point, telling the villains that their nightmare is finally here. The queen begins to panic, realizing that if a fight breaks out, the intruders will destroy the entire palace. In a desperate, pathetic attempt to save herself, she tries to bluff, claiming Yinhu is probably already a pile of bones. "We didn't kill her," she lies through her teeth. "She just fell into the hole and got eaten by the monster spirit." The queen is done playing games, channeling every ounce of her dark energy into a summoning circle. A massive swirl of bubbles and light erupts as a portal rips open in the center of the hall, but instead of a terrifying beast returning with a corpse, Yinhu steps out looking like a literal goddess, accompanied by a mysterious blue-haired boy. The Dragon King's heart nearly stops as he breathes out a sigh of relief, but the queen is absolutely losing it, demanding to know who this kid is and where her monster went. "The princess's light turned me into this," the boy explains, his innocent face hiding a power that's clearly off the charts. The queen isn't impressed by his glow-up, coldly snapping that he better follow her direct orders from now on. Our girl is finally back in the arms of her Dragon King, who's practically vibrating with worry. But the reunion is cut short when a rough hand suddenly snatches her arm. "You are my queen now. You are not allowed to leave," the villainous Azile snarls, his obsession reaching a delusional new peak. The Dragon King's eyes turn cold enough to freeze the ocean as he draws his blade, warning the creep to let her go or die. Our girl isn't playing the damsel today either, staring him down as she declares, "I've regained my power. I'm not as weak as you think." She stands tall with her allies, telling Azila that he's officially outnumbered, and it's time to give up. Sensing he's losing, the villain plays a dirty card, manipulating the spirit boy by lying that these strangers are trying to kidnap his sister. The boy's eyes go dark, and the very floor begins to shatter under the weight of his rising aura. "You can't take my sister away," he roars, his hands twisting into deadly, sharpened claws. His eyes bleed into a terrifying red as he prepares to slaughter anyone in his path. As the palace walls begin to crack and crumble from the sheer pressure, Yinhu desperately tries to stop the violence, knowing that this little boy is about to turn the entire throne room into a graveyard. The deep sea is turning into a total disaster zone as the palace starts crumbling around everyone. The crazy blue-haired dude is losing his mind, ordering the monster spirit to stop the destruction and fix the palace immediately. But the spirit is completely consumed by rage, screaming that he wants his sister back, and he's going to kill everyone in his way. Debris is flying everywhere as the servants scramble for their lives, shouting for everyone to run before the ceiling comes down on their heads. Amidst the chaos, a massive hole opens up in the palace walls. Long Qi knows this is their only shot at survival and shouts for the group to make a break for it. But the monster spirit isn't letting go, crying out for his sister and begging her not to leave him alone in the dark. Our girl Yinhu looks back, her heart breaking for the poor thing. She realizes that if she leaves now, he'll be trapped in this monstrous form forever. With a look of pure determination in her eyes, she turns to Long Qi and tells him straight, "Long Qi, I want to try to save him. He is just a kid." Without waiting for an answer, our brave heroine swims right back into the danger zone. She reaches out to the rampaging beast, calling out, "Monster spirit, I am sister. Can you hear me?" The spirit is struggling, crying that he's losing his memories and feels a hunger to swallow everything in sight. But Yinhu doesn't flinch, whispering, "Don't be afraid. I am saving you." She gently touches him, promising that she will never leave him behind. Her warmth works like magic, and the spirit finally calms down, drifting into a peaceful sleep. She cradles the boy and tells Long Qi that there's no way she's leaving him here. The group starts their frantic escape through the hole in the wall, but the villain isn't about to let his prize go that easily. He roars in fury, "Who allow you to bring my monster spirit along? I will kill you all." He unleashes a terrifying wave of dark energy. But Long Qi is faster, drawing his blade to block the blast with a massive explosion. The villain's sister tries to pull him away, screaming that the palace is literally falling apart, and they need to go now. Gritting his teeth, the villain vows that this isn't over, shouting, "Dragon King, I will kill you one day and take back the princess." Finally, the group makes it out of the wreckage, but Yinhu panics when she realizes Long Qi isn't with them. Suddenly, a sword pierces the water, and Long Qi emerges from the shadows, looking as cool as ever. They all break the surface, finally breathing the fresh air. Yinhu tries to wake the spirit, but with a sudden banji, he transforms, Out of the water, he turns into a tiny, adorable little creature. Oops. Sister. I will turn into this when I am out of water, he chirps. But their relief is short-lived. From a distance, someone is watching them through a telescope. It turns out they've drifted right into the territory of the Pirate King, Black Pearl, and she does not look like the welcoming type.